Morning, everybody. Sunday morning. Do you know when I came in to work, there were a load of people in Trafalgar Square. I mean, there must have been 40 or 50 of them, young people, nobody self-distancing, nobody wearing masks. And I remember thinking to myself, because I was only hearing on the news yesterday that there was a student party a short while ago, 30 of them went down with coronavirus. 30 of them went down with coronavirus because somebody obviously had it there and passed it round. So I'm looking at all these people in Trafalgar Square thinking, I hope to God you don't come down with it. I really don't. What more can you say to people? What more can you say to people? Just don't congregate without a mask. Don't congregate, I just didn't quite understand. Perhaps they were a bit limited intelligence. It's like all these people. I mean, I've watched so many YouTube videos of people shouting obscenities at staff in America. Strangely, not as many in this country. In fact, hardly any. One woman in the bank. I've been banking here since this. You give me my money. You get out, you fat so-and-so. Really very exciting. In the end, the security man picked her up and bodily threw her out the door. He said, you've been told before. You can close your account if you want to. You have that. Because I had that trouble. Do you remember years and years? You won't remember, I'll tell you. But I had my American Express card cloned. And it was cloned in a garage before I knew what cloning was. And it was only afterwards that I remembered where I'd been, because the story was that if you had an American Express card, there is no limit. There's no limit. You aren't fixed with a limit. If you spend 10,000 quid in a month, you pay 10,000 quid at the end of the month. Anyway, this particular card, and they do them at the beginning of the month. So in other words, they clone your card, which they did in this particular garage, which doesn't exist anymore. And then they started using it throughout the month, knowing that I wouldn't get the bill into the end of the month. I went to use it. They'd racked up thousands of pounds worth. They'd been out for meals. They went to buy a car. They went to the cinema. It was probably me. They lived in Camden because they would go to the supermarket in Camden, try it on a small item. If it was still working, which of course it was because nobody had reported it, they would then go and buy loads of booze, like hundreds of pounds worth of booze, put it all on the card. So eventually when I get the bill in, I look at it and go, I don't think so. And I went to use it and they blocked the card. So when I phoned them up down in Southend, she said, well, you haven't paid your bill. I said, but this isn't me. I said, at one point they went to JD Sports. I said, if you saw me, I said, you would have a rough idea that I definitely haven't been to, because she said to me, maybe you've been and bought things and forgotten. I said, I don't think so. So anyway, each item that was on your American Express bill had to go to their fraud department, and each one was treated as a separate transaction. So in the end, I said, I have a good mind to give the card back, thinking that would have some desired effect. She might realise I'm a decent person. She went, that is your prerogative, sir. I thought, well, you can stick it. So I cancelled my American Express card immediately. They never found the people, but they did accept the fact that it wasn't me who was walking around in a pair of tracksuit bottoms with a Chelsea top on. That wasn't my sort of thing at all. But they couldn't really care less. I was really disappointed, very disappointed. So I'm very careful. But what they'd done in the garage, went in, they swiped it through their machine. So I then signed the thing, which you used to have to, and then they put it through their other thing. So they had all the details, because all they wanted was the details on the card. They're not interested in the name that's on. They can put any name they want on. It's just the card. It's what it is worth to them. And in their case, it was worth about £20,000. That's how much they went for. And as I say, I just find it upset. But there's people doing that all the time. People doing it all the time. You see all these people. American Express, they're supposed to have a system on Amex and all the other places that each shop you go into has got a floor limit. So in other words, the floor limit, if you've got, say, a Gold American Express, could be £150. If you're spending more than that, that should ring alarm bells. What they were doing, they were using shops where their friends worked. So they didn't go through that procedure at all. They bypassed it so they could get the items out. Really, I was so cross about the whole thing because I'd worked quite hard to get that American Express card. I was sort of thinking, I've achieved something. Although I got at one point, listen to this for flash, they said, we're going to launch the American Express Platinum. There was green, gold, platinum and black. A friend of mine's got a black American Express card, which basically means Harrods will open up for you. That was the story. And I got a platinum card and I went to America with a friend of mine. And I thought, this is to celebrate. No, I just sort of went normally, but I had the platinum American Express card. And Well, of course, in America, they hadn't launched it, so they didn't know what the hell it was. So as opposed to going in there going, thank you, sir, that'll do nicely, most shops were trying to get rid of it. That's the American Express Black Card. Looks nice, doesn't it? Yes. That's very nice. But the Platinum card, people looking at it, and I thought, what's the point of having this card? I'm paying a lot of money for it, but there's no sort of... I was expecting bowing, scraping, let's get you a taxi to the front door kind of thing. I didn't get anything like that at all. All very disappointed. But and then I learnt, don't get yourself bogged down with credit cards or, debit cards or things like that, because you can get yourself into a whole lot of trouble. And I decided that I didn't want to get myself in a whole lot of trouble. So I gave them back, having owed about, thousands. Can't begin to tell you. I was as bad as Dale. Dale got himself 30,000 in debt. I was more like 20,000 in debt. It's just the way it goes, because if you're putting stuff on a card, you tend not to think of it as cash. Whereas if you take cash out the bank and you spend the cash on things, then you could see it going. And I'm much more aware of money now, very much aware. So, debit cards, you can only spend what you have. Yeah, I'm very good. I'm very good now. In fact, I'm very good. I'm even better than I thought I was, actually. I'm almost sanctimonious. I was like, yeah. Because I don't want to get myself into debt. I've been there. Didn't like it. Very easy to do. Very easy. When are you getting a haircut today, Nick? Do you not think maybe haircut on the cards? You booked in? Wow. Tony and Guy, so rich. Seriously. Yeah. You've not got an American Express card, have you, by any chance? I used to go to a lot of shops, and American Express they'd ask you if you offered the American Express card, and they said you have another card, because the commission was quite high on it. And they said, if ever you have that, phone us up and tell us. And they would then take away the offer of them being able to have American Express. The idea being American Express card people spent more money because there was no limit. Yeah, American Express card people like me, not anymore. How many times could you say American Express before they send you one free in the post with a Lamborghini, your own version of the QE2 or something? Au revoir, see you later. So, a little story there. Anybody do the sonic boom thing? Do you know, I must be going mad, because I've listened to it a million times on the news, gross exaggeration, 4, and I can't hear a sonic boom at all. Mind you, Joe can't hear it either. So, we're trying to find it so that we can play it to you this morning, because I'm in that kind of mood today. I'm feeling very good, but still not well. Do not be mistaken for my chirpy demeanour, because I'm still not feeling 100%. So I've got the hospital on Wednesday. Accountant Monday. That'll be exciting. Tuesday, catch-up meeting here with my boss. And then Wednesday, hospital. So we'll wait and see what happens. But it's only on the telephone. I don't know how they're going to be doing that. I've got no idea. Have we got the sonic boom? Oh, just trying to find it. Sorry, we'll find it eventually. Plus, we got the papers today, and BBC. Everybody complaining about them because they're moving a lot of their operation outside of London. So I think they're moving Newsbeat to somewhere like Birmingham or something like that. And of course, if you work on Newsbeat or it doesn't matter where you work, and they go, right, we're now moving this to there. It's either a case of you move there or you don't have a job. I'm assuming that's how it works. They have to do it because, to be honest with you, the BBC has wasted our money for years and years and years. Seriously. I don't say that with any sort of... It doesn't make any difference to me, even though I'm paying for it. But, if you look at the equivalent programmes on the television and you see how many people are working on them, you'd be complaining about it too. Victoria Derbyshire is still bleating on about, they told us, to do that. I'd love to know how many people work on her show. I would love to know. I bet you anything. It's it must cost millions, that show, every year. It really must. Oh, Zora's sending the boom. Boom! Although it was that horrible man, wasn't it, on Lockup Wars or whatever they call it. Storage Wars. And he goes, boom! And I thought, you irritating little so-and-so. And in fact, everybody else hated him on there as well. And then blow me down, he blooming died. But they'd already put him on he'd been on a celebrity Big Brother or something like that. And he wasn't well. But on the Storage Wars, God, he was irritating. Oh, dear. Well, they're all a bit mad. There's a woman on there, I've forgotten her name again, but she's got blonde hair. She's about as dim as they come. I've never met anybody so stupid in my entire life. How she made it to adulthood, God alone knows. Steve, happy 70th birthday to my friend, known as Mrs. C. Beebies. Oh, well, there you go. Mrs. C. Beebies. How lovely. Sounds quite nice. Shane says Sydney and the New South Wales coast has been hit with torrential rain. I'm on a train that's been stopped for half an hour and I'm busting to go to the loo. I know. I've had that before now. Take a cup. Might be a bit late to say that to you now. But, we've got a good one of the boom. Okay, so we're going to play you the Sonic Boom now, okay? Because if this might be a new one, okay? I better hear it. Okay, here it comes. This is the Sonic Boom of yesterday. Is that it? Well, that could be a train going over a level crossing. Play it again to me. That's a train going over a level crossing. It's not Sonic Boom, honestly. Is that what Zora's saying? That's why I didn't understand it. I thought it would go big crack or something like that. Not very muffled, very muffled, very muffled. I didn't like it at all, actually. So there you go.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Sunday morning. It's 18 minutes past 4. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7. Charlotte Crosby. Ready to spill the beans on reality TV with her own stage show. Why would that be spilling the beans? You go on television and faff about. That's not spilling them. Who cares? The Queen is set to appoint her first diversity czar. Wonder why that would be. Try and work that one out. Pushy parents have been told at one particular school, if you try to bully the teachers, the children's grades may be cut. Well, there's a threat. There's a threat. Stacey Solomon droning on about her wedding plans with Joe Swash. Oh, good. Hope he's paying for it, Stace. Be nice to think that, isn't it? But I don't think he's really worth that much at all. Syra Khan still evaluating offers because apparently they were flooding in before when she left Loose Women. But obviously not. Europe's chilliest city plunges to minus 50 degrees centigrade. That is what they call cold. Very, very cold. Well, I don't know. Can't remember. I can't remember where it is. Wherever it is, you don't want to go there. It's cold. They have frost inside the houses. You know, it's really bad, actually. Also, Bag of Chips. Apparently, it's a drag queen fancied by a Premier League football star. Jackanory. Of course, love. As long as you believe it. But have no idea who this person is, or even if they're gay. Kind of have to work that one out, actually, because anybody less like a woman would be Bag of Chips. It's a drag queen from RuPaul's Drag, whatever it's called, race. I don't know why it's a race, actually. Some of them look as though they've definitely got the race to the bottom. It's obviously sort of I've sort of watched it, and I haven't watched it all the way through because they all seem to hate each other. It's like watching The Housewives of Orange County or anywhere else. Bit of a shame, really. But fancied by Premier League football. They must have sat down with the agent and gone, what can we talk about? Could you say that a footballer fancies you? Yeah, let's say that. I've looked at a picture of Bag of Chips. I mean, you need to go to Specsavers. Really. You really do. It's not so good. Steve Wayne, the trolley dolly here. Happy 1 week anniversary of being back on the air. You sound like a totally different man to this time last week. Hope your health continues to improve. I hope so, actually. I mean, it's not at the moment. It's still there. I'm still not sleeping very well, but let's wait and see after we've spoken to the hospital on Wednesday. Here we go. It's become an eerie, abandoned ghost town. The capital of the world is called Vorkuta. And they've got coal mines, but the temperature goes down to minus 50, causing the population to shrink. Not just the population. Boom, boom. Thank you. It's 90 miles north of the Arctic Circle. And it pays very well. It attracts migrant workers. Now it's considered to be one of the fastest dying settlements. Wow. When work in the coal mine dried up, people left in droves, many through a Russian government scheme to resettle people in the south. And there's a picture of it. I mean, lots of snow wagons. It looks freezing. There's nothing there. I'm looking for the McDonald's sign, but that's not there. And inside the houses, there is snow and frost. Covering, I mean, how you keep warm in a place like that, I've got no idea. Look at it. It's just, I mean, freezing. Not my idea of fun, thank you very much indeed. I have been inside the Arctic Circle. You know, I'm very lucky to have been inside the Arctic Circle. I'm telling you, it's bloody cold. All we got was about minus 30. And that was bad enough. Well, we went there to see Father Christmas. because that's where he lives, OK? So we went to see him. Steve in Manchester pays his TV licence by direct debit, and although all the other companies do a discount for paying by direct debit, the BBC charged me a £5 fee. You got an idea why? No? Probably paying Victoria Derbyshire's exorbitant salary. And everybody else. There's far too many people. What did I watch the other day? Click. Have you seen Click with Spencer What's-His-Face? And it takes two of them to present it. You know, whereas in fact for a little tiddly 10, 12-minute programme, one person would be enough. Then you look at the cast list. There's like loads and loads of people. What a waste of time and money. What a waste of time and money. I sat there counting it one day. I put it on freeze and went, whoa, how many people? And it was way too many for that. You can't even get an audience. Spencer Kelly, been a reporter and a producer, also compiled reports. Previous presenters, Stephen Cole. Oh, I know Stephen Cole very well. Other BBC journalists, Dan Simons, Lara Lewington, Omar Maytab, LJ Rich, Paul Carter, Ken Copes. I mean, the list goes on. And that's only the reporters. Add to that all the... what a waste of money. Get rid of it immediately. Dump it. Really, it's just a terrible waste of my money. I don't want to spend money like that. By the time the BBC started taking notice of the people who pay their exorbitant wages. Can you imagine how much that programme costs to put out? All the film crews, they don't worry about the money. Well, I do. When they were saying, poor old Victoria Derbyshire, and she's going, our programme's groundbreaking. No, it's you, dear, that they don't like. The audience is piddlingly small. That's the problem. It's not a big enough audience to justify having it on the television. I mean, it's not some charity. Might as well be. Derbyshire. How about 215,000? What for that? God in heaven. Axe it immediately. Well, in fact, it's going, thank God. They're finding other things for her to do. What? I've got no idea. Same as Kirsty Walk from Newsnight. Well, that's only once a week, isn't it, Newsnight? And she does 2 or 3 a week. OK. And Trevor Nelson. Wow. It's a lot of money, isn't it, really? Lot of money. Serious amount of money. But, no, I mean, the idea was it was never that exciting, I'm afraid. And then Victoria Derbyshire turned up in the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here or something like that. Anybody less interesting would be hard pushed to find. It's like watching the Loose Women cast. That's gone a bit downhill. And now it turns... Perhaps she'll do... Yeah, she could probably do Loose Women. The trouble is she needs to smile. There's no smiling. There's no sort of happiness. Happiness is like doom, gloom and despondency. There's no warmth. No warmth at all. We didn't get any from Syra Khan, did we, when she was on? And then she just up sticks and left for reasons best known to herself. Still good friends with all the people on the programme. I don't think so. And I think... And they've decided who's going to replace Piers Morgan. Yep, that well-known bundle of energy and joy. What's his name? I can't remember now. Ben Shepherd, that's it. I knew I couldn't remember his name. So Ben is obviously the new journalist to be reckoned with. So that'll be exciting. Well, that saves them looking around, doesn't it? All the bookmakers going, oh, blow. We had him in the list, but he wasn't going to be one of our top favourites. But he's been doing it. I said it was going to be him ages ago. Ranveer Singh and Adil Ray had been tipped to host the show. It's understood that Shepherd will co-present the programme with Susanna Reid Monday to Wednesday until September, when they'll assess how the partnership's going down. So he's been doing it for ages. Now they're going to assess how the partnership's going down. That'll be interesting, won't it? How is he going to endear himself? If Ranveer Singh, the political editor, and Adil Ray, who've hosted the show in the past, why can't they split it between 2 or 3 people? Would that not make it easier, I suppose? But looking at the way it's dipped, the battle of the breakfast shows, although to be honest with you, the BBC's is just rubbish, isn't it? How many people work on that? How many people are working on the BBC's breakfast show? Even more than you can ever imagine. They go, what do you do? I work on the BBC's breakfast show. What do you do? Nothing. Nothing at all. Dreadful, isn't it? Dreadful. Katie Price's son is set to be a reality star. I don't think he is. What, because he likes railways? I don't think that's going to make somebody a reality star. And former EastEnders actor Ashley Kumar sent text to a wannabe actress and sent pictures of himself in his underwear. What is the matter with these people? Sarah Vine, in her column today, says we fought for years to prove we're not the weakest sex. Making misogyny a hate crime would be self-defeating. See? Also, the vital census codes have failed to arrive. You must do your census today. You must do it. It's very easy to do. You've probably thrown away the envelope, I should imagine. Most people seem to have forgotten about it. But you must do it. You must do it. And horrified Strictly star AJ saw his girlfriend engulfed in fire. So there's a picture of her on the front page of The Sun this morning. She looks like the Invisible Man, poor soul. She's covered in plasters and everything else. And she's got third-degree burns. Blimey. How that happened, I've got no idea. They were doing an online video stunt, and a blazing wine bottle exploded in her face. A blazing wine bottle? What in God's name are they doing with a blazing wine bottle? That's not good, is it, really? We don't like things like that. That's very worrying. So he rushed to save his girlfriend. He doused the flames, but a blazing wine bottle shattered in her face in the kitchen. Wow. He called the ambulance, but they said it was going to take so long, so they drove her to hospital themselves. They went to Chelsea and Westminster because they've got a specialist burns unit. I know it well. My God, they were filming a life hack video and showing how to cut a glass bottle in half to be used as a vase. The risky trick involved dipping a rope in a flammable chemical, wrapping it round the bottle and lighting a flame to it. Excuse me? I'm sorry, am I the only one thinking the same as the rest of you? Are you stupid? Or something? But anyway, the bottle blew up, her hair and clothing caught alight. It sparked a fireball. Hello? Well, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I mean, really, what in God's name are you doing there? But anyway, Abby'd been making money as an influencer. Not at the moment. In other words, don't take a blind bit of notice of anything she does, because if that's what they do, and this happens, surely that would be a lesson. Very, very dangerous. Very dangerous. Steve, in 1 week I went from -40... in Kazakhstan to +50 on the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border. A bit of a change, says Graham in Croydon. That is a bit of a change, actually. A little bit of a change. Steve, the podcast of Mr. James O'Brien show from Thursday is missing on your podcasts. What's that got to do with me? I don't do James O'Brien's podcast. And somebody's written to me saying, I hope you remember to press the record button because I missed this show live. What's it got to do with me? I don't do the podcast. Yeah, go and tell him. Go write to him. Don't be stupid. Honestly, nothing worse on a Sunday morning, isn't there, really? Also, Karen Brady talking about Sarah Everard's death, as indeed a lot of people are. And Khloe Kardashian wearing, I suppose laughingly, it's called swimwear, but it's barely covering her bits. But that's called, in my book, very tacky and cheap. So well done, you. Rocker Ronnie Wood's ex-wife believes she's seen 3 alien craft. This is Joe Wood. And they saw the first one in Brazil. No, you didn't. I'm sorry to have to say this, but that's the way it goes, isn't it? You know, there are no such things at all. And Patsy Palmer out the other day. And do you know that Giles Brandreth cooks baked beans 6 days a week? I love baked beans. Don't think I'd want to eat them 6 days a week, though. But very nice. He has them... he says, I keep it simple. Baked beans on toast, baked beans on a baked potato, fish fingers, and baked beans with a poached egg on top. So, all the varieties.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, everybody. I would have liked to have seen Jeremy Kyle replace Piers. I don't think that was ever sort of in the equation at all. Remind listeners clocks go forward, says Howard. Why do you mind your own business? You don't tell me what to do, but to remind people. Honestly, everybody knows they go forward. Good Lord above. You're telling me next to remind people to fill in the census. It's outrageous. Nick Abbott was moaning about your balloons. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. I saw Nick earlier on. He loved them. Absolutely loved them. Don't tell lies about him. No, never seen him so happy as to walking in, balloons were there to celebrate his 500th year in the business. Oh, goodness sake, honestly, why do people try and stir it up with poor Nick Abbott, honestly? He absolutely loved the balloons, and that's why they're still here. That's why they're all still... In fact, he even mentioned it. What have we got here? A rector, if you please, vicar, opposing plans for a football pitch near his church because he fears there'll be too much swearing. Could be sort of lots of wholly inappropriate language. The Reverend John Hale of St Mary's Church has objected. He fears it would result in whistleblowing, shouting and loud swearing. Well, I've never been to a football... Is that what they do at football matches? Do they swear and blow whistles? Oh, bother. You know. Telly-adventurer Bear Grylls wants to put signs up on his private island warning tourists to keep off. He bought this island in North Wales for $95,000. It's listed as an area of outstanding natural beauty. And he wants to put up bilingual signs to warn visitors it's private land. Because you know what people do. People they go, oh, look, it's an island. Let's go and have a look at the island. So he's saying, I don't want you here. And I quite understand it. Loads of pictures of Paul Gascoigne. I don't know. Well, he's on this sort of reality TV show. I've got no idea why. There's some porno model said she wants to go out with him. Well, don't worry, darling. He's not that difficult to pull. But I just don't understand why he's in the papers all the time. I thought we'd sort of washed our hands of Paul Gascoigne ages and ages ago. That's what I thought. Love the picture of the Chopper crew hovering over the rivers of lava, pouring for these volcanoes in ice. It's phenomenal, isn't it? What goes on? We have no idea. No idea of sort of what goes on beneath, well, obviously not our feet here, but it's terrible, really. I mean, when this volcano finally began spewing lava, people of Grindavik may have panicked, but apparently the rupture was just one of 40,000 tremors that have kept them awake for weeks. They say everybody's walking around like zombies. I know how they feel. I'm doing the same. They say some children were calm, some scared, some tired all the time. It was like walking over a hanging bridge. Oh, funny. It's a little sleeping town outside the Icelandic capital. And as I say, I mean, you'd worry about that, wouldn't you? All of a sudden, you know, the ground opens up and out pours this lava. I mean, the equivalent, lava had covered 1 square kilometre, the equivalent of 200 football fields, in just 4 hours. They've had to wait 800 years for this eruption. What do you want to live there for? Nothing going on. It's freezing cold. You know, they're Icelandic people, and they, yeah, I mean, Darren loves it, as you know. Darren and his boyfriend absolutely love the place. In fact, I think he's learning to speak Icelandic. So I can't personally see why he likes it, but there again, I mean, I understand nothing at all. You know, some people go back to the same place in Spain all the time, and other people go, oh no, I don't want to do that. I want to go somewhere different. Imagine going back to the same hotel year in, year out. You know, dreadful, really. And then the another one here. Somebody says the clocks should not go forward this weekend. It's next. What are you, stupid or something? Honestly, how stupid are some people? This one's called Andy. We didn't say it was this weekend. We said it was with an IE, the chav spelling. So we said it was next weekend. Get your ears syringed. Nothing worse, is there? Somebody says, I've seen 2 UFOs in Reading, one at night and one on a sunny afternoon. No, you haven't. Okay? No, you haven't. Apparently, they were both very weird and unexplainable. Yep, that's probably what they say about you as well. It says, this is Norm the Liar. He says, one was larger than a house flying at 300 miles an hour. Shame it didn't come down, pick you up and take you away. Yeah, stop drinking in the early hours of the morning, the producer says. Or failing that, keep drinking, but just don't bother writing. It's so much easier not to. Can you believe that there is a clothes company selling clothing featuring the images of Fred and Rose West? The T-shirts start at 15 quid, the dresses from £31. This is from Redbubble, who are selling the clothes online. Many of the West items only show up once the website's mature filter is removed. The designer, based in Glasgow, describes himself as a run-of-the-mill geeky artist. I'm sorry, I don't get things like that at all. I really don't. If anybody's seen out wearing something like that, you're going to be in serious trouble. I tell you. Because you remember that West was charged with 12 murders, but unfortunately opted out, took his own life. We've still got Rose West around, convicted of 10 teen murders and young women, handed a life sentence without parole. And somebody said, how sick can you get? These 2 murdered girls and women, yet somebody thinks it's okay to plaster their faces. What's even more worrying is the 2 models pictured wearing these things. If I was you, I'd distance yourself very, very fast from these things, because there's 2 models. It could be the same model, actually. I'm not too sure. But they're looking at them. These are police mugshots. And so you've got a model with a smile on her face wearing this. I'm sorry, darling. I mean, I'm not sure whether or not to actually label you one of the dimmest people we've ever seen. But if I was you, I'd start issuing retractions left, right, and centre, saying I had no idea. You're too young to know who they were. But you don't want anything like that, do you? Thank you very much indeed. Oh, another picture of a bag of chips. Apparently, a Premier League footballer has been secretly propositioning drag queen bag of chips. Yeah, whatever. Of course. The top flight player tried to score by sending flirty messages. Who is it then? Go on. Who is it? Bag of chips is Leo Lauren. Has enjoyed romances with 2 stars in the past. Yeah, who? Which ones, darling? Tell us. Otherwise we don't believe you. Okay? Tell us. This one was also on Celebrity Circle for Stand Up to Cancer. Unimpressed by the lad's advances. I'm not at all surprised. Think he knows? Think he knows? Of course he does. Of course he does. Somebody here talking about, it's very sad here, that Greggs had posted its first ever loss. I had that the other day, actually. What did I have? I had a bacon baguette. Extra bacon. Red or neither. No sauce at all. I have it Nick sauce. I don't want any sauce at all on it. It's healthier, they keep telling me. Plus, a reformed criminal has told of his dealings with some of Britain's most evil men. And this is somebody called Ben Hatchett. He lifts the lid on what it's like surviving more than 10 years inside some of our most brutal jails. Yeah? Sorry, and? Don't quite get this. He said, I was inside with the serial killers. He was sent down for knife crime. I love the way he separates himself from them. Oh, I just was in for knife crime. They were really monsters, and me. And then, somebody stabbed him in the back. Well, then you'll know what it's like, won't you? I mean, I just don't understand these people. Lags Broadmoor Hell with some of the UK's sickest crims. And he's inside for knife crime. Oh, God in heaven. You do worry, don't you? Grumpy hamster Stalin saved his owner's life when a bite revealed she had a potentially fatal condition. Andrea Leng was cleaning his cage when the Russian rodent sank his teeth into her thumb. Obviously not a loved hamster, because if you play with hamsters all the time, they won't bite you. They don't bite you. It's only if you leave a hamster and all of a sudden you try to pick it up, it'll go for you. Yeah, we had 2 hamsters. First one we played with all the time. Never once attempted to bite us, because we've seen the incisors on hamsters. They're quite big. They're quite big. But no. But the second hamster that we got after the first one passed away, we didn't play with as much, which was a shame. And look at them. They can inflict some quite serious pain on you. But they're so cute. But you've got to play with them all the time. It's lovely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And here we go. It's come back again. You lot lead sheltered lives. I think sheltered bit's you. When I say sheltered, I mean watched by matron. It says, I don't drink alcohol, but I always skywatch, and that's why I've seen 2 supernova and 2 UFOs, and you boys qualify as blatant snowflakes, in my opinion. And that's why nobody cares about you. Unfortunately, there is no such thing. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, gone now. Bye-bye. Anthony says, even if you don't know what Fred and Rose West did, why would you want their faces on a T-shirt? Hardly the prettiest people in the world. I just don't understand why anybody would ever put an image of somebody like that. It's the picture of the model who's half smiling, as if it was funny. She can't know, can she? They obviously said, we got this gig, put this frock on and just smile into the camera. We'll find out who she is, actually, by the end of this programme tomorrow. Right. What's Gary Bushell complaining about? Oh, just about everything, actually. He says, comic relief, a relief when it's over. Did you notice? I mean, I thought I was being a bit mean. They raise a lot of money. I'm all in favour of stuff like that. You know me, I'm a big fan of charities and people giving of their time. But I thought they went, and Justin Bieber kicked it all off with his new single. I thought, of course he did. It's free publicity. His record company must have been rubbing their hands together. They raised 52 million, but I mean, and they went, Justin Bieber was on there and Prince William was on there. Okay, that's fine. That's what people do. And Robert Peston dressed up, doing whatever he was singing. I can't remember. I didn't see any of it because most of the TV critics didn't seem to go for it in a big way, which was a little bit of a shame. Plus, ITC Classics, Gary Bushell talking about the Champions. We've seen the Champions. It's really good. They can communicate via their minds. I'm a bit like that on this programme. Made by Lou Grades, ITC, who gave us The Prisoner. Somebody came up with that earlier on. I am not a number, I'm a free man. That was LBC's slogan. The ball bounced down the beach, and I think the voiceover said, "I'm not a number, I'm a free man," and it said LBC where news comes first. Yeah, you find it. It's very well known, based on The Prisoner. Also, Peter Wingard, Jason King from Department S, who solved problems too baffling for Interpol. We loved him. Not with us anymore, sadly. When I buy hot cross buns, they're always cold. Yeah, you shouldn't really eat hot cross buns. Seriously, they're really fattening. Really, really fat. You've only got to break it open to realise that's just stodge going into your tummy.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Tom says, thick S. Allen. There's no P in hamster. Goodbye. I love the power of that, actually. Steve, insomnia is very frustrating. Well, it is if you don't have it. We were looking actually at an LBC milk bottle. More snap, less crackle, no pop. No pop on that one, which is good. Steve, what's more worrying is people buy these T-shirts. I know. But I think we have to put the model straight on this one and say, listen, you need to distance yourself as fast as possible. Because otherwise, people are going to go, who is this person? Did she know? Probably not. I'm hoping not. Still trying to find out if Katie Price really was driving her car when she's banned. Oh, look, Stacey Solomon again. Oh, what are we talking about that? Oh, I can't wait to marry Joe. I've never been a wife. Lovely. And in the sex education bit in this particular Sunday Mirror magazine, somebody says, I help 500 women orgasm a week. That's a busy week, isn't it? But Stacey Solomon getting married to that sort of, every week. Getting married to Joe Swash, otherwise known as the man with the shredded wheat on his head. Or is it candy floss? And to be honest with you, the fake smile and the fake... he's looking so old. Seriously, I mean, she looks bouncy, but she says, I've never been anybody's wife. No, she's got children, but never been anybody's wife. And they talk about the style of dress. Well, I suppose it'll be whoever coughs up the freebie. Do you not think so? That's how it's going to work, isn't it? But it's interesting. She says, my house is never not a mess. Well, you've got children. That's how it is. Oh, since lockdown, this is a woman who's... Kai Hoyle tells about, it's a woman-focused sex shop that opened 30 years. I didn't know there was such a thing. Oh, yeah. And there's all sorts of people who go there. Whether it's in this country, I've got no idea. I'm trying to find out, actually. You can never tell, actually. Ben Fogle is 47 on his secret passion. I should imagine most people listening at the moment have got a secret passion for Ben Fogle. Good-looking boy. And he's entertaining, which is what we like. Yeah, I wonder what Joe Swash will be wearing for the wedding. It'll be something really naff, you can tell, isn't it? It'll be tracky bottoms. Steve, didn't Manuel in Fawlty Towers keep Siberian hamster as a pet? Turned out to be a rat. Yes. Is Siberian hamster, Mr. Fawlty? Siberian hamster? Cuddle that, you'll never play the guitar again, Manuel. Did you see Harry Enfield and Martin Clunes doing a take on Jason King called The Playboys on YouTube? You won't be disappointed. No, I like Jason King. The funny thing was, of course, he was gay. And yet he played a ladies' man. But then I've seen quite a lot of people on the television who sort of play, sex symbols and stuff like that, and it turns out that they're gay. I had no idea. They were doing no names, no. Most of them are dead. But there was one. I'm watching Sky Arts. I can't get enough of Sky Arts. They've been doing roundups of Elizabeth Taylor and all sorts of different people, and they're really well done. Really, really well done. And so I like the painting show. I like the painting show. I don't want to go big guns on the painting shows, but I do like people who... Some of them are really good. Some of them, I'm really envious. I mean, I've had a number of people over the years who've listened to me and then sent me in little pictures that they've done of, Because do you know what I've got an obsession with? Come closer. Snow pictures. I love pictures with snow on. If I could literally, if I won a lot of money on the lottery, I'd be going around all the art galleries going, listen, I like all these pictures, but I want snow pictures. I don't care whether I could take over a gallery and just call it snow, and all the pictures would have something to do with snow. Like there's the famous one of sheep, being brought in from the moors. Also little villages caked it. Oh, snow pictures. For me, fantastic. Steve, I watched Red Nose Day. Dawn French was great. Some of it really good in truth, but I found Alicia Dixon's laugh really grating. Does that make me a bad person, says Lindsay? Makes you a dreadful person. You're going straight to Australia. Well, actually not at the moment, because they're a bit wet at the moment, aren't they, over there? That's a nightmare. Look, pictures of sheep in the snow. They don't know. They don't. Do you like the one, the sheep in the snow wearing the red hats? Isn't that the cutest ever? Sheep are so dumb. Ram you. That was in Pig, wasn't it, or whatever they call it? Sorry. It's a no. It was he actually spoke to them, and then the sheep came back with ram you, Babe. It was such a good thing. I loved it. I thought it was such a good little film. Babe 2 pushed it a bit further, but Babe 1 was my favourite. I thought it was something completely different. Turns out not to be. But, one lives in hope, I suppose. Violent partners could soon be banned from pubs under the new K's law. Well, that's good news, isn't it? That's definitely good news. And Colleen Rooney brands Rebecca Vardy's £900,000 legal budget grotesque as the court costs spiral. Actually, I was quite disappointed to discover that somebody I know, they go, my new best friend is Rebecca Vardy. I thought you need to set your sights a bit higher. A little bit higher than Rebecca Vardy. The attention seeker. But as I say, it's costing them a fortune, this thing. I mean, really, it's a terrible waste of money. Terrible waste of money. You said this, I said that. You said this, I said that. What are we up to? Over £1 million. Over £1 million. My God in heaven, there's people dying. It's still going. The judge has said you need to wrap this up soon. Even the judge has said to him, this is getting out of hand. ITV want to air the Oprah outtakes. Oh, was that where she actually asked for somebody else's opinion to find out whether or not it was true or whether it wasn't true? Unseen interview footage will be a ratings winner. I've had enough of it. I've seriously had enough of it. I really couldn't give a toss. If that's what Oprah Winfrey, has done, well, then fair enough. I'm not interested. Her and Gail can go and disappear up a flagpole as far as I'm concerned. This is her best friend who works for CBS, who apparently is the go-between between Harry and Meghan have all of a sudden, well, Harry, who's never had friends like that in his entire life. I should imagine, actually, the first time Harry saw Oprah Winfrey was at their wedding. Has he ever mentioned her before? No. Definitely not. And so Gayle King, an American television personality, they always have put that, don't they? Have to put personality as opposed to, co-hosting the flagship morning programme. She's editor-at-large for O, the Oprah magazine. That's how close they are. They're like buddies. But she's got kids called Kirby Bumpus and William Bumpus because she's married to William Bumpus. They've got 2 William Bumpuses. One is William Bumpus Jr. Nothing if not original in America. This is lovely, isn't it, really? But no, I'm sorry, I've gone right off Oprah Winfrey. Why can't we just leave this thing to sort of, just quiet? Just let them get on with their lives and do it, because I'm a bit bored with them. Apparently, they were driving a new car the other day. I hope nobody supplied them with a freebie, because they're not on the royal list, are they? Not anymore, they're not. Definitely not. Also, 50 Shades of Grey has been voted the worst film adaptation of a novel. I've never seen it. I'm told it's sex. Is it sex? Have you a bit much? Exactly, you see. Anything above Noddy Big Ears or Windy Miller, and I'm completely out to it's not for prudes like me. I'm just absolute rubbish. I mean, I wouldn't want to watch anything like that. I've seen some shocking things on the screen. Shocking things. I can't begin to tell you. Shocking things. I've seriously had to blue pencil myself. They've been so awful. I mean, dreadful, dreadful things. But never mind. That's life, isn't it, I suppose? You get a bit older, you become a bit more prudish, I've discovered. I didn't think I would, but I've actually become a little bit, at one time, Channel 4 used to have a thing. If there was a red triangle appeared, that meant it had sex in its content. And so, of course, people watched it because they were hoping for it to have sex, and it turned out to be a little bit boring. I can remember years ago, and I'll tell you this truthfully because I don't tell fibs, I went to Vegas and I was flipping through the television and there was the Playboy channel. I thought, I wonder what that is. So I clicked onto the Playboy channel and it's kid shows, Playboy, woo, and it was sex, but without showing anything. It was really bizarre. I was not sure whether people would feel cheated on it. This is years ago. Well, it showed people's faces and then the camera would move down and then just when it got to the wrong bit it would move up again. It was the most peculiar thing. It was a long time ago. We've obviously moved on. Very tastefully done, actually. I remember thinking I'd feel cheated if I paid for this. It's bad enough with Babe Station. Have you seen that? Oh, goodness me. I can't even believe that's actually showing on a television in this country. It's immensely sad people writhing about on beds. I mean, anybody will tell you, if you've just made the bed, don't writhe around on it because it'll mess the ground sheet up and all the other bits and pieces. Your pillow goes on the floor and they're whispering into the TV, phone me. And you think, who are you talking to? They can't be actually having conversations with, cakes. Who's this? Paul Hollywood, cakes, a summer fruit genoise, I think it is. Chocolate almond cake. Chocolate doesn't do it for me at all. But I like the idea of lemon drizzle cake. Oh, God, lemon drizzle cake. I might have to buy one today just for a piece of lemon drizzle. Or even a Victoria sponge with loads of cream in it. That's quite nice, isn't it? Loads of cream and stuff like that. Anyway, if you have just woken up, well done. Well done for waking up. I always think that's a good idea. Yeah. Now try and stay awake for the remainder of the programme. So we've got more of your texts and emails coming up after the news, which is next. It's 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So we'll be doing all of that after 5 o'clock. I can't believe it, on a Sunday morning. But don't bother going out. It's far too cold. Far too cold. You might as well stay in. Listen to the programme. We'll warm you up. I'll come around and warm you up a little. Well, when I say warm you up individually, I'm obviously not. Yeah, is that a promise or a threat? Sounds more like a threat, actually. Steve, I wish they'd stop making films of people like the Krays, because it puts them on a pedestal. Not anymore, but not anymore. They were has-beens years ago. They didn't. Unfortunately, they weren't bright enough to know how much money they could have made. So, as I said last week, the only way that they made money was intimidation. What with them and the Richardsons, if they'd thought about it, Esmeralda's barn could have been very profitable, but they didn't know about fruit machines or stuff like that. So it all went a bit pear-shaped. But their lives ended, and the myth went with them.
Sometimes running a business can feel like cycling uphill with square wheels. But Xero Online accounting software can help predict the future cash flow of your business, so you can stay one step ahead. Soon it'll feel more like freewheeling downhill. Woohoo! On a tandem. All right, mate. With a masseur on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Sunday morning. Freezing. Don't bother going out. Seriously, there's nothing going on. It's not like normally in the middle of summer they go, oh, it's a car boot sale today or something exciting. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's nothing open. I drove in last night and I was hungry. I really was hungry. I thought to myself, do you know what I fancy? I fancy a piece of chicken or anything. I couldn't find anywhere open at all. And I drove in at about sort of midnight and I found nothing open. I was terribly disappointed. There was absolutely nothing. I'm sure if I could have got something delivered, but I didn't actually. Steve, great to hear you back. The guy last week was okay, but no Steve Allen. You really are stupid, aren't you? I was here last week. In fact, actually, this is my first week. In fact, I started last Sunday. Last Sunday was the first one after an absence of what seems like forever and a day, because I really wasn't. I mean, I'm probably sounding quite chirpy to you, but I promise you, deep down inside, I'm falling apart. Steve, my lovely new neighbour who's been playing Duran Duran since 2 a.m. I used to like them, but if I hear Hungry Like the Wolf one more time, I may lose all respect. I interviewed them over in Vienna. They were playing the Stadthalle in Vienna. They were quite surprised to find somebody English out there interviewing them, because it was all Austrians, Germans, and everybody else. So when they get somebody English, they kind of direct everything. I went to do Phantom of the Opera, when that opened in Vienna, and I was the only English British journalist out there, so I actually got the best interview. And all the Austrian journalists just wrote down all of my questions and answers. A bit of a swizz, really. I don't mind. I'm fairly easygoing for stuff like that. Yeah, it's a compliment. I think that. I got exactly the same with Diana Ross when I interviewed Diana Ross. And it was one of those ghastly interviews where she's in a hotel. Okay, she comes downstairs, having sort of graciously done another radio station in her room, sits down, and you get 3 minutes. You all line up, all standing behind her, all the journalists, writing down what you're asking her. So you ask her a few questions, they're writing down it. They haven't had to do a thing, and you get 3 minutes. At the end of the 3 minutes, She played with her hair all the time. She spent all the time playing. Mind you, I did the same. And she was sort of playing with her hair and sort of a little bit airy-fairy kind of thing. But that's all you get, 3 minutes. And literally, woe betide you if you go over 3 minutes. Woe betide you. Oh, they just stop you. They just step in and go, thank you. And they shove you on, because otherwise they'll be... I mean, I can understand how it works, but it's a bit of a pain, really. A little bit of a pain. Somebody else says, I've gone off... Oprah. Yeah, I mean, I have completely, I'm afraid, and I wish I hadn't, because I've got some great stories out of her program. Steve, oh, here we go. Stop saying that UFOs don't exist. Of course they do. No, they don't. No, they don't. UFO stands. We know what it stands for. It stands for unidentified flying object, meaning it could be weather balloon. Well, then it's a weather balloon, isn't it? It's not unidentified. It's a weather balloon. Blimey. To alien spacecraft. Don't be stupid. Honestly. Is the matter? You're not drinking, are you, at this time of the morning? I never understand the people who go... I told you years ago... honestly, I've spilt my tea now. Somebody sent me in a DVD on crop circles. You know, the ones made by students with a piece of rope, a flashlight and a broom handle. And she wasn't having it. These were definitely crop circles made by spacecraft. She was that barking mad. First thing you do, and of course the fact that they're all within a certain area of a pub where the students drink is, of course, neither here nor there. It was a case they didn't... And you think, well, wait a minute, surely if this is a spacecraft that hovers over the field and goes... Do you not think people driving past might have actually seen it hovering above the ground, but nobody ever did? And then you'd get your phone out and take a picture. But of course, as it's a load of old baloney, there's nothing there, is it? It's students. They do it on graph paper. I don't know why people don't understand it. I suppose because they want to believe in E.T., you know, phone home, phone home. That's what they want. They want to believe in stuff like that because their own lives are so empty, so shallow. What's it? They still have what? Well, you only get them in the summer when the crops come out. And the students have had a few bevies in the pub, and then they go out there with their piece of rope and a broom handle, and they do it. I don't know why people would think it was sort of alien spacecraft. I mean, you know, if they're alien spacecraft, surely they're going to be landing in Trafalgar Square, hello, and then popping in here. They're going to be a bit more intelligent than sort of crushing down acres of cornfields. You know, they managed to make it this far, and then they do a silly sort of drawing, and oh, for goodness sake, honestly, it drives me mad. But this particular woman, and the worst thing was, she then wanted her DVD back. She was so mad, so mad. Yeah, because I was a non-believer, and they only talk to believers. They're all mad. Seriously, they're all mad. It's not their fault. They can't help it. So Jenny this is what you call acting. Now, you know Jenny Seagrove, don't you? Lovely, lovely girl. And you know Ian McKellen. OK, How to Suspend Belief. In a new piece coming out, Jenny Seagrove plays Ian McKellen's mother. Work that one out. Yeah, now. Yeah, now. Well, not this precise moment. No, now. It's now. It's current. But anyway. Also, Katie Price's son's set to be a reality star. No, he's not. He likes trains. They say he's going to be a big star on the television. No, he's not. No, he's not. Let's not be silly about this, shall we? Also, what was the other one that I quite like? Oh, hidden cameras. Put up by one particular council to catch people committing recycling offences. Ain't going to be me. I don't do recycling. I'm really terrible. I'm terrible. I know. I do try and do it, but then I don't have it. I mean, I'd seem to produce an amazing amount of rubbish. I seriously do. All those boxes I have, everything. Also, Summer of Swing on the way back, says the boss of Soho. He owns 100 places in Soho, this man I've never even heard of. Takeaways are on the rise in lockdown. And the lorry driver caught with 0.5 ton of cocaine. Where do you think it was? Where do you think it was? Obviously, he's got a lorry. So he's got £37 million worth of cocaine. Well, it ain't going to be sitting on a pallet in the back of the lorry, is it? Oh, look, and here it is marked cocaine, product of Colombia. No, it's been put into the tyres of the lorry. So the tyres... I mean, they're always thinking of ingenious methods, especially in prisons now. They will soak drugs in paper, let it dry out, and then write a letter to somebody, and they then do something else with it. Yeah, apparently so. Years ago, we used to do invisible writing, didn't we, with vinegar? on a piece. Did you ever do that? And then you hit... Did you never play Spies when you were at home, when you were younger? And you'd you'd get vinegar and you'd write on a piece of paper, my name is 007.5, and then it would dry and you couldn't see it. But if you held a match underneath it, all of a sudden you could see the writing. That ringing a bell. I was going to say, what did you do when you were a child? What sort of games were you playing? Spirograph. Oh dear, we couldn't afford Spirograph. It was the same blooming things. That was a bit like the students doing the crop circles, isn't it? Same sort of thing. Same sort of thing. It's just that the farmers get really annoyed and everybody goes out and they go, oh, made by a spaceship. Spaceship. Love it. So Paul Daniels Jr. says it's not true. Me and Debbie McGee are not in touch. This is the other Paul Daniels Jr. This is because he had two sons. And I think he's had his issues. Let's just put it that way. Honestly, I think she's bounced back. I think she's bounced back really well from Paul passing on. Exactly the same as other people, but she's done very well. She's had to put up with things like this, and it's not really great. Guess who I heard from the other day, being very sweet? Scott Barber, Barbara's husband, and he said, I wanted to drop you a note and say, although I've not been waking up as much early, I heard you were off work and you may have a slight health issue going on. He said, I'm not being nosy, but I wanted to send you love and hope you'll be okay. So I wrote, getting better, I hope. So, with all the things that he's got going on, and he took the time and trouble. And also my friend Gary Hales and the lovely other half, Sam. He says, bit worried about you. I know, everybody's been a bit worried. I've been a bit worried about me too. I'm sounding better today, aren't I? I'm still not 100%. I'm hoping, this is what I'm hoping, whether it works or not, I don't know, that when the hospital phone, the specialist unit on Wednesday at 6 o'clock, you imagine what mood I'm going to be in on Thursday, can't you? That they're going to say, well, we've got this drug which we're going to give you, which we think will then sort that out, but they can't prescribe it from your local surgery. We had to look at it. And so they're going to give me this thing, and that's going to make me better. That's what I'm hoping. Not much fun. Not much fun, but, I'll do my best. But, I mean, doing the programme helps. It's nice being sort of a bit sort of bouncy. But, it's very useful being bouncy. Elaine Page, we like a lot. I love Elaine. You know why? Because she loves a bevy. And when she has a bevy, she laughs and laughs and laughs. And her laugh is great. And I told you I went to the South Bank Awards some years ago, and I was on a table. My friend Jonathan Levi said, I'll put you on a nice table. So I was on with Biggins and Michael Ball, all the terrible gigglers. And there was a series. There was lots of fun and mirth and laughter on the South Bank Show Awards. And there was one point, there was somebody terribly serious. Well, by this time we'd had enough drinks to not really care. And we laughed. And at one point, I thought I was going to fall under the table. My sides ached so much. And Michael Ball is a terrible giggler. Absolutely dreadful. In fact, you could always tell when he was giggling, when he did Phantom, because he would turn his back to the audience, but you could see his shoulders going. And it was the worst thing. He would make other people giggle as well. And Elaine, exactly the same. And Biggins. I mean, 3 of the worst gigglers in the entire history of entertainment in this country. And I laughed and laughed and laughed. And it would be something really stupid. We were listening to this man droning on about his stupid award. And it was something to do with opera, I think. But it had no interest to us. We were all light-end. We were light-end and we laughed. And it was just so funny. So funny. Steve, it's been lovely having you in the Groovy Gang back this week. I gave up listening to the radio because there's no humour. Oh, there's always humour, Jane. Always humour in radio. Ian's very good. Everybody's different. Somebody said to me the other day, they said, will you be doing sort of sound effects on your programme like Nick Abbott? And I said, good God, no. That's what he does. He does his act, as they say, and I do my act. Which is sort of not having sound. We nearly used one of his sound effects for my birthday, but then we decided against it. Don't want him phoning me up at home going, don't you touch my... Because he'd have sued. Don't you touch my jingles again, pal, all right? I don't care who you are. That's what it would have been like, seriously. They've had a contract taken out on me. Oprah's first utterance to Meghan, to tell the truth, made me switch off immediately. Somebody says, when Meghan runs for president... You don't believe that, do you? You don't really believe that somebody with no experience could run... Wait a minute. The last president had no experience, did he? Of running for president. which is quite nice. Steve, I've missed you. Alex, next to Prop Dog. Secure Locksmiths. Good God, don't tell me you've seen me out down there. I do go to Prop Dog a lot. I went there the other day, actually. It's a magic outlet. He said, have you seen David's dog? Mega cute. It is mega cute. I think, and also the parrot, although I'm a bit scared of parrots. They have a parrot that walks about by itself. Well, obviously by itself, it's not assisted, is it? And it's got it's on and it goes in its cage, or then it walks down the stairs and then cuts. Oh, it's amazing. Quite amazing. Oh, so you're Security Locksmiths next to Prop Dog. Oh, right, lovely. I do go there on a fairly regular basis to sort of pick up little bits, as they say. Steve, push-ups or sit-ups? Neither. Okay, solve that problem, isn't it? Steve, there are a lot of people that listen to you that do love you. Oh, you don't. Hello, I've seen the audience figures. Yeah, I'm a bit Marmite. But actually, that doesn't bother me, because even the people who don't like me still listen, so it boosts the figures up. Something chronic. It's fantastic.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Paul says, you have your own sound effects. We hear the producer shouting in your headphones. Not on my programme, you don't. Not on my programme. Definitely not. Definitely not. Steve, every time I'm watching Mars Attack, I'm thinking how America would look if Jack Nicholson would really be the President of the United States. I watched, Connie, the other day. What's that? Is it Independence Day? That was good, wasn't it? And also I was watching some film the other day with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was just basically people sort of blowing people up. And I remember thinking that I thought it was a bit of rubbish I've never seen. I don't get these things. It's sort of, he's on a motorbike and there's somebody driving a lorry who apparently, survives death and being shot at and everything else. And I thought, who goes to see this stuff? I thought me, probably. Linda says, have you heard about the Suffolk alien landing in 1980? Stop it. You talk about Rendlesham. Oh, God, honestly, do me a favour. There was never an investigation as a security matter. Never, ever. And anything in a forest, people go, it's a forest. Why do you think E.T. starts in a forest? Because they're not going to do it in the middle of a town, are they? This thing is landing. No, it'll be in the middle of a forest because they're trying to be all sort of, no. Yeah, I have heard of Rendlesham, but in fact, it was no pose to national security, never investigated, and skeptics have explained the sightings as a misinterpretation of a series of nocturnal lights. I suppose for those people who'd never seen the Northern Lights, they'd be going, aliens. Ooh, aliens. You go, no, don't go there. So I know all about it. And somebody says, good to hear your chirpy, happy tones again, says John. Well, it's Sunday, isn't it? I'm planting daffodils today. Well, I'm not planting. I'm just emptying the pots and sticking daffodil pots in there just to sort of make it look a little bit cheery. It's quite nice. The Rogue Meteor hitting the British airspace with a sonic boom. We've played it to you. It didn't sound like it sounded like somebody going over train tracks. I don't think it was that exciting. And a taxi driver in Jersey caught on camera the fireball entering the Earth's atmosphere and disintegrating at the same time. Well, disintegrating where to go of? A spokesman for Devon and Cornwall Police, because they're well up on things like this, said, we are aware of reports of a loud bang or sonic boom, but unaware of the source at this time. It'll be a pasty, won't it? Somebody throwing it up in the air. God, I love it. Charles and Camilla celebrating the first day of spring at Highgrove. I love the way that Charles is there. And, they've got these lovely gardens at Highgrove. He's never had to do anything at all. It's all done for him. Fantastic, isn't it? She's 73, he's 72. And wishing you a happy and healthy first day of spring. They seem to be quite happy. Only he'd married her before, but of course he couldn't because she was married. Nick Ferrari's column today, talking about the Caroline Flack documentary. Did you see it? I caught the majority of it. I didn't see from the very beginning, but all I was horrified at was that the family knew about self-harming. She'd done it on a regular basis, and she had a morbid fascination with suicide, which I didn't quite understand. Her mother was saying that she knew about suicide, and you think, but nobody saw the red lights. Nobody saw the flashing lights on this one at all. That obviously inside, and I don't think the court case helped, the fact that she was, that was sort of destined. And I don't think the Sun were right to show her bed covered with blood. I don't think that was right at all. But there again, there's loads of things that I see in the papers that, but I don't I don't agree with it. But she must have been absolutely tormented. I don't know what would have made her happy. I don't think anything. I think if somebody, because we've had these other people, haven't we, who've been on reality shows, who've taken their own lives, and you think there must be something missing because they appear to us to have everything going for them. Absolutely everything to go, good looking, careers. The one thing you have to do if you're in this situation, and it won't help me saying this, is to talk to somebody. Everybody's got to have somebody to confide in. You've got to have somebody to say, listen, I'm crap. I can't cope with it. And then somebody can say, right, let's get somebody you can talk to. Because you need to talk to people if you're struggling with this. Because, for somebody to take their life, she was only 40, I think. I didn't even think she was that old. For some reason, I thought she was early 30s. And then there was that guy, Mike, from one of the other shows, and then there was somebody else, and they all took their own life, and yet we're still in exactly the same situation. Then they were talking when Roman did his programme on Joe Lyons, who was my producer for a while at LBC. I mean, he worked on a number of programmes, but he worked with me overnight. He was lovely. He was absolutely charming and lovely. And I'm telling you now, you would never have known there was anything going on with him. Never at all. In fact, even Roman didn't know anything that was going on. And I saw Joe Lyons the day before he died. I saw him on the Monday. I would see him every morning at 6 o'clock. I would leave here. I would intro the news, go to the news, and I would then go to the kitchen and go and make myself a cup of tea. And he would always be coming out the door going, morning, Steve. Go, morning, Joe. Who'd have known that night he would have gone home and taken his own life? Nobody. Is it because we're not trained? Is it because we don't ask? Perhaps we should start asking people. Perhaps we should start saying, you okay? Because we don't know. Somebody might go home from here terribly depressed, and you sort of think, how can I help them? Because we've all, we've all been in that situation where, you've either not had enough money or you've lost your job, or, you've broken up with a girlfriend or a boyfriend, or family don't talk to you. It could be all sorts of reasons. And Roman said we should ask people if they're really okay. But are they going to be honest with you? Are they going to tell you that they're okay? Because Caroline Flack had somebody sleeping over at her house that night to make sure she was okay. So I'm going to sleep with just to make sure that it's okay. In the morning, she got up to go and get, things like that. And so then she decided to do it then. Which was a shame. 84850 Steve at LBC. No, the difference is not liking somebody as a presenter or the image that they portray on the telly is not the same as what these people are going through. And you should never trivialise it, Peter. Never trivialise it, because it makes you sound a bit stupid and ignorant. Steve, callers phoning in are a bit of a grumpy lot. At 4 a.m. in the current climate, I need a giggle and a smile, especially in our current climate. And Katie Price. Oh, the woman with no companies anymore. Everyone closed down. Never written anything in her life. And driving whilst disqualified. Sorry, break the law. You pay for it, Peter. That's the way it goes. Perhaps you don't understand that. It's not your fault. I can understand. What else in the paper? Tonight's Line of Duty. I've never seen it. But they reckon it could give Oprah a run for her money. Thank God for that. I think we've had enough. There can't be anything else to come out of the Oprah thing, can there? Can't be. I don't think so. 5:25. Goodbye winter, hello spring and longer days. So the first day of astronomical spring, when day and night are almost exactly the same length, saw people as well as ponies and lambs make the most of a mild 15 degrees. Was it sunny yesterday? I was up so early yesterday morning. So early. 5 o'clock. I woke up, went out for a drive at 5 a.m. I went down the motorway. I pootled down because I've discovered that what you have to do is, if you've got a car that's got 2 batteries in it, unless you drive the car on a regular basis, there is the danger that they might go flat. So I had that a short while ago where it sort of put up a little thing. I thought, no, it still started. So I've taken it out every other day. And I went for a drive down the motorway. Then I came back. Then I put some petrol in and did a few little bits and pieces. And then, so by 10:15 yesterday morning, I'd done all my shopping. I'd done everything. I nearly went back to bed. And then I think, no, I don't think so. Definitely not. So I stayed up. So then by the time I actually got back in the sort of the 10:15, 11 o'clock, I thought, well, I could have a little lie down. So I did have a little lie down. Mike says, I wonder whether the audience figures were shared with O'Brien. What for? Why would I want to share with O'Brien? Do the audience figures fluctuate depending on the presenters at the time of day? Well, of course they do. What do you think? It's the same people listening 24 hours a day? Don't be silly. Don't be silly. Of course it isn't. Everybody's got different audience figures. I've got huge audience figures. Huge. Because that's just the way it goes. You know why? Because we start at 4 a.m. And 4 a.m. is known, not as a difficult time to get an audience, but you don't have to be sort of too clever to actually get the biggest audience going. And we've had the biggest audience for years. Absolutely years. We haven't had to worry about it. We've had the spike for the past about 15 years. In fact, we sort of gave up worrying about the spike anymore because there was never any competition. I mean, embarrassing to the other stations. I felt like saying to them, listen, if you really want to get an audience, this is what you do. Because I told you, even people that go, oh, I can't stand Steve Allen, they listen every day. And they add to the audience figures. So it's fantastic. Love it. Looks like it's going to be a decent day up here today, Steve. Apparently a flock of Canada geese arriving at the wee pond over the road. I should have a nosy before I go for a walk, says Kim. Always go for a walk first thing in the morning. That's the best time to do it. My God, you see everything first thing in the morning. You really do. I love it. Absolutely love it. Today, weather. Oh, here we go. 12 degrees, light cloud and a gentle breeze. 8 degrees. And then tomorrow, is that cloudy, 12 degrees? Same sort of thing. Wednesday, same sort of thing. Friday, you get sunshine and rain. Light rain showers and a moderate breeze. Oh, it's not a very nice week, is it? It's not the most brilliant, but it doesn't matter. Does not matter. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Peter says this is a different Peter who has no sympathy for the likes of Katie Price. Oh, I know. Actually breaking the law. I mean, that would be absolutely disgraceful. You know, banned from driving, yet seen in the car. I mean, I'm hoping it's not her. Steve, will you come to Scotland and help us fight against independence? I think Nicola would find you impossible to deal with. You might even warm her icy heart. Ooh, I don't know. We're not allowed. That's dangerous territory to go down, isn't it? Really, definitely. We'll take a short break in 1 minute. There was another thing here. What did I find? Oh, it was a story about dog owners warned: don't take the law into your own hands to stop theft. Just make sure that your dog is chipped. Just make sure. Lots of people are losing dogs now. People thieve them. It's become. You know why? Because there is no law apparently about stealing dogs. No, there isn't. There's nothing laid down in law. I mean, I'm hoping that eventually we might find something. But Forces sweetheart Dame Vera to be remembered on the White Cliffs of Dover, and they've got a fundraiser for a sculpture, which is lovely. It's a £1.5 million fundraiser. She was 103. She was. Everybody loved her. One of our treasures. There you go. Priti Patel has promised to look at the tougher measures to stem the shocking rise in pet thefts. Criminal gangs. Ms Patel told LBC that she was in talks about upgrading pet theft to a more serious offence. It's not serious at the moment. Dreadful, isn't it? Dreadful. Short break.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, nearly 27 minutes to 6, but I mean, who cares? Goodness sake, stay in bed. Much nicer. Steve, I do exactly the same in my car. Go out and just drive the car to keep the battery charged. Lovely. There's no other cars on the road, says Jason. End up in the supermarket, do all the chores, and the day is my oyster, or should I say my sausage sandwich. Oh, I could have eaten a sausage sandwich yesterday. Goodness me, could I ever have eaten a sausage sandwich? I might have to get a sausage. Of course, it's Sunday. Nothing opens till... Oh, yes, it does. I can go to Marks and Spencer's. They're open all the... No, but I can buy sausages and just stick them in a frying pan and sort of and heat them up. There's one at the BP garage at Hammersmith, yeah, which is all very good. Long-standing friends of mine, Jan and Peter from Enfield, have sent me a birthday card, which actually on the front says brains, beauty, wit, elegance, charm, warmth, love of animals, bags of appeal to the opposite sex, and enough about us. You have a happy birthday. And they're lovely because together with Corin and Tony, they go back, I think, more years than anybody else. More years than anybody else. In fact, Corinne and Tony and Jan and Peter formed a friendship through meeting at one of our theatre evenings that we used to have on LBC. And it's, amazing, really. Still going strong, which is what we like. Thank you. Steve, glad to have you back. You were sorely missed, even down here in Nigeria. What do you mean, even down here in Nigeria? Oh, I tell you what I saw the other day, which I really enjoyed. It was Nadia Hussein, and she was in Bangladesh. And her family live over there, and they go backwards and forwards. And she'd been to places in Bangladesh she'd never been before. It was a really good programme. It was really good. It was about food. Yes. I mean, it was. She got a ride on a big riverboat where they gave her a first-class cabin, but their idea of first-class cabin was not your idea. It had a fan clinging to the wall and a television, and all she had to do was cook for the captain. So, of course, she was cooking the stuff that she cooks here, and she was really good. She went round different places. She was one man, and what did he make? It was almost like Bombay Mix. He would go round and he would sell. He would make it in front of you, Bombay Mix, into hot oil, and then he would mix it with things. And it was apparently the best Bombay Mix, or whatever it was that he'd cooked that she'd ever had in her life. It was the best programme, seriously, that I'd ever had. It wasn't fish. No, it was I don't know what it was. It was delicious. Whatever. It looked lovely. It got served in newspaper. Served in newspaper. She said that's the best way to have it, served in newspaper. And no, none of these things. No, it was some man. He didn't make very much money. He used to make about 1,000, whatever they were. Now he makes 5,000 to 6,000, and he goes around the villages and sits there until he's sold out. But that's all he does. 6 days a week. 7 days. 7 days a week, I think, actually. But really lovely. Steve, why is it 4 a.m, once more the dawning, that I wake from my sleep, says Paul. I don't know. Probably on medication, I should imagine. Generally the kind of thing, isn't it? Phil in Streatham says, who is it doesn't like you? Oh, it's one of the, no, curtain twitching, woke people. Tommy Cooper makes all the papers today. There's a new book, Cooper Man, by Ian Carroll, available from Amazon. Lovely. Lovely. He was very clever, actually, Tommy Cooper. Like lots of... I'm so hoping we get some shows in at the Magic Circle this Christmas. Another one here, which says... Wait a minute. Front page. Priti Patel will boot out crooks and give safe haven to refugees. Yes. Well, she was talking to LBC. Oh, look, Joe's here. She said, if you've got nothing to say about people, don't say anything at all. Why don't you go listen to something else, Joe? Try and be an adult. It's not easy, is it? Said, your show seems to consist of a stream of snide comments. Obviously not listened to it, have you, dear? Just jumping on a little bandwagon, trying to be intelligent, and it's failed miserably, I'm afraid. So, goodbye. Oh, she's gone as well. They don't last 5 minutes this morning. We seem to attract them at this time. You know why? Medication's wearing off. I always get them when the medication wears off. It's far more entertaining than anything else. So here we are, this volcano. All the pictures. Laying dormant for 800 years, erupting on the peninsula, 25 miles from Reykjavik. And it's just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. All these sort of things that are going on under the ground. And in Reykjavik, I mean, when we went to... Where did we go to? I can't remember, some holiday place. But the whole middle of this island is all volcanoes. All volcanoes. Horrible it was. Ghastly. And it was... it's a Spanish place. Doesn't really help, does it, really? Spain. No, it's what do they call it? I hated it over there because all the beach was horrible. All over the ground is volcanic ash and things like that. And it's called... There we go. We'll find a place. Volcanoes down the middle. Yeah, that's right, because everybody calls it Tenerife because it was so ghastly. I hated it. Hated it. We had to. So the idea, their idea of sort of a tourist thing to do was we're all going to visit a market today. What? That was it. Or failing that, a camel ride up a volcano. No, thank you. The market was about the most exciting thing until it turned out it was the worst market we've ever seen. Honestly, we have much better markets over here. Definitely. Steve, volcano erupts. Stand by for rubbish weather. Yeah, well, we had that before with Iceland, didn't we? Or the ash cloud and all the planes that were cancelled. An extraordinary catalogue, according to the front page of the Observer today, of cases upheld. 600 complaints about sex abuse against Met officers, 119 upheld. It's absolutely unbelievable. There were a total of 594 complaints against Met employees, of which 119 were upheld. Among those was a Met officer who was dismissed after allegedly pretending to be a woman online to advance his sexual proclivities. Not above. Not good, is it? And also Van Gogh, whatever you want to call him. He paid for his mentally ill sister's care decades after his death. I quite fancy orchard bordered by cypresses. There's something about it. I was never, put it this way, I was a bigger fan of Van Gogh, or Van Gogh, than I was of Picasso. Picasso I never kind of rated, which goes to prove what I know about art. You can write on the back of a grain of sand. Thank you very much indeed. But Van Gogh, definitely. I went to see an exhibition long time ago, and I thought it was absolutely fantastic. We queued for ages. We bought tickets. We still had to queue to make sure that we sort of got in, and I thought it was lovely. The Royal College of Nursing says if there was a nurse in all schools, it would help child mental health toll. It's a good idea. I wouldn't have any objection to that. Why not? Goodness sake. Definitely. I mean, I thought that don't schools have a nurse anymore? If you fall ill, I thought they always... Oh, physical health, not mental. Oh, right. Dear. Steve, was it Lanzarote? Absolutely. Yeah, the island, yes. Somebody says the Canary Islands. No, I quite like the Canary Islands, except when it was cold and miserable, and then it really was cold and miserable. Not so exciting at all. What did they do the other day on Sky Arts? They did a whole programme on Prince Philip and Princess Alice, who was the forgotten royal. They sort of tucked her away to make sure that nobody sort of found her, but luckily there was all sorts of footage. It was his mum, yes, it was his mum. It was very interesting because they didn't have any money at all. They sort of ended up with nothing, and it was all there was all sorts of problems going on. Very interesting when you look at the sort of the family at the moment, and then you understand exactly what it is. Former Newsnight presenter Jeremy Paxman is more likely to go to bed than watch his old show, as there's nothing you can do about the news. Why would he want to watch his old show? Well, if people think that's quite normal. Jeremy, who is 70, worked on the late-night BBC Two current affairs show for 25 years and was famous for his Rottweiler-like insistence on getting answers. But he now says most news is stuff you don't need to know. News ought to be stuff that you can do something about. If you can't do anything about it, why bother? He still does University Challenge. Have you ever seen that? I've seen it. Do you understand the questions? I cannot do the questions on that programme for love nor... I don't even understand what they're talking about. I really don't. Strangely enough, Saira Khan in her column thinks that Shamima Begin should come back to this country. I think she's a bit of a lone voice on that one. I don't think anybody else wants her back at all. She says, leaving her to rot does not sit well with me. Yeah. She's living in a hellish refugee camp. You obviously missed the pictures the other day, Saira. You must check up on your facts and everything else. Nobody wants her back here. Nobody trusts her. Nobody trusts her at all. Thank you very much indeed. Steve. Mount Teide on Tenerife is long overdue for an eruption. Is it? That's all we need. But they have all these seismograph things, don't they, which are there. So if anything is going to happen, they know about it, which I'm always quite pleased about. A lot of people talking about Princess Margaret, accusing the royals of ignoring her mental anguish. Because she had... issues. It wasn't just Diana and Meghan. It seems to sort of everybody's got them. Everybody's got them. They actually stopped her marrying Peter Townsend. Peter Townsend was the love of her life. In fact, actually, after he died, she never even went to the funeral. But apparently, we thought it was the royal family. Well, we always get it wrong, I suppose. Who had stopped her seeing him, and they said she decided not to see him. Then she had that fling with Roddy Llewellyn. And she liked a good cigarette, loved a good cigarette, and then she died. But she was what's commonly known as a party girl. She loved kicking her heels because there was no chance she was ever going to become queen, and so she decided to have a bit of fun, and a bit of fun she did on the Isle of Mustique. In fact, there is a very famous picture of her and two gentlemen standing stark naked next to her, and she said, "Yeah, I mean, she was pretty girl." Oh, yeah, there was no holding old Margaret back. She enjoyed bevies. She enjoyed people going round for dinner at Kensington Palace. The only problem was you had to stay there until she went to bed. Until she went to bed. You couldn't just go, I'm going now, thank you, I've got a minicab outside. Yeah, I'd have a nightmare. I'm going to bed. You can't leave. We have to wait. Yeah, we only just got round to the main course. Got to have pudding yet? Oh no! How's that going to work out? But so she accused the royals. It's a new book by Andrew Morton, which is we love Andrew Morton. I've done him on the programme a couple of times. Very charming. Do you know he went from being not very rich to being very, very rich with the book on Diana. Really, really successful. Lives in America, I think, actually now. Lives in America. Steve, I preferred University Challenge with Bamber Gascoigne. King's College. I still didn't understand it. I used to think they really were sitting on top of each other. I was a little bit disappointed to discover that it was just a camera trick. They'd sort of taken the two pictures and moved them like that. Because I thought, Beaverbrook, Innids, or something. And you look at these people, yeah. I thought it was quite funny, actually. But I just can't answer any of the questions, so obviously I'm not the brightest penny. Steve, my 2 Labradors and I all listen from 4 a.m. from separate rooms. Do we contribute 3 to the spike, says Helen? Oh, I wish you did. The spike is still there. Biggest spike ever. But as I say, but it's always the way though, isn't it? Trolls will always listen to something or, watch something they hate. But they don't kind of get the irony because they're not bright enough or intelligent enough, which is always quite funny. What was the other one? Oh, people with peasant feet are the biggest earners. Do you know what peasant feet are? I didn't. I shall tell you in a moment.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Shane says, I finally got home. Rain. Oh, terrible. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, you think university is difficult? Try Only Connect. I don't remember. Oh, wait a minute. Do I know? Yeah, I might do, actually. Yeah. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. It's on after University Challenge with Victoria Coren. Oh, is it? Oh, right. I've missed that one. Princess Margaret married Tony Armstrong Jones. Yes. And Steve, the whole independence debate is a touchy subject up here. I think the only time I ever truly heeded my mother was when she advised me to avoid the subject of politics and religion in public, says Kim. Oh, exactly. Politics and religion worse than anything. You can never get anybody to agree on religion. Oh, dear, some dreadful people, pretending to be Christian or pretending to be this or pretending to be that. 0545. I love it. Poor old Shane is the one, though, because he's in Sydney. That's where they get all the rain from, which is not particularly good. Not particularly good. Steve, I went to the Vincent van Gogh exhibition in Amsterdam, says Conrad. Many of his works were on display. Yeah, the one they had over here had lots of his stuff, especially after he went mad. And I thought it was quite clever to actually see these things and then realise that, they do exist. They don't exist just on a postcard or in a book or something like that. That's why Sky Arts, if you haven't seen Sky Arts, watch it. It's not as highbrow as you think it is. In fact, it's predominantly lowbrow, but it's beautifully done. Beautifully done. Patsy Palmer, out the other day with a dog. The papers have an obsession with people walking their dogs. And here's so-and-so with their dog. And look, here's Ant McPartland with his dog. And here's Ant McPartland's fiancée with his dog. And here's so-and-so with his dog. So she's 48, she's a good 48. She was furious about the tagline from addict to wellness guru. They did actually try to apologise, but she was having none of it. But that's the kind of thing, isn't it? That was a long, long time ago. You can't keep going back. It's like I used to be £6 3 ounces. Now, whether or not Ben Shepherd is going to be, he is a safe option. He's a bit lightweight. And Susanna Reid, although actually Kevin O'Sullivan backed the choice of Shepherd. Of course he has, because he wants to appear on the programme. Have you noticed all the people who start backing him, they want to appear on the programme? That's what it is. He says he's an excellent broadcaster and obviously knows what he's doing. He's no Piers Morgan, as you know. He says, but will he bring back the large number of audience that left went? No, he won't. No, he won't. Definitely not. Of course he won't. He's been there for ages and ages. He hasn't done it. So far, 57,000 complaints about Piers's comments. It won't go to anything. It doesn't work there anymore. But as I say, somebody in America that he used to work with, who he obviously hated, wrote about him being fired. And he wrote back to her and said, "Oh, you're still sticking the knives in, aren't you?" He said, "I wasn't fired." As simple as that. He wasn't. Definitely not. They've had other people. Now, what will happen is you'll actually try Ben for a little while, see if the audience increases, which it won't. Although, you can always tell lies and say it's gone up 5% or something. And then try a few other people. You know, I mean, does it really make any... All we want is somebody who sits there looking quite happy, quite smart. There was talk at one point of Victoria Derbyshire, if you please. Hilarious. Of course it's not going to go to her. She's known for working for the BBC. You can't put her on ITV. Bad enough with Adrian Chiles tried to do it in the morning. I mean, that was like boredom. What is he doing now? I don't know. He was another one. I mean, welcome to the programme. And then, unfortunately, you also had Christine. Hiya. You know, who was bouncing along like Tigger. You know, and in the end of the day, it just didn't work. So they were canned, but they both did very well financially out of it. But it was a great shame. Great shame. It's very difficult to find, you know, people who work together. It's a combination. I mean, when Piers worked with Susanna, she couldn't get a word in edgewise, poor soul. Have I ever co-presented? Once. Only the once. It didn't go well at all. I'm a standalone presenter because I was an established standalone presenter, which makes a lot of. And the person who actually came in was having an affair with one of my bosses, so I was put with her. And in the end, we decided to sort of change the format of the show. You know, you do an hour, I'll do an hour, because it just didn't work. It's ridiculous. You've got two people fighting for it and somebody talking over the top of you, and you think, no, you can't do that. So that's why I say double-headed shows, very difficult. Somebody's got to be in control, and other people just go along with it because that's how it works. You know, if you're part of a double header on a breakfast show, it doesn't matter where you are. You've got to get on and you've got to know who leads the programme. There'll be one person who leads the programme and then you follow along and they'll be very generous. I've always been very generous with people that I've worked with as contributors because that's the way it works. I mean, if you're not in radio, you wouldn't understand that and it doesn't actually make any difference. But made a lot of difference to me, let me tell you. The blobby squaddies. Our armed forces are fighting the Battle of the Bulge. I tell you, not just these squaddies. Police officers. Police officers. Have you seen the size of them? Some of them are huge. Chasing after somebody. They've got to go on diets, but somebody complained the other day. They were told you need to lose weight. You're supposed to be. I thought they were supposed to be fit. I was watching another one of those YouTube videos. I was watching loads of them actually before. It was one where it's a lawyer who's driving an Uber car in America, and he gets pulled over by the police, and he's filming. They don't know he's a lawyer. He's just doing Uber part time to make some money, and so he's filming. And the police officer says, "You turn the camera off, sir. Otherwise, I'll be taking you in." And he went, "No, I'm doing it to protect myself." And so it went on. And the police officer's still going, "Listen, turn it off. I've told you. You know, otherwise I'll take you in." And he went, "Listen, I know the law. And the law is that I can film you. You can do the same in this country. You can film somebody. They can't just arrest you and tell you to do it." They were terrible. Jonathan Shallett says, "Who would you advise to be the new GMB presenters?" And put Susanna with. Well, I think it's a tough call, that, Jonathan. I think it is a very tough call. I think she's great. I think Ben's good as well, but whether or not he's the main replacement, I don't know. Because he's been doing it for some time. Needs a bit more edge. You see, now because you've got loads of people that you could probably say, why can't it be two women? Why does it have to be a man and a woman? It could be two women quite easily. I think most people will identify with that. You know, two people can sit there having a cup of tea and a biscuit. But I think Ben's fine. But then they know he's fine because they've been using him all the time. If he wasn't any good, they wouldn't have bothered using him. So the answer is, I don't know, Jonathan. Jonathan is a super-duper agent. And he's got he's got more people. I bet he's got loads of ideas. I bet he's been pumping names through there like there's no tomorrow. Jonathan, am I right? I bet you. Steve, which is the Creed aftershave you wear? Very expensive, says Nikki in Walkington. It is, yes. It's Creed Aventus. It is very expensive. They do other ones which are more expensive, but I can't afford those. Steve, if the trolls contribute to the listeners' or viewers' spike, why will the ITV trolls stop watching ITV just because Piers Morgan has left, says Mike? I don't know. TV is sort of different. So which woman would you suggest, says Jonathan? He's putting me on the spot here. He's putting me on the spot. Who would you put on, Joe? Who would you put on for it? It's difficult to think of somebody that you could put on who's going to get the job, not to be tried out. You know, I quite like Penny. I like Penny. I think she was very good. I mean, I definitely wouldn't be considering people like Victoria Derbyshire. She's known as a BBC presenter. There's no warmth there. So I'm looking for. I mean, Susanna and producers come up with Kay Burley, so that one will be dispensed with fairly quickly. I don't know. Might not. But as I say, I'd be just as happy watching a woman doing it as I would a man. And then you can have, because, two women's rare. Ben's only doing, I think, 3 days a week. And I think three days a week, that's okay. He could do 5. He's not heavy enough, though. And that programme, even though it's light, touchy-feely, it's something you turn on and you can, you feel like you're listening to Friends. It's like listening to LBC. And it's a case of, where do we go from here? Does it have to be this? Does it have to be that? Difficult, but he's definitely lightweight compared to Piers. Piers was sort of very bombastic, but so lightweight. No, I don't think actually that Ben Shepherd's going to be upsetting anybody. He's not that sort of presenter. He's not the in-your-face kind of person. He'll just go along and let Susanna lead the programme, because I think it's her programme. When she was with Piers, I think it was that was where the tussle was. I mean, apart from, I suppose, LBC, there aren't many interesting news presenters. It's difficult to find somebody because they've got to appeal. I mean, you might as well put Bag of Chips on there. I think it's a difficult one. I think it's a difficult one on that. Difficult. Don't know. I know who he'd go for. I know who Jonathan would go for. He'd go for Alex Beresford. He'd go for that. I can't think of anybody else off the top of my head. Watch this space, though, because I think what they'll do is try somebody out, and all of a sudden they'll go, this is somebody new. There might be somebody out there who is completely new who could actually do it. I mean, Robert Rinder could do it. Is he strong enough, though, or is he a bit too light-end? Or Ian Dale could do it. Mind you, to be honest with you, I don't know where he gets his energy from. Frankly, I don't know how he survives. So, it could be somebody completely off the scale who you hadn't thought of, and you go, actually, they're really good. We've seen Richard Madeley do it. We've seen all these other people. They've all had a go at it, and they're all fine. But we're looking for a little bit more on there. You're looking for a Piers Morgan, but with likability factor built in. That's what we're looking for. News coming up very, very shortly. Steve, what about Carol McGiffin? I think not, no. It's a very sweet idea. Loose women, yes, of course, but definitely not. It's got to be the GC, says Mark in Shoreham, the new Little and Large. As if. And Steve, I hope it wasn't too bad, given we're still allegedly in lockdown. It's mine on Tuesday, spending it with my support bubble, says Liz. Which is Dad, stepmum, Jennifer, 2 of my siblings, and my sister-in-law. Good grief. Amazing. I went to Greg's the other day. They don't seem to have the queues that they used to have. I'm a bit disappointed by that. Nobody's going out to work, are they, really? Although the trains coming into Waterloo are definitely getting a little bit busier than they were before. Tube was packed, yeah. Probably all those. From where? From here? Going back into London. Good Lord. Well, there you go. Also, Dolly Parton being honoured with her own comic book, together with Vice President Kamala Harris, actress Betty White, Michelle Obama Cher, and activist Gloria Steinem. That's lovely, isn't it? A 22-page Parton edition written by Michael Frizzell with art by Ramon Salas will be released in print and digital format. He said writing about Dolly was a joy. She's a joy. I've never met her. One of my friends interviewed her and said she was quite delightful. It's all you can hope to hear, isn't it? They should promote Charlotte Hawkins, Steve. She's been there long enough now and has earned it, yeah. Somebody suggested Steph McGovern. No, I don't think so. No, please, definitely not.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Apparently, Peter says Greggs is off limits for me as they sell no gluten-free items. Do they not? I'm not sure about that, actually. We shall find out. Kim says bag of chips for the replacement. Good call. Well, certainly somebody's call. They could get Margaret Thatcher to present, says Peter. That would have been an interesting one. Andrew Pearce could do the job and would fit the bill, says Chris in Brighton. Could do. Somebody says Andy Peters could do it, says Nicola. Forget all his he loves his competitions. God, does he like they send him out all over the place for his competitions. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, there's quite a number of people who could do it. Could they do it long term? That's the only thing that sort of worries me nowadays. Darren says bring back Anne Diamond. I don't think she'd want to do it, really. I don't think the getting up early in the morning would do Anne Diamond any good. Here, when she did our breakfast show, the driver used to go all the way down to Oxford. He'd flash the lights at the end of the drive. The kids would wake her up. She'd get in the car in her pyjamas, in her gym jams. There'd be a cushion on the back seat and a blanket. She'd lie down, go to sleep, come up to London, get out, come in, do the show, get back, in the car, back to Oxford. Seriously. Oxford, yeah, it was quite a trek in the morning. Quite a trek. But it was very interesting. Very, very interesting, because she'd sleep in the back of the car, but it was the fact that the kids would have to sort of wake her up. Mum, car's here. Alan's here, the driver. And it was because it was early in the morning. Some people do early mornings, some people don't do early mornings, but if you're doing it on the television, you've got to be awake. I was always a morning person. But in fact, actually, to be brutally honest, I was sort of an any time. I've done overnights, I've done mornings, I've done afternoons, I've done all sorts of things. So I don't have any problem with any of it. You just have to remember, and this is the trick to it, that when you do a gig, whether it be television or whether it be radio and everything else, you can't have a normal life. You've got to make sure that you get enough sleep, enough rest, because if you start looking tired on the television or you start, falling apart, it's all going to go pear-shaped. So the whole idea is to get enough sleep. Sleep you need. And ask anybody. I mean, I've talked to people who've worked early morning television and radio before, and they've all gone, oh, it'll be easy. And I've gone, it's not easy. Take my word for it. You never get used to it. I mean, I've done it for, long time now. Long time. But for 15, 20, 30, 40 years, quite a long time. So I started off doing nights. And you have to adjust. So when people say, you can sort of do this. Somebody says, I know it's all rumours, but I heard that Susanna and Ramvi are going to be presenting. No. I've just told you who it is. I've just told you it's Ben Shepherd. Okay? So there's no rumour. There's no rumour at all. I mean, we all read that in the papers the other day. Yeah. John Denver got his wife to fill in his sensors, as he mentions in the first word. You fill up my sensors. Which reminds me, actually, that John Denver died in a plane crash. So that wasn't very tactful, was it really, of you, Nick? But also, you have to fill in your census today and get it back again. No excuses for not doing it. There's a £1,000 fine. This is, they're going to enforce. They're not messing around. I think it starts at about 200. What about Alan Sugar for Pearce's replacement? No. No, you've got to have somebody you've got to have a presenter. You've got to have somebody who knows how to do it. You can't have, somebody who is not a news presenter. Somebody suggested Alison Hammond. Absolutely not. She's not a news presenter. She's light-end. She does fluffy things, let's eat, let's have a few drinks. She doesn't know anything about news, which is probably doing her a great disservice. But no, you've got to have somebody who's got some sort of news background. That's why, that's why it was Piers Morgan. That's why he put the ratings on. Whether or not the next person can put them on, we don't know. We'll have to wait and find out. One of the UK's biggest brewers to open 700 pubs on the 12th of April, which is good. Quite like that. Oh, cup of tea. No point getting out of bed. Don't get out of bed unless you're getting out of bed. Do you know what I had the other day? I got in and I thought, what did I crave? And I had everything in. I had bread and peanut butter and butter. And I had 4 pieces of toast with peanut butter on, which would be lovely. Steve, James O'Brien would be great as he gets on with Suzanne, but I don't think he'll tolerate the showbiz interviews. What are you talking about? He was a showbiz journalist. That's what he did. Am I dealing with the people who've just wandered out of the Stupidome this morning? Steve Dixon? No. I don't know what they're looking for. I don't know what they're looking for. Until we see it, it's like, when they used to replace the Blue Peter presenters, they go, and today we're introducing you to the Blue... And we'd all sit there with great expectation, and then you'd see the new Blue Peter presenter and go, oh, And I remember somebody telling me years ago they have to work very hard for not too much money on Blue Peter. It was something like 50,000 a year, which actually, when you think about it, is not a great deal of money for the work you have to put in. And again, you don't have any life at all. You can't just turn up. It just doesn't work like that at all. Somebody suggested Jeremy Clarkson. Too aggressive, because he'd have to live up to a reputation. It would be a case of, so Jeremy Clarkson's not known as sitting back letting somebody do it. Fern Britton replacing Piers? No. I think she's more light-end. You have to find somebody who's got the news agenda. The news agenda is very, very important because they're on at that time of the morning. So you're looking for a Nick Ferrari, an Ian Dale kind of person. And they've got to have the likability factor on the television, and they've got to get on with people. Somebody says Julia Hart. Oh, God, no, not her. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, God, no. Dreadful. Also, Eamon Holmes is looking for a gig. Ooh. He did do it for a long while, didn't he? Would he want to go back to it? Who's his agent? Jonathan Shallett. I never thought about that, honestly. It's taken me that long, Stephen Redding, to come back with that one. Yes, that could be an interesting one, couldn't it? Mind you, they've only just taken him off. Oh, no, that's the other programme he did, isn't it? The programme after Good Morning Britain. This morning. I get confused with what they're all called now, actually. Well, that's the point. I wonder if he'd want to do it. If the money was right. See, you've got to have a likability factor and you've got to have a sense of news. If you haven't got a sense of news or the likability factor, it ain't going to work. Sharon, what's your favourite shop? What's your favourite shop at Q Rental Park? Oh, M&S, of course. I went in there the other day. Luckily, you could go and buy pants and then walk through to the other side. And we had a woman who was in the queue in the tills the other side. She was discussing every price of every item. Seriously, we stood there quibbling. Even the woman in front of me, and then there was me with my bag of pants, was saying to her, are you going to be much longer? We've been standing here since God created the Garden of Gethsemane. Oh, blimey, it was all going to kick off. I was waiting for something. But she was wasting everybody's time. Total waste of time. What else we got here? Duncan James opens up. Sorry, on his relationship. But Duncan is sort of getting... His boyfriend's called Rodrigo. And he also talks about Drag Race. He says, I'm the biggest fan of Drag Race. So he's obviously looking for a gig on that. They all do it, don't they? Have you noticed? People start sort of saying, oh, I'm a very big fan of so-and-so, so-and-so. And they go, oh, I love Strictly. I'd love to have a go at something like that. You think, yeah, whatever. That's the way it goes. So Harvey, son of Katie Price, is to become a reality TV star. No, he isn't. Why do they tell lies? Ridiculous. I mean, it's been given to the assistant showbiz editor. And so... He's landed his own show with Zach, who's his best mate from childhood, whom nobody's ever heard of. And it'll see the pair pursue their passion for trains. Well, Katie and Zach's mum sat nearby discussing the battles they now face trying to get their sons a good education. They talked about the trains arriving and departing from Waterloo Station. I'm sorry, we've always got Michael What's-His-Face who does the train journey. We want people who know about them. Michael Portillo. You can't just have somebody sitting there saying, I like trains. That doesn't work, does it? But so the programme shown in January was a hit with fans who've campaigned for Harvey to have a go at announcing trains. It's not the same as a programme. So the BBC are now in commission talks with a production firm about the reality spin-off with the working title Harvey Price, The Adventures of Harvey and Zach. Well, just saying they like trains. I'm very excited. It's like, I like cream cakes. Can I have a programme on the television as well? But anyway, A spokesman for Katie says, I can confirm talks are underway. Yeah, talks. They make loads of different programmes. But, I mean, just somebody saying I like trains is not really enough to make a programme. It's going to become a bit tedious after a while, isn't it, really? So here, frantic AJ calling 999. His blazing wine bottle exploded. Abby was engulfed. So there's a picture of her covered in bandages. I've been there. I know what this is like. And, as I say, anything more stupid you'd be hard pushed to find. They actually set fire to a bottle of wine in the kitchen to try and... Well, what they were doing, the risky trick, they were filming life hack video for their 1 million Instagram followers, showing how to cut a glass bottle in half to be used as a vase. OK? I don't know. The risky trick involves dipping a rope in a flammable chemical, wrapping it around the bottle and lighting a flame to it. I mean, far be it from me, because I know what she's suffering. She's got third-degree burns. How dumb do you have to be? You set fire to something. There was a fireball which engulfed her. She was leaning over a worktop. The bottle blew up. Her hair and clothing caught alight. Her entire upper body went up in flames. It happened very quickly. It's a fire. I mean, there is the one word that spells out to me, you, and everybody else listening now: danger. Danger. Setting fire to something to oh, well, I sometimes wonder about the sanity of people. Steve. Should have got Eddie Mayer for the Good Morning Britain job, says Sandra. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, no, don't give him ideas. We like him, thank you. What about Vanessa Feltz as Piers' replacement? Good God, no, she's got more than enough programmes going on at the moment. I want another programme, thank you. Kilroy still? No, definitely not. No, not at his age. He's way too old now. Way too old. And Karina says Sharon Osbourne. Karina's been drinking. Sharon Osbourne. What about Trevor McDonald? No, too old. Too old. You could have somebody... Yeah, I mean, I think he must be about 80 now, mustn't he? How about Prince Harry? We could bring him back. Meghan Markle. Let's just throw all the names into the ring. Doesn't work the same, does it, really? But Wills and Harry disrespected the Queen, and apparently they're now saying, I don't know who's saying this, could be the experts, might not be the experts, it's a case of they're not talking to each other. They're not, they show no signs. Can you imagine two brothers that hate each other so much that they're just not talking, and yet they're in... You know, one of the most famous families in the entire world. Everything at their fingertips. They can't do anything. They can't just get in the car and go out driving. It's all got to be sorted out. But they've actually fallen out. And yet at one time, Harry trailed around like a lapdog behind Kate and William. And then all of a sudden, now they've fallen out.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Nice to have your company. It's 19 minutes past 6. From 7 this morning, Andrew Castle with LBC's Weekend Breakfast, discussing the anti-lockdown protests, your summer holiday plans, which apparently have now gone completely up the Swanee. They were saying, don't bother thinking about anything. And another record day for vaccinations, which is the good news. At 10, Tom Swarbrick's here with Swarbrick on Sunday. He'll be looking back at another eventful political week. Guests including the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Lisa Nandy, and an exclusive interview with Russia's ambassador to the UK, Andrei Kelin. That's all coming up later this morning right here on LBC. It's a nice little lineup, isn't it, really? The Queen's got new names for her corgis. Well, they're not corgis, are they? They're a cross between a corgi and something else. Dorgies, they're called. Do you think she knows? Do you think she knows? I do. I never liked corgis, but these are sort of the dogs that everybody goes, oh, they're really lovely. Judge Rinder to present Trisha Goddard, Nigel Farage and Diane Abbott. That'll be an interesting one. And Kev says, did you like the big breakfast? Bits of it. Yes. I can understand the sort of clever thinking behind it. And Steve, I think Jeremy Clarkson strong-minded enough to replace Piers Morgan, or maybe Andrew Castle. Well, I'm sure Andrew'd love to do it, although I shouldn't imagine he wants to get up at that time of the morning every day of the week. Thank you very much indeed. He did GMTV, yeah. Dorgie is a cross between a corgi and a dachshund. Oh, God. Short legs. A corgi and a dachshund. I just like these other little dogs. I'm not sure if I like little dogs or bigger dogs. I really can't work it out. But the Queen seems to like... They were gifted to her, weren't they? Somebody gifted me something. And... which is quite nice. Leeds United legend Peter Lorimer died the other day at 74 after a long-term illness. And so here we go, the royal family, Harry, and William and Harry realising that, you know, he might have all the money in the world, but there again, as we've all proved time and time again, money does not make you happy. Not in the case of Harry. It really doesn't. Paul McCartney lying on a beach. A day dripper, wet back, and all you weed is love. And here he is. Sorry, he's picking up weed. They're all different pictures that it goes along with. And he was on his holidays. Why not? He's 78. You enjoy yourself, mate. Listen, if you were part of, the world's biggest group, you can do whatever you like as far as I'm concerned. A vicar has been arrested after shocked prison staff found her romping with an inmate serving life behind bars. Good Lord above. Bit of a shock, isn't it? She was discovered in a clinch with the convicted arsonist. Anyway, the vicar's been suspended. Probably on more than one occasion. And another picture of Nicole Scherzinger. Here she is, Nicole Scherzinger, part of the Pussycat Dolls, apparently, if you can remember those ones. More on, this time we've got not just Paul Gascoigne droning on, but Anna Gascoigne, the footy legend's sister. Oh, well, lovely. And here he is clowning around. I thought that's all he ever did, actually. Journalist Martin Bashir blames Princess Diana for lies he allegedly told her to get his talk with her. He's said to have told a probe she consulted mystics, the likely source of royal smears. Do people still consult mystics now? Is that what they call them, mystics? I don't know. He said they were purported by her, who'd been seeing, apparently, mystics and clairvoyants. So now you know. They included claims the Queen had heart issues, Edward had HIV, and Charles was in love with a nanny. I mean, seriously, all untrue, of course. I mean, the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard of. Liam Gallagher has joined a host of stars, making a wish for childhood as part of a campaign to prevent child poverty. Larry Lamb was there, Dr. Ranj Singh, and also other people. Hard-pressed Brits raised $52 million for comic relief, $22 million less than last year. Still $52 million, whichever way you look at it. Joe Wicks has revealed his guilty pleasure, gin and tonic and 90s boy bands. Oh, God, how dreary. Poor soul. And having successfully conquered I'm a Celeb and X Factor, Stacey Solomon looks to complete a real hat-trick as Strictly bosses woo her for the second year in a row. They want her. They want to poach her from ITV. What for? Why would they want to poach her permanently? They've got loads of people on the BBC. They've got to work out what to do with poor old Victoria Derbyshire at the moment. I mean, you can't have her sitting on the sidelines and then poaching people from over the road. That's terrible, isn't it? They reckon that RuPaul's Drag Race, the drag queens there, could make $1 million between them as they sign deals galore. Spin-off shows, record contracts and book deals. Not really sure why. I mean, who'd be remotely interested? Remotely interested. Apparently, Shamima Begum watches Good Morning Britain in her Syrian detention camp, it's claimed. And, I'm sorry, she tunes in despite regularly being criticised by Piers Morgan, who branded her a clear danger. Yeah, it depends. I'm sorry, I don't believe a word you say, so I'm really not remotely interested. And what have we got here? Oh, tonight, one of the most exciting nights of the year, according to Karen Brady. Why is it? You know why it is. It's because Series 6 of Line of Duty starts. The burning question, was there more to Caddy's dying declaration? And who the hell is the fourth H? Please don't let it be Hastings. As Mother of God, that'd be quite some twist fella, says Karen Brady. Oh, but I've never seen it, so I don't know what they're talking about. It doesn't mean anything to me. Yeah, I find it's far too complicated for most of you. Somebody says about Richard Madeley to present Piers. So. Sorry? He has covered before. Yeah, I mean, I think he excuse me, he might actually be around. Bill Turnbull says Jane in Brighton. Yeah, he's good lad. He's a very good lad. And Steve, all these daft names for dogs that are in reality mongrels. Yes, or basically they've slept around a little bit, haven't they? You know. I quite like it. The dogs, of course, yes. But yeah, cockapoos, which I think is I can't remember what what's that part of. I don't know these things. A cockapoo is a cocker spaniel, and would that be a poodle? Poodle. There you go. They're quite sweet looking, but basically it's just a hybrid. It's just a pair of dogs. I mean, they do look quite. They look like pillowcases, don't they? They look like you turn them over, they've got a zip on their tummy. They're very sweet. Very sweet. Look at their little faces. That's a cockapoo. Pay a fortune for these dogs, you know. You can pay an absolute fortune. They were saying how much they actually cost to look after. And, I saw a couple the other day, a young girl and her mother out with a little dog that should not have been out on the street. It was way too young, on a lead, straining, not even trained, nothing. And I felt like saying to them, you must really hate dogs. You must go and get your dog. You've got to teach them how to walk on a lead. But this little dog was too young to be out in this sort of weather. And yet people don't. It's just an accessory, isn't it? Oh, what do you want, dear? I want dog. And I got really, really annoyed. Because I don't think these people... I've seen people with them, often that they tuck them in their jackets like it's some sort of hot water bottle. Animal haters. Or a handbag. They've got little animal haters, these people are. Disgusting. Steve, what do I do if I never got my census form in the post? Well, you would have done. Everybody got them. You can phone up. You can go online, find out, give them a ring, say I didn't get one, and they can probably just email it to you. Because you need the code. That's the code on there, which you put in, and then you start answering all these balmy questions about, about your sexuality and about what sort of central heating you've got, who lives with you. I mean, in late March and early April, census field officers may visit your household if you have not submitted a form. They will encourage you to complete it, and then show you how to get further help if needed. Or failing that, you get fined. Okay? Because you would have got one in the post. The fact is, you've probably thrown it away. That's the way it goes nowadays. So Giles Brandreth and his baked beans, and a cat owner baffled for his pet's lost GPS collar racing around the neighbourhood, realised it was inside a rat. I know, I couldn't believe it either. Andy Kindle had bought this chip-linked £130 to a phone app when Puss Alex went missing for 2 days. The white rectangular device which fixes to the collar worked a treat until Alex came home, hurt and without it. Andy logged on the app and a map showed the tracker racing across gardens. He visited the locations for days without spotting the device and then realised it followed drain routes. A trip to the vet revealed Alex had been bitten by a rat, which probably ate the gadget. Good Lord, there must be some swallowing, wasn't it? Unless they're very small, actually. But he bought the gadget after Alex earlier vanished when he was found on a roof near home in East Ham. Good Lord. Imagine a rat going round. It's, oh, dear me, it doesn't even bear thinking about, does it? And a primary has urged school-run parents not to wear outfits that are too skimpy. Well, it's not just parents. Have you seen what the school children are wearing nowadays? Schoolgirls. In Twickenham, probably it's the same in your neck of the woods. Little tiny skirts on, sitting there. I mean, don't their parents, can't they find skirts that fit or something? It just is basically too trash. It says some mums are turning up at the gates in miniskirts, low-cut tops, pyjamas, and clothing that looks like underwear. Pyjamas, I mean, really, what sort of chav goes out wearing pyjamas? Quite a number of them. Quite a number. A letter marked Playground Etiquette asked all parents to make more of an effort to dress appropriately. I mean, can you imagine going out in your pyjamas and slippers? Have you seen it? Slippers and oh dear, tacky. Not very good, is it? Not very good at all. What's this one? 2 women cheated death fleeing cops across a busy motorway, driving at 140 miles an hour. Anyway, they've caught them. Guess what? They were on drugs. Steve, replacements for Piers, Johnny Vaughan, Zig and Zag or Oprah? Yes, I don't think so.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Do you know what's happened in Japan? Earthquake. No, even though they do have a history of earthquake. Kit Kats flavoured with whiskey. You've heard of this? You've got some? Oh, really? Oh, right. I've never heard of it. The treat is made with cacao nibs aged in whiskey barrels, with one reviewer noting a taste of sweet, salty sea air. Launched by Nestlé, only available at boutique stores along with soy, wasabi and blueberry muffin varieties. Good Lord. I've never heard of that. So it's flavoured with whiskey. Oh, we want some of those. Look at all these different ones. Look at that. Are these all current flavours? In Japan, okay, let me run through these for you. You won't believe this. Over here, we just get boring chocolate orange, or they do a few others. In Japan, these are some of the different flavours that you can get in Kit Kat. Apple, bakeable custard, baked potato, banana, blueberry cheesecake, cafe au lait, cantaloupe, cappuccino, caramel macchiato, McFlurry, cherry, chestnut, exotic Tokyo, fruit parfait, golden citrus, green bean, hot Japanese chili, kinako, Kobe pudding, kucha, and lemon cheesecake, or creme brulee and cough drop, or corn. All of those are Kit Kat flavours. Well, we're getting the rough end of the deal here. We want these. We've only got one. Well, at Christmas time, I mean, I've had orange. Also, what else do we have? Peppermint kind of flavour. Christmas pudding flavour. But they've got miles more than... Let's all go and live in Japan, shall we? Mind you, very expensive. Isn't, I think, Tokyo the most expensive city in the world? You can pay a fortune. To go and buy a melon, apparently, in Tokyo is the best part of a mortgage. It's so expensive. I remember reading that some time ago and thinking, wow. I mean, sake flavour as well. Is this in the Kit Kat? Well, of course. I've never had sake. I've never had it. I've always wanted... Oh, is it horrid? Oh, right. I've always wanted to go to a karaoke bar. Not that I sing karaoke, but I've always sort of felt... Because it's huge in Japan, isn't it? Well, failing that, I'd like to sort of go and see what goes on with geishas. That's what I'd quite like to see. I quite fancy that idea. You see one? They're quite rare, aren't they? I mean, you do see, but you have to pay apparently a lot of money to get a geisha because they've been taught the art of tea making and things like that. And I've always thought it's something very... So only very rich businessmen can afford to have a geisha coming around serving your tea. Something dying out a bit. I still quite like the idea of hanging on to things which are sort of part of your history. And I love the culture. Actually, strange enough, I'm not wild about the food. But I'd probably more veer to Chinese. But I just love the architecture. The architecture's beautiful. And they do things like, you know, they all go to this town because all the cherry blossoms out at a particular time of the year. And you think, it's this time of year, isn't it? And you think to yourself, I think that's quite nice. That they don't have, some of the people who live, you know, out of the big cities and everything else, in some of the little villages and things like that, they don't have a lot, but they seem to have... I mean, one of them, there was a couple and their family, and they all lived in this one house, and they shared it with these birds who flew in through the open window, had made a nest, and they would eat, you know, food. You think, oh, it would... nothing really fancy or flash, but they would all eat together, the whole family, mum, dad, grandparents. But the cherry blossom out at the moment, and it's officially begun. It's beautiful. Because they always announce when it is, and people trek out there to go and see it. Do you think that's clever? We don't get it here, do we? Don't even think we got cherry blossom at all, but they have it. The flowers will reach Sapporo, with blooms expected to appear starting on May the 2nd. They think they could actually appear in Tokyo. Sakura could appear as early as March 15th, reaching peak bloom by March 23rd. How pretty. See, they respect things like that. Over here, people don't respect things like that at all. They just think, oh, how naff. Chop it down. Steve, I was taking my dog for a walk at a nearby park, and there were two men filming all the dogs. When asked why they were doing it, one said he wanted to show his girlfriend all the cute dogs. Bit worrying, says Tracy. Very, very worrying. Very worrying. I think people need to be well aware of the risks going out with a dog, especially at this time of the morning. I always wanted to have one of those dogs. You know, the make me sound really bad, but they've been advertising them. It's an attack dog. In other words, it's a dog, but with a built-in toolkit. They're terribly expensive. They're something like in excess of 10, 15, 20,000 pounds. They train it for a year and it becomes your dog. It's a family pet. They're all a bit scary because they're always Alsatians. But then at a given moment's notice, it will guard you. And as I say, I mean, I'm led to believe that Katie Price might have had one. Whether or not she still has, I've got no idea. She doesn't seem to be particularly lucky with dogs at all. Steve, for goodness sake, can't ITV give someone new a chance? Same old faces all the time, says Richard. I would agree with you. That's the same with a lot of things, though, isn't it? That people say it's because it's better the devil you know. You can't afford, as anybody will tell you, to risk somebody who could kill your audience stone dead, because once you've killed an audience, you'll never get it back. Steve, most people won't have received a census form in the post. No, most people have received a census form in the post. Just a letter with the code for completing it online. Yeah, it's just a letter and it says this is your code. No, you don't get a form unless you actually ask for a form if you don't have a computer, which of course is practically nobody in this day and age. So easily missed. You go to the census website. What happens if you don't have a computer? What's the point of that? You pick up the telephone. But no, most people will have received the census form with the code, and then you can complete it online. But of course, if you don't have a computer, not much blooming use to you, is it, really? But it took me probably about 5-6 minutes. something like that, and it was okay. Steve, these schoolgirls leave home with knee-length skirts, then twist up the hem. Well, they're way too short. Way too short. I mean, fantastic. Jan says, if you like that kind of thing, if the census is anonymous, how come we have an individual code? Well, it's anonymous to you. Nobody else knows it apart from them. They're not going to be coming back on you. And they then ask you afterwards, how did you find doing it? And I put down it was fine. They go, we won't use this or anything like that. So somebody somewhere, but they don't know who you are. They just know that you are that code number. And I can't remember if your name's on it. I thought it was just the code number. You think your name's on there? Oh, Lord. Oh, God. I put myself down Darth Vader. I knew there'd be something that would go wrong. Not really. So, I mean, I think it's anonymous. Well, it's anonymous to you, isn't it? It's anonymous to you. Pedigree dogs are in sharp decline, say. Many breeds will disappear. Everybody's buying these mixed breeds. Well, because we're going for sort of pretty-looking dogs. Very, very sort of... People like the way a dog looks. See, my census letter never arrived. I realised I needed the code. Last week I discovered it was left in the hallway above. I live in a basement flat. So check out upstairs, says Conrad. Yes, I mean, you'll see the envelope. It's fine. But just don't disregard it as being... the sort of post that you can throw away. It's not junk mail. It's not junk mail at all. It's to be filled in, and if you don't fill it in, you can be in a lot of trouble. It could be up to £1,000. Average is about £200. Have you tried the M&S Blood Orange Choc Ice? I thought it was rubbish. I'll tell you for why. I bought one last year. I told people on the show, and I got outside the store, went like that, and it fell off the stick. What are you supposed to do then? You have to leave it. So I didn't. No, it's blood orange ice cream, I suppose. It makes it sound quite exciting, actually, but I didn't think it was that exciting at all. And I'm quite taken. I mean, occasionally I get a craving for an ice lolly or an ice cream or something like that, and then you sort of sit there on the bus. I got told off on the bus the other day because I bought this with my bacon baguette. So I'm eating my bacon baguette, and my mask is under my chin. I get on the bus, and the driver, first time I've ever heard it, put your mask on, says Gobby, on the bus. I thought, I know you're supposed to have it on, but, it was a bit rude. I've never been told. But I was tempted to say to him, and how do you think I'm going to eat my bacon baguette? Shove it through the mask? No. So I kept pulling it down, because he actually opened his door and looked round to make sure I was wearing the mask. Stupid man. Honestly, fancy doubting me. I'm the advocate of the mask. Won't find anybody better. Steve, you sound a lot better. Yeah, so. Steve, other people. Alistair Campbell. No, not a television presenter. Good guess, but not television presenter. Jeremy Vine. No, he has a show. Yasmin Alibi Brown. Nope. Also, Lowry Turner. Lowry Turner? Blimey. There's a vague one, isn't it, really, I think. Steve, you don't need computers, says Jackie. You can have it all on your mobile phone. Yeah, but believe it or not, in this day and age, some people don't have mobile phones. What about Matthew Wright? No. He's not. He's very sweet, but he's not. I don't know what they use him for now. Why did he finish doing the right stuff? That seemed to work really well. Did he leave it or... Oh, I don't know why. Very odd. Steve, no name on the envelope, only house address. First time name mentioned is when you start to fill it in. OK. I've got 5 cherry trees in my garden. You obviously own Q, I should imagine. What does the ONS care on what type of central heating you have? And after I put in my date of birth, they apparently confirm your age. Oh, I didn't know that, actually. I just knew that they ask about central heating. Is it gas? Is it electric? Is it storage? Or I don't know, really. Listen, you're asking the wrong person. Definitely. Steve, if you type in Kit Kat Japanese and Amazon, all different flavours come up. Really? Put it is. Show me now. I want to know these. I want to know what flavours we can get on Amazon. Do you think they're from here? Kit Kat Japanese. Let's have a look. Oh, look at this one. Green tea. How much is that? Good Lord. 20-piece. Oh! You can get a 20-piece assortment. For how much? 20 quid. Good Lord. You can buy them all. Well, as many as they've got. Japanese candy. Oh, is that Japanese Candy Ninja? It's Kit Kat. And there's all the different flavours. Wow. How much is that? How much is that thing there we're looking at? £16.86 for 20. Oh, gosh. Is it coming from here or is it coming from... See, look, delivery April the 9th to the 19th is coming from Japan. Be very careful if you're ordering stuff like that. Oh, look at this one here. None of them are coming from this country. Go down a little bit, down a little bit. Get it tomorrow. Oh, get it tomorrow. Go back up again. Get it tomorrow. Kit Kat. What's that one? Apple pie taste. 12 piece. Oh, that's quite nice, isn't it? Yeah, if it actually says... Yeah, I mean, check the delivery date. God, I didn't realise there were so many of them. All available. How lovely. Look at this. Mini autumn chestnut, 12 bars. Only 4 left in stock. How long's the delivery date on that one? Here we go. This is where we find out. Delivery date. There you go. March 24th to 26th. So it's later this week. But then what if it doesn't arrive? What do? You're kind of stuffed with it. It's a bit of a shame. Steve, what's your favourite chocolate bar? I'm not a chocolate person. I know that sounds a bit ridiculous. I'm not really. Somebody says, I thought you hated people eating on public transport. Of course I do. Absolutely. It's disgusting. Should never be allowed. Yes, it's all right for me. Nestle need to work with the Scottish makers of whiskey on a new idea of working on a whiskey. Why shouldn't we have a whiskey-flavoured one? That's a good idea, isn't it? That'd liven up the day very, very quickly.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Oh, dear, honestly. Steve, surely it would be a flake. Steve, says Janice, who's our flake girl. She did the flake advert on the television. Only the crumbliest flake. Yeah, she was a flake girl. Yes, Janice. Oh, definitely. Steve, a national radio presenter shopping on Amazon on air. How strange. Really? Why would that be strange? Have you heard of Amazon? It's not strange for this show. Somebody said the actual Kit Kats over there are a lot smaller than our Kit Kats, says Becky. I'm not bothered about size. I just don't want to wait for somebody to come from Japan. Just in case it doesn't appear. Steve, you are fab. But a nutritionist nightmare with your triple cooked chips, spam fritters, bacon baguettes, now Kit Kats. New presenter Ross Kemp. No. It's no good picking people you fancy. It's got to be people who can do it. And somebody says, OK for you to eat on public transport, not for others. Oh, I love winding you up. You're so easy to do it to, aren't you? Biased and confused. I know, but you're listening to it. Hello, who's the biased and confused one now? That'd be you. Jeremy Kyle, he can't live off DJ wages. What, Jeremy Kyle? I don't know. Have you seen what some DJs are earning now? DJs. Oh, Linda sent her this one. 30 of the best places in London to spot cherry blossom. Oh, that looks lovely. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, where's that? That's lovely. That's very pretty. Looks like it's snow. It is snow. That's beautiful. Best place, St Paul's Cathedral. Outside, Tavistock Square Gardens, beautiful. Glasshouse Street in Soho, beautiful. Mount Street Gardens in Mayfair, staggeringly beautiful. There's 30. I'm not going to run through the whole list for you, but they're good. I like the one with the snow. St James's Park is also in there, but the one with the snow outside St Paul's Cathedral, South Cairn. God, that's lovely, isn't it? There's something about snow. Have we had snow this year? I can't remember if we've had snow. Yeah, we had it. We didn't get very much in sort of London, but that doesn't matter, does it? We can live with that. Steve, if your Amazon order doesn't arrive, you'll definitely get a refund. Customer service is brilliant. Yes. Apparently, the Japanese Kit Kat cheesecake flavour is $65 and $37 shipping to Sydney, says Shane. It's a very expensive chocolate. It would blooming have to be. I couldn't afford that. And Steve, listening to you talk about different flavoured Kit Kats. See, told you. The influence of radio. You've got no idea. So we go, I can't believe you've been talking about Kit Kats on Amazon. I quite fancy cafe latte. In fact, anything coffee flavour. Just been on Amazon and ordered loads of coffee creams. Oh, coffee creams. I used to like peppermint creams covered in chocolate. They were quite nice, but years ago. But I'm really not a chocolate eater now. I'm really not. I'd rather have a lollipop. A Chupa Chup or something like that. Yeah. I'm just not particularly bothered about sort of chocolate. You know, given the choice, could you live with chocolate or live without it? I could live without it quite happily. Like I'm living without Prosecco, and you know me and Prosecco. God, blimey. I haven't had a glass of Prosecco for the best part of a month. Best part of a month now. I did a long time before, yeah. I discovered it was quite easy. All these people who say to me, oh, it's like giving up smoking, Steve. How do you give up smoking? I go, well, willpower. Not too difficult to give up smoking for me. I mean, really not too difficult. I think what you do is you just sort of do it. And then once you get past a certain period of time, you don't worry about it anymore, because I did stop smoking. I think it needs somebody to say to you, listen, you're going to make yourself very ill, and you could die, and you think, I'd rather live. Richard in Staines says, I tried wasabi flavour Kit Kat in Japan. You see, I was going for cantaloupe. I'm looking, wasabi's spicy pea, isn't it? Love it. Another one here. It says, read the census, Steve. I had a letter a while back. It wasn't addressed to me personally. I had the code, etc. At the bottom of the letter was a phone number to ring for the paper version. My mate without a computer rang the number and said they would send a form immediately. And it's based on whoever is in the house today. Yeah, I mean, for me, I filled it in last week. Because I know who's going to be, Mary, in my house today. Me. And only me. It's as simple as that. I don't need to worry about anything like that. But you have to fill it in. Otherwise, they're going to come knocking on your door. Simple as that. So the papers, I thought, were fairly quiet this morning for news. I really did, apart from the armed forces fighting the Battle of the Bulge. One soldier was too tubby to fire his rifle, and another was booted out for tipping the scales at 30 stone. What is that? I mean, that's like cops in America. I mean, now they are fat. There's a lot of fat cops. They look like the stereotypical image of a cop where, get out the car, yeah, eat your dough. We went into a place called the Outback years ago, Dale and I, for dinner. They do steaks and all sorts of things like that, which is lovely. And some cops came in, and it looked like a scene from Chips. They all came in, their shirts are all tucked in, but they're really fat. And they sit down and they sort of like waddle in like that. They look like sort of weightlifters. Unbelievable. How many a day did you smoke, says Chris? 60. 60. Yes, it's as simple as that. 60 a day. I loved it. When you could smoke everywhere. Yeah. I have a good one to replace Piers, Matthew Wright. No, they wouldn't use Matthew. No. They use him as a sort of when they're sort of asking about something, but definitely not for actually taking over the programme. Listen, it'll be Ben Shepherd for a little while, and then they might come up with something else. But I think not. Has Matthew still got his ponytail? Did you see it the other day? What is the matter with him? He used to have a show on LBC. Never had a ponytail there. Never had a ponytail. I saw it. I began to wonder what it was, actually. And I heard the alcohol-free Prosecco was delicious, says Phil. I have had alcohol-free Prosecco, and you're right, it was delicious, but I haven't had any since. I just haven't. Sunday People this morning, violent partners banned from pubs. Priti Patel says victims must be protected. It's taken them long enough to get around to this, isn't it? It really is. And greyhounds past their prime are being shipped abroad into a life of hell. They're flown to race on illegal tracks in intolerable conditions, little or no animal welfare. And when they're too slow to race, they're sold off to pig hunters and used to breed pups to hunt and fight wild boar. Oh, dear. I know a number of people, you can pick up greyhounds now. There's a greyhound rescue centre. And people look at, they're lovely dogs. You not like greyhounds? They're quite big and gangly, I know. I like lurchers too. You wouldn't want one as, oh right. They're sold on to pig hunters, and then they are used to fight wild boar. Dear, don't like things like that. I feel a bit icky about it, I'm afraid. Plus. What's this a picture of? Oh, I mentioned earlier on the 50 Shades of Grey. I've never seen it. Producer tells me it's. You thought it was rubbish as well. Have you actually see it? Did you go and see? Oh, you didn't see it, right. It's not your sort of thing, is it, really? No. He just likes Disney better. He's happier with Disney, aren't you? Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast. Rachel Bletchley today talking about line. Everybody's on about this Line of Duty. Is there sort of really attractive men in it or something? And that's why all the ladies are going on about it. She also made hot cross buns this week and spread them with peanut butter and jam. Ooh, not sure about that. She says others enjoy theirs filled with bacon, avocado, chicken burgers, or even ice cream. But 70% of folk insist the Easter treat should only be toasted and buttered and are outraged at this bun sacrifice. She says, I don't know what made them so cross. But I'm not sure about peanut butter and jam. That definitely sounds a bit odd, doesn't it? Peanut butter and jam. Yeah, that's right. The American, because Elvis Presley used to like toasted peanut butter sandwiches with jelly. That's why he was the size he was, I'm afraid, the size he was. And a 50-year-old woman called an old school person by a colleague has lost a claim for age discrimination, writes Rachel. Old school. The marketing manager wanted staff to use capital letters in hashtags to emphasise the main point of social media posts, but a younger deputy said it was a bit old school, as capital letters are considered far too shouty these days, and the boss got the right hump. Her claim was thrown out, though, as the judge ruled the phrase had nothing to do with her age. Quite right, too. Old school isn't ageist or offensive to me. It's actually a badge of honour. It means you're skilled by experience, you value the wisdom of those who've gone before, and you want to pass it on. That you can still respect and learn from younger voices, unless, of course, they insist on calling you old school. I'm not old school. I'm current school. Morning, everybody. Oh, God, it's Monday. Oh, everybody hates Monday. We don't like Monday. Why? Beginning of the week. Means you've got another 5 days of work or not, or you've got to go to school, or you've got to do all sorts of... But it's Monday. We hate it. We want the weekend to go on forever and a day, don't we? We want a long weekend. Why can't we have... I quite like the idea in France. They do... Was it France or Germany? No, it's Austria. Where they go to school in the morning, but they're finished by lunchtime. And they all come home lunchtime. So that's good. And then you can go out in your play clothes. But all this argument about school uniform and stuff like that. What a bunch of peasants. All these people go, oh, no, I never like wearing my school uniform. And you think to yourself, well, I don't think you should be taught anymore. Why should we waste our money? You're obviously far too stupid. You know, and then you got all those people rioting the other day, vandalising police vans, attacking police stations, throwing fireworks. What a bunch of ninnies. What a bunch of ninnies. They're nothing to do with whatever the protest was about. They're just anarchists, people who like causing trouble and ruining the world for the rest of us. Some of them have got terribly, terribly grand names. We've seen them before, you know, Lucinda Palmer, Tompkinson, Smythe. They're all sort of terribly upper class. They're so ridiculously stupid, but dangerous. And the girl who urinated in front of the police, I think the sooner you're dragged off the streets, the better. People like you are peasants. You shouldn't be allowed anywhere near real people. It's disgusting. You've got to wait before you book foreign holidays. So there you go. No foreign holidays this year. But mind you, had a year of not having a foreign holiday, so don't worry about it. We're not going to lose sleep over it, are we? Really, not having a holiday. Why don't you go and buy some sand from a builder's merchant, sprinkle it in the back garden, and sit there with your feet in a bucket? That'll give you roughly the same idea. Harry and Meghan were not married 3 days before. It was a lie. Somebody's telling big porkies, aren't they? Oh, we got married 3 days before. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Why would they tell lies? Well, there you go. Perhaps people tell lies and then think that, you know, like kids. You know, did you do that? No. You did that, didn't you? No, I didn't. Yes, you did. I didn't. Why did you do that? I didn't. You know, it's called lying. AJ's girlfriend needed skin grafts after she set herself on fire. I mean, to be honest with you, what a waste of using the NHS. Seriously, what an absolute waste. Why would you deliberately set yourself on fire? I mean, how stupid would you have to be? A wine bottle and setting fire to a piece of rope to cut the bottle in half. I've never heard anything so stupid in my entire life. She got third-degree burns. I mean, it's almost like saying, here I am in a filling station. Oh, wait a minute, I'll just put some petrol in the car. Let's see if we can get a flamethrower going, and I'll light the end of the petrol pump. It's as stupid as that. Really is. More than 83 dogs, have been seized after police raided a traveller's site in... I can't remember where it was, actually. We'll find out. But 83 dogs. What, do you think the dogs wandered in there by themselves and just got lost? I didn't think so either. Also, was it Ipswich? 83 dogs. I mean, you know, hello. Also, the gay anthem reverend, he got some money from a tribunal, £5,500. Full steam ahead at Hornby 00. Used to be Hornby 00, now it's Hornby as it turns 120. And Russell Kane and Nick Grimshaw say fans get them mixed up. I know, so easy when you get two unfunny people. And so people get them mixed up. We found an ex-accountant who used to work for a big company who was doing upskirting on a train. He's been found guilty. And photos of trapped a sex lout, which was another brilliant idea. Stacey Solomon droning on. All right, so you're getting married to Joe Swash. Yawn, 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 yawn. Who cares? And now she's going, oh, I'm going to get my wedding frock. Well, I'm sure you'll be plugging which company it is that gives it to you, dear. That's the way it works for celebrities, I should imagine. And cops are hunting a real-life Willy Wonka who went round hanging candy canes on trees. What's the matter with that? Why would cops be hunting somebody? He obviously bought a load of candy canes and hung them on trees. I mean, does that make him Willy Wonka or does that make him a litterer? And also, would you eat a candy cane you found hanging on a tree? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I don't know why police are hunting him. Cops hunting him. Makes him sound like some, Bond villain. He hung candy canes on the tree. Get him. Get him. 84850. steve@lbc.co.uk. Builders are the best lovers in the country, I know. But the good news is you get them in on one day and then you don't have to see them again for about the next year because you can't get them back in again. Stores, strip club T-shirt for girls. Bad news for Sainsbury's. These are aimed at 7-year-old girls and it looks like a strip club. What stupid person at Sainsbury's decided to go with that one? I can't imagine. Ulrika Johnson says she wants more sex than ever. I'm going to be sick. Thank you very much indeed, dear. We don't need to know that. And poem of the day. Poem of the day. And sales of bottled water have plummeted. You're joking. I'm buying more than ever. I don't drink out of the tap. I just drink bottled water. I just don't like drinking out of the tap. I'll drink it out of here because it goes through a filter machine. Or I drink the tins of water that we've got in some of the fridges here. But mainly it's a cup of tea. But I do like my water. A rasher of bacon a day increases the dangers of dementia. Right, well, that's me cutting bacon out now. I'm not going to bother anymore. I've decided. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, yeah, Britain's told to shell out £6, but Easter eggs are 10% smaller. I thought they were. I looked at something the other day and I remember thinking, that doesn't look as big as it used to. And I think they're just making things a little bit smaller. And obviously they are. £6. They're saying, oh, we've cut down on the packaging. I'm not really bothered about the pack. I couldn't care less. Really doesn't make any difference. I bought an Easter egg. I bought one for Joe yesterday, and Jake got one today. But they were only cheap. They are cheap people, so it was a cheap Easter egg. I was just sort of buying a normal Easter egg. I thought it looked impressive for the money. How much would you think that Easter egg was? How much? £4, £3. So there you go. You were quite close. £4, and it was £3. Two for £6. £4 each, but 2 for £6. I thought that was okay. That's a chocolate Easter egg and some Rolos, or there's just walls that you can't move, or they do 4 for a tenner, or they do this and that. And you think at the end of the day, it's just a blooming Easter egg. It's an Easter egg. The only people who like the Easter eggs are the kids, aren't they? The frenzy over the hair salons. Apparently, most of them are booked up already. We haven't even opened the blooming things, and already they're booked up. So that's not very good, is it, really? And what was the other one? Ricky Gervais only bothers to put underwear on twice a year. I don't really see how that works. That's not very good, is it? He goes commando, yes. He sort of just doesn't bother wearing underwear for most of the year. I don't think I want to know. I think that's a case of too much information, isn't it? Denise Van Outen says she wanted to headbutt the Dancing on Ice judges. Why? Because they didn't pat her on there to go, oh, Diddums, are you all right when you fell over? God in heaven, honestly, these people are so needy. So needy. The BBC Cop Show is back. That's Line of Duty, which is lovely. We like Line of Duty. Woo! Hey. Water. Can you imagine if you lived in a very, very hot country, the thing you'd be looking for is digging a well, wouldn't you, to actually have ice-cold water, or filling that water with ice in it. Imagine iced water. They do that in America. You go into any restaurant in America and you sit down at the table, the first thing they do, thank you, darling, is they bring over a jug of iced water. Over here, you have to ask it. You go, sorry, could we have some bottled water or tap water or something? Tap water's free. Bottled water costs a little bit of money. Pay for it, I suppose. But that doesn't matter, does it? And so people sort of go, yeah. But in America, it's standard. A jug of water to go with. We always used to get a jug of water over here and a little thing of lime juice, because I love lime juice. And I've tried lots of different ones, and the only one that's any good is Rose's. I bought one the other day, cordial, yeah, Rose's lime juice. I bought one the other day, which was Waitrose's Mexican lime. It was horrid. It was really horrid. I was very disappointed. So it was tart. So I'm going back to get some Roses. And then the other day I had to go to M&S. I wanted some lime juice. They do it's called, what do they call it? Lemon juice, real lemonade. And it's lime juice and water. And then I realised how little lime juice there was actually in it. I thought it was all lime juice and water. It's still. And it was lovely when it's cold. It's very weak, but there was hardly any lime juice in it. It was something like 16%. And I thought, the other way it said lime essence or something like that. That sounded a bit chemically to me. Yeah, a hint of lime. But no, Rose's lime juice, delicious. With water. Go and buy a bag of ice if you haven't got any ice. Fill up your glass and just literally just go mad, which is lovely. And I think that's great, actually. Ian the Skip says, good morning. And somebody says, disgusting, switching channels. Goodbye, see you. In fact, I can put you out of your misery. Top one there, 0412. Let's make them really happy now. And they can go listen to something. I can't bear little buffoons this time of the morning. Nothing worse than having a little snowflake, isn't it? Oh, I don't like it when you slurp your tea. It's disgusting. Well, go listen to something else then. We're not remotely interested in you, darling. My audience is big enough to shed a few numpties like you. Goodbye. Shoo. Shoo. Off you go. Now you've got nobody to write to. What are you going to do now? Wow. Kathy says, looking forward to finding Chupa Chups hanging on branches. What are your troubles? You can't. You can't hang a Chupa Chup, can you, on a tree? You can hang a cane, a candy cane, because it's hooked. You can't hang a Chupa Chup. There's no handle on it. Actually, ironically, I bought Chupa Chups in today. Got Chupa Chups. It was very nice. Yeah, if you're very good, you can have one. Not you at home. No. Why didn't the Archbishop rebut Meghan's claim of a marriage before the big one? I don't know. I just know it wasn't. They didn't get married 3 days before. No, it was not true. The Sun have discovered that it was a fib. They seem to be prone to doing fibs. I wonder why they said. Perhaps she thought they had. Shane in Sydney said you were talking about water. There's plenty of it down here at the moment. Yeah. Love me cup of tea in the morning. I really do. It's the only thing that kind of gets me ready for the day ahead. You know, you have a nice cup of tea in the morning, or a glass of water, or something like that, or a tin of water. I'm sure it's ice cold. It's got to be ice cold. I've tried the warm water and it just doesn't work. It doesn't seem to quench your thirst as much. It's so much nicer when you get this stuff. And this one's come down from, I think it's come down from Austria or something like that. So it's so cold it hurts. The global spring. We've got our own spring. Yeah, I think it says, wait a minute. It just says Cano water. Where does it come from? There you go, from the Austrian Alps. I mean, do you think there's a man up there in the Austrian Alps and he's got a bucket and he's filling it up and then he comes back down, they empty it into tins? I'd love to know how it works. I bet you're lying in bed now going, you're really doing this to annoy me, because I'm now going to have to get out of bed and go and get a glass of water from the fridge or from the tap or something like that, which is good. Steve, I've got my hairdresser's appointment on the 13th of April at 9 a.m. Can't wait. I look like a shaggy dog. And Roger says, you'd have thought Elrica would have had enough of the other when younger, seeing as she's known as 4x4. Yes. She's also looking quite old. For 53, I think she is. She's not very old at all. But I thought she was about 65 or something. But she's going to write a steamy novel. Well, that's quite easy in my case. You know, the Steve Allen steamy novel would be a case of, you know, he turned the lights off. The room was shrouded in darkness. He took his vest off. Yeah, and then he took a break.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. To have your company, nice. They found the wedding certificate. Meghan tied the knot, N-O-T. Proof no marriage 3 days before. So there you go. Do you know she's older? I didn't know she was older than him. She's 36, he's 33. Condition single. She's down as divorced. And they say it confirms the formalities did take place on the 19th of May at Windsor Castle. Wait a minute. Page 4 and 5. The official who drew them up say she's obviously confused over the marriage. Been confused over quite a few things, I should imagine. But also, what have they got here? They're just basically saying furious is not an adjective. that one would associate with the Duke of Cambridge, but oh brother, the dice have been rolled and Wills has found himself on the receiving end of snake eyes, courtesy of Prince Harry. They must really hate each other, honestly. I find it the most bizarre thing ever. I really do. But the official who drew up the licence says she's obviously confused. Last night, as the wedding certificate came to light for the first time, Stephen Borton dismissed the claim. Mr. Borton is former chief clerk at the faculty office. He said, "I'm sorry, but Meghan is obviously confused and clearly misinformed. They did not marry 3 days earlier. The special licence I helped draw up enabled them to marry at St George's Chapel in Windsor, and what happened there on the 19th was seen by millions around the world. What I suspect they did was exchange some simple vows they'd perhaps written themselves, which is fashionable, and said that it was just a simple rehearsal, but it certainly wasn't legally binding or anything else, so perhaps she's slightly confused, but it doesn't matter." Richard says, "Rose's lime juice would like rum and coke." No, I'm not a rum and coke. I couldn't drink any alcohol at the moment. I mean, can you imagine drinking first? Imagine what this programme would be like if I started off drinking alcohol in the morning. Imagine somebody goes, "Would you like..." I mean, I have known presenters in the past who do drink. But not at this time of the morning. I've never heard of anybody. Oh, I did know another radio station where the one of the early morning presenters had, let's call it, a drink problem. And I think we all know who it is. But it's a badly kept what do they call it? A badly kept secret in the business. I can't imagine anybody actually managing that. I worked with somebody years ago who was addicted to cough mixture. They would get through a bottle of cough mixture per programme because of the codeine in it. The codeine was the addictive side of it. Whereas, I just look on cough mixture as for a cough, which made it sort of a lot easier. Floods here at the moment on Coffs Coast and mid-north coast of New South Wales. Steve, how would you not know if you got married or not? Well, you would know. I take it on these persons here present, if anybody would have any cause or just impediment why they should not be joined together in lawful matrimony, now you are to declare it. Me, hello? Harry professed his undying love for loads of people before he finally got round to Meghan, who actually wasn't interested in him to start with until she saw the size of all the houses that seemed to be up on offer, and now they've turned their back on it and they don't want anything. Wouldn't you want to live in, Hampton Court Palace or Frogmore? Any of the... Well, Frogmore, not necessarily. It's the place where they go to die. They bury them at Frogmore. That's where the family mausoleum is. I think that's where, mausoleum is very well. I think that's where Victoria's buried. I have a feeling, yeah. I remember because the Duke of Edinburgh showed us round. They drove past when they were doing a thing about, not me personally, but they were doing a television programme. He said, "Oh, this is Frogmore, they'll bury Victoria," and all the rest of it. And then he carried on showing them around the park because he's park ranger at Windsor. But Frogmore's very well known as the family mausoleum. Place where you go to, well, I mean, you're dead and then they put you in there. It's quite nice, isn't it? I mean, I'd love to go and have a look at that. I mean, that's a bit posh, isn't it? The Royal Mausoleum at Frogmore. How lovely. So who's there? Queen Victoria, Albert, and other people. That's it at the moment. But there's loads of room in there. Presumably it's got catacombs underneath and you can bury people under there. Amazing, isn't it? I told you they actually found all sorts of people at Windsor. In the chapel there, they found Charles I in there. They didn't know where he'd been buried after he was beheaded, and they found him in there. They found the coffin because it had the royal cipher on the top, down in the crypt. And who did they find in a car park? Oh, that was some old king from a long time ago. For some reason, he was buried in a car park. Hope he paid the ticket. Very expensive to get buried in car parks nowadays, especially when they're charging on an hourly basis. But yeah, they found Charles I, and when they opened up the lid of the coffin, there was his body, and the head was separate to one side, and they knew it was him because he had a little beard, little goatee beard. It was Richard III, Dick III of England. So well done to Dick III, and they sort of... I mean, there can't have been much left of him, can there, apart from a few bones? They were doing that when they were doing Crossrail, I think. They found all sorts of burials of different people, plague pits and stuff like that, and some people from the 1600s. It's quite amazing. That's why I think I'll be cremated. I don't fancy the idea of in a few years' time somebody go, "You won't believe who we dug up the other day. Remember that Steve Allen? We dug him up. He was in a woodland grotto." Harren's 36 and Meghan's 39. No, they're not. Why are people so thick? He's 33, she's 36, okay? I mean, if you don't know something like that, you really are stupid. Steve, woken up to pee, got back into the bed and put LBC on. Well, that's how it should be. But I tell you, in 5 minutes, you're going to be wanting a cup of tea or a glass of water. They used to keep it by the side of the bed. If you were ill in school years ago when I was at prep school, they would leave a glass of Robinson's lemon barley water. You'd have a glass of lemon barley water. Hot Ribena. Oh, that sounds quite. I've never had hot Ribena. Is that nice? Is that really good? I've got some Ribena in here. We could have hot Ribena this morning. That's party time. Party on down. With hot Ribena. Oh, how lovely. I've never had that before. Oh, that sounds very nice. Syrupy. Oh, we like syrupy. Definitely. Is it true Harry paid $2 million to renovate Frogmore? Says Mike. Yes. Well, in fact, we paid for it to start with until people kicked up a fuss. And then he actually coughed up for it. Because apparently until Diana died, he didn't have any money left to leave the royal family, although we had no idea he was thinking about leaving in the first place. Steve, I work with a guy addicted to drinking brake fluid. He said he could stop any time. The old ones are the best. The old ones are the best. And somebody says, if you turned up half cut at 4 a.m, I don't think your show would be any better than it already is. I've got no idea, actually. I mean, because I've not been drunk or sozzled or tiddled or whatever it is. Have I ever been on air? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Years and years ago, we had a party at LBC. I was doing the overnight programme. Adrian Love was presenting the programme before me, and they invited in listeners to Gough Square, and we were all having bevies and things like that. And then I had to go on air. Well, doing a speech-based programme when you've had a few sherbets, I'm telling you, you'd think it would be easy. It doesn't work like that at all. I dried up after 20 minutes. Yeah, I had to go home. I didn't know what to talk about. I couldn't remember what I was talking about or why I was even there. Oh, no, I didn't get into trouble, no. People didn't get into trouble for things like that in those days. It was just, they just went, he's not very well, he's gone home. But I don't want you to feel that the time a short while ago I wasn't very well was anything to do with alcohol, because I'm not drunk in ages. Ages and ages and ages. Diane says, so pleased you're feeling better. Yeah, I'm not 100%. Got the hospital on Wednesday, 6 o'clock in the evening, I ask you. What a time. I shall have to say to him, listen, this can't be long. I need to go to sleep. I'm exhausted. That's how it works. So, Steve, I love water with lime juice. No, yeah, you could cold water with lime juice is very nice. Hot Ribena sounds brilly-poos, doesn't it? I might have to go for that next time we've got a break in 2 minutes. I might actually go out there and get some hot water and then pour some Ribena at that. Oh, dear, honestly. Is it really good? Is Ribena good for you? I don't know. Or is it's just a very sugary, in moderation, just a sugary drink? Well, I shall try it and I shall let you know. And then you'll all be rushing out today going, Steve Allen had Ribena with hot water. And it was very good. It was very nice. Yeah, somebody else come back. Same person. Meghan is 39. No, she's not. Honestly, I mean, why don't you read the wedding, the marriage certificate? So much easier as opposed to preaching to the stupid. We can't tell people. If you don't understand things, that's it. It's like, I'm 43. You prove differently. Apparently, scientists tell us what we do know. A mug of hot squash, like Nan gave us, cures a cold. No, the thing that cures a cold, hot milk with a shot of whiskey and some sugar. Did you ever have that as a kid? As a kid, we had it as kids. When we were 13, you'd have it. I mean, obviously, it wasn't enough to get you tiddled, but it was a cup of hot milk, or sort of, not boiling, obviously, and then into that a shot of whiskey and a spoonful of sugar. Oh, I tell you, did I feel better after that? You slept like a log. Seriously, for about 3 days. Yeah, Stephen, you've got to go to school. Oh. You've got to go to school? Yeah, I can't go. You've got to go. Why? You're the headmaster. And it's a case of, I go to school. I was hopeless at getting up in the morning. My dad was very good. He'd always wake up first and he'd make a cup of tea and bring it up to us. And he'd go, Stephen, tea, tea. Thank you. And you'd open an eye and you'd see the tea sitting on the side and then you'd just close your eyes and go back to sleep again. We never stayed awake, and then when you'd wake up, it'd be stone cold, and it was horrid. But my dad always used to bring us up a cup of tea. What a nice man. What a nice man.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Julie, the bus driver, says, nice to have your company on this chilly Monday morning. Yes, thank you very much indeed. Megan was booked. Yes, we know she's 39 now, but when they got married, which is what we were talking about, if people open their ears, she was 36 when they got married. Or didn't get married or whatever it was. Steve, I drink Ovaltine. I tell you the thing I liked. Did you ever have Born Vita? Born Vita was delicious. It was like a malty chocolate drink. And I believe you could still buy it. And I remember it looked like little sugar crystals when you opened up the top of it. Born Vita. It was delicious. I think it was first sold in India in 1948. Discontinued in the UK market 2008. And is it still available, Born Vita? Is it not? Oh, it was delicious. It was sold in Australia, 1933. Developed as a health food. Oh, I loved it. Born Vita. It was sort of like creamy and... it was just nice. Just very, very nice. But there you go, Born Vita. Yeah, you must still be able to get it. You must still be able to get it. Oh, this is the Indian version. Wow. Fancy still being able to get it. I like those sort of things, though. Oh, I tell you. There's all... Next birthday, I should buy Born Vita. Sold as a health vitamin. Mind you, it's ever so expensive. 28 quid and things. I'm not spending that much on it. I'd rather go without. I haven't even had a cup of hot chocolate. We used to like hot chocolate as well. You take out 2 spoonfuls, stir it into a cup of milk. By the way, I didn't have the Ribena. We think it's gone off. I'm not sure if Ribena can go off, but it didn't look like the right colour, and I sort of smelt it. It didn't smell like Ribena at all, because I know what Ribena smells like. So I'll have to go and get another one today, and then we shall try it. Apparently, Ribena only has about 16% actual fruit juice. I know. I've said this before. We read out the ingredients. I was ever so disappointed. The big supermarkets sell high juice that has 50% fruit juice, and the no added sugar one is okay for diabetics. Oh, listen, it's all okay for diabetics. You just got to do everything in moderation. Everything in moderation. Careful moderation. Somebody wrote on the top of that, but it just didn't. It's been there, sitting there for ages. Best part of a year, I think, if not longer. Somebody says Lucozade and Junior Aspirin is what I was given. Junior Aspirin. Do you remember? Junior Aspirin. I used to love Junior Aspirin, but my favourite smell of all time, please don't write in with your favourite smells, we're not a BBC local station, was calamine lotion. I love the smell of calamine lotion. That was like, wow. You put that on a bit of cotton wool. I know, very weird cravings. Perhaps I'm pregnant. Perhaps it's going to come as a big surprise to everybody. And yes, exactly. I've had the morning sickness. The Ribena smell's gone off. I've not had that. The lime juice that I had from Waitrose, which was Mexican lime juice, and it didn't taste like the normal stuff. So today, that's my treat. Rose's lime juice. Rose's lime juice. Also, because I liked the bottle. I quite like the dimples on it and everything else. It looked quite nice. And they used to use lime juice on ships years and years ago to preserve food. Stuff was sort of stuck into lime juice. I think it was to prevent scurvy. No, yes, it's a bit like vinegar. It just tastes nicer. I loved it. Oh, ice cubes and oh yeah, thank you very much indeed. But Born Vita, very disappointed about. It's a very chilly morning out there, as Julie has pointed out. It really is. It is a bit nippy out there. This is part of the weather coming in from wherever. It might have been Iceland. I don't know. They seem to be suffering, don't they? Ribena's banned in America. What for? Is it because it's too... Why are blackcurrants banned in America? So the plants became a vector for a disease that threatened to annihilate all pines. So they're basically saving the logging industry. Today, some states lift the ban as new ways to fight this disease are developed. However, this fruit remains very rare in America. Blackcurrants are rare in America. Isn't it funny? Land of the free. Except if you want Ribena, in which case you can't have it. Because we've got to protect the logging industry. Or think, then let's just axe the logging industry then, so much easier. Shane says, did you like Horlicks? Not really, no. Not really. That always sounded... I always thought that was an old person's drink. Oh, I saw a dreadful programme the other day. Oh, my goodness me, what was it on the television? It was a reality show. elderly people behaving badly in Benidorm. It was drunk 85-year-olds. It was really tragic. Really, there was one woman there who, she went over there. She obviously lived here and then went over there for holidays or something. 85, just got drunk, and then kept sort of showing her boobs off and everything else. All the young people over in Benidorm going, ugh, tacky. I mean, it was really awful. People on their mobility scooters going up and down, all dressed up in sort of, you know, old men in drag. And it was really the worst programme I've ever seen. I've seen some garbage on the television. They had Fern McCann on one of those Sunday brunch type programmes the other day. What she's contributed to reality shows you could write on a grain of sand. Oh, I've got a reality show at the moment, she goes. You know, me and my baby, because I'm a single mother. I thought, yeah, aren't you just? You know, I mean, why would that be a reality show nowadays? What sort of message does that send out to people? Bad messages, very bad messages. Is Bournvita better than Ovaltine? Well, you can't get Bournvita. So you can't get it, so I don't know. I've had Ovaltine before. I don't think I like that one either. I don't think. Ovaltine, I don't know, it's like a malted drink, isn't it? I don't know, whatever, we don't want it. It's not for us. It's not for us. We are lime juice babes. Yeah, we are Ribena and lime juice babes, okay? Or failing that, if you can't have it if you're diabetic, and I used to love it, mango juice. I could buy cartons of Rubicon mango juice and drink it ice cold and then somebody said, you can't have mango juice. Another avenue of pleasure. Have you noticed you can't get strawberry juice? You can get mango juice, you can get apple juice, pear juice. You can't get strawberry juice. You can get a mixture, can't you? You can get a strawberry Ribena, but you cannot just get crushed strawberries as a juice. Isn't that funny? You can get lychees, and I've seen banana drink as well. But probably quite expensive, I should imagine. You've got to crush a lot of strawberries to get a lot of juice out, haven't you, really? But I just quite fancied the idea, because I love going to Waitrose and looking at all the different juices that they do. They use carrots in an awful lot of things, and it looks healthy until you realise it's mixed with either apple juice or orange juice, which is not very good. There you go. Why isn't pure strawberry juice a thing? Because fruit like strawberries have way too much sugar, fructose, processed by the liver, and it could have dangerous consequences. So there you go. I'm saving you from yourself. How good of me. How good am I? Honestly, we're very educational on this programme. Very, very educational. Not only can we slurp our tea with the best of them, but we're educational at the same time. Do you remember chocolate spread, says Harry? Can still buy it. Still buy chocolate. It's ghastly. Ghastly. I mean, who has chocolate spread apart from little children? It's not for adults. It really isn't. Steve, we need to tell America blackcurrants matter. Very good, very good play on that one, Phil. And other things hard to get in America, Marmite and a decent cup of tea. You know why? It's their milk. It's their milk. Have you tried having a cup of tea in Spain? Never tastes the same as here. It doesn't matter what the tea bag is. It's their water and their milk. It doesn't taste the same. It's a great shame because I love a cup of tea. And Horlicks is the worst drink on the planet, says Chris in Goulsden. Horlicks. There's so many different drinks, aren't there, that you could sort of have. Is that for old people as well? So many things for old people. I should be delighted when I get to being an old people. Dandelion and burdock? No, dear. I think you've just read that in an Enid Blyton book, haven't you? 5 go to Kirin Island, and we had dandelion and burdock. Dandelion and burdock. I tell you what's very nice. It's that there's a castle. I don't know how you pronounce it. I've always called it Belvoir, but I think it's probably not. There's probably another way. It's in Kent, I think. And they make their own juices and cordials. Their elderflower cordial is delicious. Absolutely delicious. And I didn't realise that elderflower cordial, they pay people to go and collect it from the hedgerows, and they bring it back, and then it's all crushed and everything. So it's just growing wild, elderflower. But delicious. Elderflower cordial. Here we go. You know, with masses of freshly picked elderflowers, lemon juice, and Belvoir spring water. It's delicious. It really is nice. I always thought it was terribly posh. Made to Mary Manners' family recipe. My mother used to make lemon squash. She was very good at making lemon squash. We used to have it hot in the winter and cold in the summer. It worked equally well both ways. We used to sell it commercially. We used to sell. Yeah, my mother had a little factory in one of our garden sheds making lemon squash. We had a machine that she would. It was my father fixed up. It was a motor with a grater on the end of it. And you'd hold the lemon to it to get the pith out. My mother was very good at taking the pith out of the lemons. And we'd do that. And then they had another machine at the end of these bottles. We had all these boxes and boxes of bottles arriving. And it was the metal foil thing. And you'd put the metal foil on the top. And I had a rubber thing that looked like some sexual implement. And you pushed it down and it made the foil fit the top of the bottle. I was very good at doing that. I was fixing foil. Yeah, I could set it up again. We still got the recipe. We had all sort of different things that went into it, and it was very. She sold it in local health food shops and stuff like that. It was very good, actually. It was a little industry. I mean, I don't think we went into major production, but I mean, it was still good. Oh, it's Beaver Castle, says Conrad. I knew it wasn't pronounced Belvoir, but I've always pronounced it like that. But they do a whole range of all these different cordials, and it's obviously very good. Mind you, if you have just recently won the lottery, how would you like to stay in a castle? Did you know that the majority of the castles in this country are available to rent? You buy them by the week. You can have sadly not Windsor, that's the only one, but there's loads of these places. I mean, some big places, and you get the run of everything, normally for up to about 16 or 17 people. I've got prices for you because I know you're going to be interested in this one, because if you're looking for something to do in this country and you want to pretend you're Lord of the Manor or Lady of the Manor, this could be the thing for you. It's not cheap. In fact, it's a bit more expensive than you might even imagine, but you could all go there. All your food is included. There's polo and horse racing and other things. Mind you, of course, I mean, if you can't play polo before you go, you're not going to be able to do it before you get back again. Okay, I'm just telling you, they don't sort of offer lessons. But I'll tell you how many different castles are available and what the prices are, because it could be the problem solver of all your going on holidays. What was the other one that I quite liked? The BBC's Morning Live programme is doing so well. Apparently it's beating Lorraine in the rate, not by much, but it's beating Lorraine in the ratings. I think people just want something different to look at. They'll watch it for a little while, then they'll suddenly realise that Kim Marsh is not the greatest presenter in the world with... I can't remember what the bloke is. Gethin. Is it Gethin? Oh, it's Gethin, is it? He used to be a Blue Peter presenter, didn't he? Gethin, yeah. Didn't he used to go out with Catherine Jenkins, Gethin? I'm pretty sure it's Gethin Jones. Pretty certain. We should find out after the break. We are a mine of information this morning. I hope you tell your friends about this. You won't get this anywhere else on the entire planet. There's obviously a reason.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
There you are. Nice to have your company. So we're trying to work out, apparently Beaver fruit drinks are produced in Rutland. Locals get paid for how many elderflowers I know I saw people doing it on the telly. And I remember thinking then, how interesting that they go out there and pick all these elderflowers and they turn... It's quite delicious, the cordial. Makes you feel all posh, doesn't it? If it's got Beaver Castle, spelt Belvoir. Yeah, better in the summer, but you can have all the different ranges. And then you could just... I always wanted one of those big fridge freezers. I've got no room for it. That dispenses ice cubes and ice cold water. I always fancied that idea. But I also want one of those taps at home, which I could probably have put in, which dispenses hot water and cold water and fizzy water as well now. They're about 1,500 quid, those taps. I remember seeing them in Country Life. I remember thinking, that's a nice idea. We got them here. Very good idea. Very good idea. Steve. Amazon to the rescue for Born Vita. Yeah, but it's coming from abroad. And I've said to you before, I will not buy anything on Amazon that's coming from abroad. And that's what I can tell. If it doesn't say Amazon Prime, it's coming. Look at the delivery dates on a lot of this stuff. And you can tell it's too far away. It's either coming from China or from Japan. Japan the other day, wasn't it? We were looking at Kit Kats. And they're saying for the 25th for Born Vita. Yeah, 2 or 3 days. But that's coming from... Where do we think it's coming from? Does it say? It doesn't say, does it? I think it could be coming from India. I don't know. Tanki Shakti. No, I don't know what that... Yeah, shopindian.com. There you go. But, I mean, if they can get it here for 2 days, miracle of all miracles, I should imagine. Heston Blumenthal reveals how to make the tastiest rice. I love rice. I'm more than happy with just boiled rice. That's quite nice. Egg fried is okay, but it's a little bit Western for me. I like going back to, traditional stuff. And I think boiled rice, as I say, you won't find anybody, from different continents who eat the stuff that we eat, like special fried rice. And we're going, what's that? It's like if you go to Italy and go, pizza, everybody, I'll have Hawaiian, and they'll look at you and go, sorry? Hawaiian pizza. What's Hawaiian? That's ham and pineapple. Get out. Get out now, peasants. Have you ever heard anything like it? They don't do Hawaiian pizza. That's what we do over here. It's like, go to China, go into a Chinese restaurant, typical Chinese restaurant, and ask for sweet and sour chicken or sweet and sour pork. They'll look at you like you're mad. Ask for chicken legs, deep fried. You can get them straight away. Steve, Beaver is in the posh end of Leicestershire. Don't be silly. There isn't a posh end of Leicestershire, is there? Where's that? Where is that? Steve, highly recommend tea and coffee for hot lemon water in the morning. I used to drink hot lemon every morning. When I was in Austria, working out there, I would go to the canteen and get a little jug of lemon juice, freshly squeezed, and pour it into hot water. Very good for you, lemon juice in the morning. Very good for broadcasters. You watch all the broadcasters listening, be going, right, make a note of that. Steve has lemon juice. Haven't had it for ages and ages. But I used to love that. That was really good. Very refreshing for you. Because apparently drinking tea and coffee is not good for you. I don't know why. There was some reason why. I think it produces more mucus than anything. It sounds disgusting, doesn't it? I'm so sorry. So in the paper today, sales of bottled water have plummeted as the pandemic keeps people at home. But it doesn't. I mean, there's been queues for all the supermarkets around my way for the past God knows how long. I've been using bottled water for ages. Coffee dehydrates. There you go. Especially your vocal cords. La 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 la. All together. La 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 la. That's the water. But apparently it limits your capabilities. The task of singing becomes more difficult because your body has less moisture to lubricate your cords. Way. First thing in the morning, eh? Come on. Who wants their cords lubricated? Steve, a pint glass, says Julie, the bus driver, with lime cordial and tonic water and ice. So refreshing on a hot day. She says, when we have a hot day. I know. I said to my driver, Mohammed, this morning, I said, it'd be nice to see some sunshine. But so far, nothing. Nothing at all. But you're right, actually. I'm sure that you could get a flask and put ice in, or crushed ice, and water and lime juice. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Little fruit cocktail going. Oh, that sounds delicious. Steve, years ago I used to be a volunteer on a kibbutz in Israel. One of my jobs was getting the fleshy bits out of pomelos and putting it in large tubs to be sold. We did it at night in a shed-like place using some sort of machine. The leftover juice was delicious. We used to swipe it. By the way, did you know the fleshy bits in the segments of pomelos are called vesicles? Same as with oranges. Have you seen pomelos? They look like a cross between a grapefruit and a big orange. Or pomelos, they're called, aren't they? Not pomelos. What am I talking about? Pomelos. They sell them in Paul Cooper's place. They're very big. I've never had one because I can't have anything like that. So it's the largest citrus fruit, principal ancestor of the grapefruit, and I can't have grapefruit. Interferes with my medication. I might just fall over and expire very quickly. It is like they're quite big though. They look like small footballs. I should buy one and bring it in for you, shouldn't I, for next week? Pomelos. Have you never had it? Yeah, you just literally comes in like a little netting, which presumably it hangs on the tree from. And but I've never had one. I'll be serious to see what it looks like. You know, very excited. Weather for today: 14 degrees, sunny intervals and a gentle breeze. That'll be me, gentle breeze, sitting on the patio talking to the accountant. You know, unless he rockets me for doing all sorts of bits and pieces. Do you ever drink chamomile tea, says Dave? Do I sound like the sort of person who drinks chamomile tea? Of course not. Of course not. Not for me. And Steve, says Roger, there's one airline that's made a fortune during the pandemic. Amazon Cargo. They've recently bought 30 Boeing 767s. Oh, everybody's... And yet I've not bought anything from Amazon for quite a while. I'm being quite good about it. Yeah, I seem to have everything. There's nothing that I don't need anything. You know, I haven't even bought DVDs or anything like that at all. And you know me, I was normally the first person to go onto Amazon and sit there, you know, buying all sorts. Once you buy this, people who bought this bought that, and I was buying everything. How about Pelor rice, says Deb? Yeah, I love Pelor rice. On instantaneous hot water taps, we recently had this one installed. It's very effective and a lot cheaper than some of them. And it doesn't do fizzy though, says Paul. Yeah, this new one does fizzy. Wow. Pat says, what about the awful female holidaymakers who visit overseas to hook up with young men? Where's that? Good Lord. But this Benidorm programme was ghastly. Nothing worse than pensioners. I mean, really, you know, drunk pensioners The programme is to show pensioners behaving badly. And some of them were absolutely ghastly. You know, there's all the young people there trying to enjoy themselves, and there's an 85-year-old woman trying to show you her boobs. You know, it's tragically sad. And her daughter is going, oh, everybody loves her. I thought, no, they don't. No, they don't. Was it Tenerife? Oh, well. Or as we call it, Tenerife. There was a wonderful TV series, Steve, about making wine and drinks from the hedgerows. It was called Fruity Passions and was presented by a baker from Frome called Margaret Vaughan. Lovely stuff, says Trevor. Ooh. You see, there's so much stuff out there that you could do, couldn't you? But it's quite nice, actually. So here we go. This is the pensioners from Tenerife. It's really awful. You know, this is outrageous scenes from Magaluf that disgusted British parents. These are wrinkly ravers. And it appears they're determined to get as debauched and as drunk as their pensions will allow. I mean, there's one woman clinging to a pole to balance the 2 drinks she's carrying. Looks like she's having the time of her middle-aged life. It's the saddest programme you'll ever see. There's one man here dressed in a tutu dancing with 2 friends. Apparently thousands, tens of thousands no less, of Silver Surfers are abandoning Britain for Tenerife throughout the winter, the spring and autumn, and soaking up sun they miss so much in Blighty. I don't know how they afford it. I seriously don't know how they afford it. They are the oddest people. Seriously, I tell you, if anything was going to put you off going to Tenerife, that'd be it. Don't go. Don't go, please. Whoa. The thugs attacking the police. Let's pick them up and take them all way over there and leave them. I think that'd be the best place. I mean, I cannot understand. You know, people were throwing missiles. And these are people complaining about, forgive me for being ignorant, what were they complaining about? It's lockdown. So they're totally ignoring lockdowns. What are they complaining about? They're just people who want to attack the police. I hope they get arrested. I hope they all get identified. And they're complaining about police powers to regulate protests. But these people are disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I mean, one of them, a police station was attacked. 2 of the vehicles were torched. Were torched, if you please. Let's find these people and say, you're going to prison 10 years. You can stay there and do whatever you like. And as for the girl who urinated in front of the police, frankly, a more disgusting piece of low-life scum you'd be hard-pushed to find. That just about takes it to a different level. As soon as she's found, of course, she'll be going, oh, I had a couple of drinks. That'll be it. Have you ever heard of anything like it? This violent mob, defacing and writing over police vehicles. I mean, I tell you what, if any of them are on benefits, stop their benefits immediately. I don't understand why we're paying for them. It's going to cost us a small fortune to get all these vehicles cleaned up again. I know that there is a place on the television. You've ever seen it? It's called Cop Shop. And all the vehicles that have been involved in accidents, they take them there and they rebuild them and rebrand them and everything else. But these things here were set on fire by these disgusting peasants. I hope they find you. I really do. One of them, a rioter, was spraying all over the windows of Bridewell police station. You'll be identified, mate. You'll be identified. Let's watch you cry as you go into court, shall we? Because we won't be crying at all. We really won't. Honestly. You stupid nobodies. Stupid people. Builders voted the best lovers in the country. Who says that? Builders. I mean, to be honest with you, just because they can lift a few bricks up, I ask you. I'm a scaffolder, Steve. I'm a scaffolder. I'm a good lover. No, you're not. You're a Neanderthal. 3/4 of construction workers rated their lovers 8 out of 10. Yeah. What does your boyfriend do, builder? Lovely. Great. Advertising workers are the next best in bed, followed by estate agents, doctors, nurses, lawyers, engineers and teachers. Have you noticed, way down the list, radio presenters? You know why? Far too boring to get involved in things like that. Oh, news.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. So we've saved our pennies. Okay, and we're going to go to a car. I've got something for you. You know what you just asked me for? I've got something better. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Wait a minute. Wait. Yes, you come to the door. Come to the door. I just realised I've got something. Sorry, I have to give one of the boys a tablet. Cool. Okay. So you actually take a tablet out. Okay, there you go. Thank you. You'll like these. These are for just chew it. Right. Just chew it. Okay. Did you take 2? Save the other. You don't need 2. Sorry, we're just doing tablet dispensing. I feel like I've opened up the Steve Allen branch of the chemist here. These actually come from America. And they will solve all sorts of problems. They're very good. It is a bit like that. It's a bit like that. But yeah, they're very good, very good. So anyway, so there you all are with 16 friends. All right, some of you, and you think to yourself, what should we do for a holiday? Let's go to a castle. Okay, let's pick a nice one. I've got a lovely one here. This is Carlton Towers. Okay, Carlton Towers is in North Yorkshire. You have exclusive use of 16 rooms, and it's a Victorian Gothic pile. You look at it and you go, oh my God, this would be lovely. Okay, now you need to be a bright young thing. This is owned by the 18th Duke of Norfolk, Edward Fitzalan Howard. It's been occupied by his wife. They use it out for all sorts of things. It's got a secret priest hole to keep them afloat. And they had to sell off £2 million worth of family silver and heirlooms to finance repairs. Things are tough. And you can have this one from £62,000 a week. Now, you think £62,000 is actually, an awful lot of money. But if you're a bright young thing and you're used to going to, a sort of a holiday on a yacht overseas, you can spend £60,000 a week on a yacht quite easily. And so I was sort of thinking, how much would it actually cost? I mean, if you're in sort of made in Chelsea, so 62 divided by, let's put down 16. There you go. That's going to cost you the best part of £4,000 for a week. But you're staying in a fantastic place. Now, if you're a bright young thing, and it doesn't apply to most of us, I'm afraid, that's actually quite normal. £4,000. If you were going to, Mustique or a place like that, you could spend double that. This time you're spending it. There's a lovely one here, stepping into Liz Taylor's dream home. This one's £28,000 a week for 16 people, so you're saving a lot of money. You can go to Lismore Castle in the Republic of Ireland. That's £69,000 for a week. £69,000. But there's loads of other places. Eastnor Castle in Hertfordshire is a proper castle, and that's £57,000 a week. £57,000. But that does include all your meals. And I bet you're eating well out of it. They've got to make a profit. They've got to keep a castle going. It costs a fortune to keep these places going. I'd quite like to be honest with you, I like Carlton Towers in North Yorkshire. I love Gothic piles. I really do. And what was the other one that I quite liked as well? I mean, if you look at the interiors of Eastnor Castle, that's beautiful. Cowdray Park, £80,000 a week. £80,000 a week. That's for 44 guests in 22 bedrooms. So that's not too bad, is it? Not too bad. And they've got all sorts of places. It's just, what it is, it's basically offering you a different... Oh, wait a minute, I found a more expensive one. Scone Palace. This is, for 24 people, £16,000 a night, which is £112,000 a week. Do you think that'd be cheque or credit card? I don't know how you'd pay for it. But they've done the Great British Bake Off Antiques Roadshow. But you can, a more affordable option, they do a 3-bedroom self-catered wing for £3,100 a week for a group of up to 7 people. It's very nice. £4,700 per person. I know, it's a lot of money, isn't it? I mean, it's not for us, but I mean, for people who've actually got things, like £112,000 a week. But out of that, by the time they've taken out all the cleaning of the rooms and everything else and all the food, they've got to make a profit to try and keep the places going. And believe you me, we want houses like that, don't we? The priest holes. Oh, you know what priest holes? That's where the soldiers used to go round there, capturing priests, and so they built in to a lot of these old houses. There was a man who made priest holes. Some of them were very interesting. There's one of them. You lift up the staircase in this house, and there is the priest hole underneath it. So they can lock it from the inside, so people can go up and down the stairs. They wouldn't find anything. One of them, the toilet moved to one side, and then you went underneath the toilet, and that was where the secret passages, yes, all sorts of places, and lots of them. There was probably a book on priest holes, and the ones that are still there. Still there. Steve, did you say bright young thing? Says Shame. That rules me out. Rules all of us out. It's a lot of money. £112,000 a week. Mind you, if you won the lottery, you'd do it once, wouldn't you, to have a really nice time? Wouldn't you do it? Yeah, you'd probably buy the castle if you won the lottery. I was thinking to myself, actually, that it would be sort of a lot easier to sort of win the lottery and then not buy a place but move into a hotel and live in a hotel. I quite like that. A lot of people live in hotels nowadays because most of the hotels in London, especially the old ones like the Savoy and the Ritz, they have their own apartments and things like that. And then you have an apartment. And that would be great. Somebody makes the bed every morning. You can use the hotel for all the facilities, for the food and everything. I quite fancy that. I could go and live at the Savoy. They do have apartments at the Savoy. You can buy them. About £2 million for them. And they've got a car park underneath. It's nice, isn't it? I quite fancy that idea of living at the Savoy. Yeah, right next. I could probably walk to work. As if. Walk to work. I don't think so. 9 in 10 people seeking help for hair loss are women. A lot of people lose their hair. There is a total reversal in demand. It used to be men, 90% of inquiries for hair loss, because women didn't accept hair loss. And also women can buy lovely wigs and things like that now. I see them doing it on QVC and all the other ones where they have a model. What? Ever tempted? Who are you talking to? Me? A wig? For what reason? I've got a full head of hair. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't. What a... Yeah, you haven't got your glasses on. If you had your glasses on, you'd see I've got a full head of hair. I know that because I get my hair cut. And I'm sure that the hairdresser or person known to me wouldn't cut my hair if there wasn't any hair to cut. Because they would be fibbing, just going click, 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 click like that, making the sound of scissors. Oh, no. Seriously, you could stuff cushions with the amount of hair on my head. Not a very big cushion, but you could stuff a cushion. A cushion that measures probably about 2 inches by an inch. Steve, did you know there's a National Tea Day? It falls on the 21st of April. I shall be celebrating. Well, I've got better things to celebrate. And Mike says, can you think of 24 or 23 people you like to throw money into the kitty to book a week's holiday together with you? Yeah, easy. Could you not find that many people? Blimey, I could find that easily. Easily. Just based on the people I work with here, we filled up half of it. They'd all be... If I said to them, OK, we're all going away for the weekend, to spend a weekend in a car... Well, not a weekend, we're going to spend a week in a castle, and you can do everything. Hunt it. We could do the show from the castle, get up in the morning. Once we've done the show, the boys could go horse riding and things like that. Do you think so? I'm definitely up for that one. Definitely. Richard Coles revealing how the police are investigating the hate mail he received, even as he prepared to bury the man that he loved. He's got a memoir called The Madness of Grief. He was in the Communards, wasn't he, Richard Cole? Yeah. But people trolled him over his boyfriend who died. Which is sad, isn't it, really? We get trolls all the time. They're generally people who are so stupid and thick that it's just embarrassing. Josh says, I prefer to spend my holidays lounging on a Caribbean beach and have no inclination to play kings and queens in a smelly old castle. You've never spent time on a Caribbean beach, honestly. Nothing worse than delusional. God in heaven, the nearest thing to a California beach or a Caribbean beach is looking at a photograph of it. You can't afford... They wouldn't want somebody like you. Nobody called Josh is allowed to book holidays in the Caribbean. That's chav. You go to Blackpool. Much, much better for you. Another one says, the GC claims she's lost 3 stone in weight. Oh, that was months ago. That was such a long time ago. Looks the same to me. Perhaps she gave them to Arj. Oh, we've given up with Arj, haven't we? I don't know what's happened there. They haven't had anything. Steve, if I had my way, I'd make the rioters pay for all the damage. Time the penalties were changed, says Kevin the Milkman. He says, are milkmen on the list of good lovers? Asking for a friend, obviously. No. No, you're even lower than radio presenters. I did have the full list, but I've lost it. Can you find it? People who are the better lovers. Stephen Sondheim celebrates his birthday today. He's 91. 91, so happy birthday. And Wilfred Bramble, born in 1912. He was the former child star. He was Albert Steptoe in Steptoe and Son. He was in A Hard Day's Night. His luxury for Desert Island Discs was whiskey and lager. He enjoyed his bevies, and why not? So we'll tell you who are the best lovers very, very shortly. Try not to pan. Oh, here we go. No, I'm going to make you wait. I'm not going to give it to you straight away. I've got the 5 worst lovers and the 5 best lovers. Okay, do you fit into that category? We shall let you know. Ian the Skip says, does Skip lorry drivers feature in the best lovers rankings? You will have to wait to find out. I mean, it could be good news for you, or on the other hand, it could be very bad news. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, what is a peasant in actual fact, and how could you tell these Bristol protesters were peasants without being there? I'm concerned you might be giving peasants a bad name. Yes. Do we have peasants anymore? Yes. They were down in Bristol the other night. They were people who have no regard whatsoever for other people. So I didn't quite understand what they were doing. The answer is they were anarchists, and they just liked having a ruck with the police. But so the sooner they're all rounded up, and there'll be pictures in the papers over the next few days of pictures that police have taken on their body cams, and they'll be going, do you know this person? And we'll get them into court. Okay? Especially the girl who urinated in front of the police. I mean, seriously, you need some medical help as quick as possible. But let's wait and see, shall we? Until we find out who you are.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Really nice to have your company. Coming up 18 minutes past 5. It's Monday morning, beginning of the week. It's the 22nd of March. And if you're celebrating your birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Poem for today is by Unknown. It's called Have You Ever Seen? Have you ever seen a sheet on a riverbed? Or a single hair from a hammer's head? Has the foot of a mountain any toes? And is there a pair of garden hose? Does the needle ever wink its eye? Why doesn't the wing of a building fly? Can you tickle the ribs of a parasol, or open the trunk of a tree at all? Are the teeth of a rake ever going to bite? Have the hands of a clock any left or right? Can the garden plot be deep and dark? And what is the sound of the birch's bark? It was good, wasn't it? Very exciting. And thank you very much indeed for that one. It was about, have you ever seen? I don't think it actually had a meaning. I don't think we should ever try and decipher what the poetry is on this programme. You'll be here all blooming day trying to work out what it is. It depends what's going through Jake's mind at the time, actually. And in the case of that poem, nothing. Nothing was going through his mind at all. What did we say the other day? What were those feet we were coming up with? It was in the papers? Peasant feet. We didn't know what peasant feet were. And it turns out you've got your toe and then your other toes are all the same length. All the same length. And that's peasant's feet. I didn't know, actually. And to be honest with you, it didn't actually sort of encourage me to sort of get my socks off and have a good look at my feet. I decided not to. I thought I could leave that for another day, where I'm not bored. And but it's people with bigger second toes are impulsive stress heads, while a wiggly little toe means you're restless. What does your feet say about you? It says it's your toes. It says you're a peasant. So there you go. So if your second toe bigger than your big one, that means you're more active, sporty and creative and are enthusiastic about new ideas. What a load of old codswallop. What a load of codswallop. Apparently the most common foot type for us modern folk, people with these type of feet tend to be balanced, outgoing and sociable. They enjoy travel, exploring new cultures and are open to new experiences and probably eat liver. They just look like normal. So your second toe could be bigger than your big toe. Well, that's just peculiar, isn't it? Who's ever heard of that before? And that's called the wiggly little toe, which is good. Square foot, that's the one we were talking about before, where everything is the same, known as peasant foot. All your toes are the same length. You're said to be practical and reliable and love weighing up the options before making a decision. You're often a dependable friend. Yeah, whatever. A stretched foot. So some of your toes are fused together. Sounds a bit amphibian, doesn't it, really? While your big toe is pointed slightly up and your feet are long and slim. People with these feet are very secretive. They're moody and impulsive. Boo! Boo you! Extra small little toe. That's a sign of childlike. It goes on forever. There's about another 300 of these. I don't think we'll bother, actually. Basically, as long as you can walk on it, you should be okay. All right. It's a good idea. Right. Who are the best lovers by profession? At number 5... No, let's do the worst ones. The 5 worst lovers. Number 5, waiters and chefs. Okay. Number 4, HR, human resources. I don't think we'll put that one to the test. Number 3, consultants. Number 2, charity workers. And number 1, call centre workers. Okay. Now the 5 top lovers. Number 5, lawyers. Number 4, doctors and nurses. 3, estate agents. 2, ad workers. That's people who work in advertising. And number 1, builders. Stretched a bit, isn't it? Why builders, I wonder? Why would builders be better lovers? I mean, I don't quite get that at all, but it's good, actually. Terry says, I've been up all night watching outtakes of Lily Savage on Blankety Blank. Oh, God, did he used to have... they were quite funny, actually, some of them. And Steve, Josh's preemptive text must be playing up. I suspect he typed in sitting on a Canvey Island beach, but it came out as Caribbean by mistake. Yeah, there's no way that you're called Josh and you go to the Caribbean. I'm sorry, they wouldn't let you there. They wouldn't let you in. What's your name? I'll just take the booking on that one. Yeah, it's like Josh. Not for you. No. If you were called Edward or Gerald or something like that, or Sebastian, but or Steve, very popular name, but not Josh, I'm afraid. Definitely not for you. Steve, when the family come over after lockdown, I'm thinking about going to a traditional banquet at Cardiff Castle, says Comrade. Well, you do it. You do it. I think we're all going to be doing different things, aren't we? I can't wait to see all my lot. They're probably all changed. Probably all changed now. So, sorry to say, no skip lorry drivers. No skip lorry drivers featuring in the... I mean, to be honest with you, you know, when people say, you know, are you a good lover? I go, well, there's no benchmark, is there really? There is no benchmark at all. You just have to take my word for it. That's absolutely brilliant. You can say that. You can say that because nobody can ever disprove it. You're never going to sort of start arguing about things like that. The Prince's true feelings on that Megxit interview. Do we believe it? Do we believe that that's what William has been saying? You know, are they out to cause trouble for the royal family? Is Harry getting his own back? Does it go on forever and a day? Yes. Are we bored with it? Yes. Do we care? No, not anymore. The Queen has said that they're going to have a diversity czar. But they've been thinking about this for ages, long before this. Long before it. So it's nothing new. The Express today, all the jabs in one day, nearly 845,000. That is really good. It's unbelievable. The mob of animals attacking the police. These aren't people protesting. These are anarchists. These are people who want to upset. These are people smashing windows of a police station. These are people who have to hide themselves. Why? Because they're big girls' blouses. They don't want to be identified. But don't worry. Police have got loads of pictures. And police suffered broken bones, vehicles torched, protests turned violent, and, you know, missiles thrown at them, including fireworks. I mean, to be honest with you, what buffoon and imbecile keeps fireworks? You know, Andy Roebuck, chair of Avon and Somerset Police Federation, described the culprits as a mob of animals. I agree. Let's get them arrested. Let's find out who they are. Give us the pictures. The papers will print pictures of these pieces of scum, and we'll get them into court as quick as possible. And I quite go with the idea of making them pay. But of course, let me take a little guess. I bet most of them aren't working. I bet you anything. But, you know, that's the best of Britain, ladies and gentlemen. Really is bad. And then there's 83 dogs from a traveller site. 83 dogs. Where did they come from? Perhaps they wandered into the site by mistake. Who knows? Alison says, my mum would have been 84 today. She died 18 years ago, but I still miss and think of her every day. Always. My mum died a long time ago. I still think of her every day. And my dad. Always. Steve, perhaps builders are better lovers because they're knackered from peasant work and haven't got too much to get the loving job done. Oh, I don't think they bother, actually. They come in, they eat their beans, chips, eggs, sausages, you know, and fish fingers, and then they go to sleep. They're not the best lovers, honestly. I bet you could ask loads of ladies to go, my husband's a builder. He's blooming useless. I bet you, honestly. Okay, shall we make next week? Next week would be good, yeah? Christmas? Let's try that one. Bob the Builder could have put that list of best lovers together, says Nick. Could be. And somebody says, I'm forever smiling and giggling to myself while I'm here in hospital. You're that ill, are you? Blimey. Nothing worse than sitting in bed going... Yeah, take those tablets. When she comes round and gives you the tablets, swallow them. Okay? And Ashley from York's got an idea of why builders are good people. And Mark says, Poland fan club here. Olesnica, my local castle, is 11th century. Beautiful inside. You haven't mentioned that most castles are haunted. Because they're not. They're not. That's why. There's no such thing as haunted castles and all that kind of stuff. We're not going down that route. Don't start me on that one. Please. What else we got? We've got lots of pictures of which from yesterday's papers. Paul McCartney lying on a beach, and action man President Putin kitted out for the Siberian weather. He likes to see himself as an action man. He looks like he's wearing a sheepskin coat, which has been made into trousers as well. Not the butchest thing I've ever seen, but there you go. And AJ Pritchard's girlfriend. You know, I mean, now with third-degree burns. She said, I really need you all to be so careful. This from the idiot who set fire to a bottle and a piece of rope to show you how to cut it in half. Was it possibly one of the stupidest things I've ever seen? It exploded, setting her upper body alight. Won't be doing that one again, will we? Can't help feeling it's people like you that are wasting everybody's time. The Queen names Dorgie after her war hero Uncle Fergus. Do you think dogs know that's their name? You know, when they actually arrive at a new house and somebody goes, we're not going to call you Fergus, we're going to call you Popsikins. You know, does the dog go, oh, God, don't do that? You know, that would be bad. Thank you for the toe, because there were so many of them. We kind of gave up, I think. We didn't need anything on... What was that one for? What was that one for? For camel? Oh, right. Is camel a banned word? Why can't you... You've never heard of camel toes? Have you? They're quite well, they're probably on that list, I should imagine. Yeah. Camel toes. Bizarre. Don't mention horses, for God's sake. Perhaps that'll be the same sort of thing. Very strange. What are we talking about today? Somebody saying that jihadi bride Shamima Begum should come back to this country to face the music. No, thank you. No, thank you. And also, why did I keep this one? Oh, yes, motorists caught by speed cameras pay out £418 every minute, so that's 600,000 every 24 hours, and brings in more than 200 million a year in fine. In the last 9 years, Britain's 3,224 speed cameras, that all, have earned the Treasury 1.9 billion. They're very lucrative. Minimum speeding fine is £100 and 3 penalty points. Wow. Wow. Also a statue here. Finding or hiding a statue in an underground car park is a sign of tokenism. The monument of Richard Beckford, who owned up to 3,000 slaves, could be moved from the City of London Guildhall headquarters, and a move costing £300,000. So there you go. And there's a picture of him. I don't even know who he is, actually. But it's at the Guildhall. Dame Helen Gosh, Master of Balliol, says it was a tricky area, but said, looking back, we're sorry we took the donations, whoever might have been in the minds of people who took them at the time. Because people happily sort of cough up for things. They don't know why. They just end up doing it.
I'm Elizabeth Day, host of the podcast How to Fail, where I explore what failures my guests overcame and what that taught them about how to succeed. And when you need that extra bit of motivation, have you tried Peloton? It's a fitness experience for your body and mind. From cycling and running to strength Pilates, meditation and boot camps, there is something for everyone. I can personally speak to that with my own Peloton membership. I always look forward to the various workouts, and best of all, you can fit them into your own schedule. That should give you more time to catch the bonus Peloton episode with Joe Elvin on my podcast, How to Fail with Elizabeth Day. Listen now on Global Player.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. It's Steve. Quick question, says Ray. Who takes fireworks to a peaceful protest? Those people. Those people. They actually took fireworks and were throwing them into the crowd. So they're there for different reasons. That's why, as I say, we have to find them very, very quickly. Very quickly. Steve, so happy you're back, says Denise, Chloe and Harry, the 7-year-old. And a diversity czar isn't very diverse, giving the title is a male title, the female being Tsarina. How ironic, says Simon. I think they just call them that, don't they? They have it. But they've been looking at this for ages. Ages and ages. OK, who had a train set? Come on, everybody had a train set. When you were younger, everybody had a train set. Everybody had Hornby 00. But they turn 120. They earn 100. Did you see the Rod Stewart train set? Did you see that? Oh, my goodness. Have you noticed as well that people on shows now are told on television to say, oh, my goodness, not oh, my God? They used to say, oh, my God. You get it on a few of them, or oh, my gosh. They'll always say, oh, my goodness. And you think, looking at Rod Stewart's train set. I mean, seriously, when I first saw it, I thought it was actually a city. This has been brought back. And it's a US city. He's been making it for 23 years. It's absolutely stunning. I mean, I don't know how big this blooming thing is. But I mean, look at it. It's just amazing. It's got, all the trains and everything, and cars. It's really brilliant. Who'd have thought Rod Stewart, and a train set like that? He told Railway Model he worked on the skyscrapers and other scenery whilst on tour, requesting an extra room for his construction. He'd tell them in advance that they were really accommodating, taking out the beds and providing fans to improve circulation. He's very gifted. He's very gifted. It's absolutely amazing. He's not the only person who actually collects trains. Neil Young, I've been searching for a heart. Frank Sinatra apparently played with trains. Not sure whether or not that was a good idea. Gary Coleman played with trains. Michael Gross, Roger Daltrey, Walt Disney. He kind of built a theme park around trains, didn't he, and all the rest of it. You know, I used to love it. Casey Jones, da 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 da. Casey Jones. You never see Casey Jones on the television. Wow, that was proper American. But I mean, really brilliant. Look, boats on the water and everything. What a clever boy Rod Stewart is. And what a beautiful. They should gift that to a museum. It's so fantastic. When he dies, not saying he's going to, but I mean, Jules Holland says when you get these big scale ones like Rod's, they're like a work of art. They're absolutely amazing. Really, absolutely stunning. The skies. I bet it all lights up at night as well. I bet that thing lights up. He would have done it so that they put lights inside so you could see all of these different. I think it's just amazing. I just had a little one. Nothing changes. And it's a case of, you know, you just had the sort of thing and then you put down bushes. I used to have my own little bushes made out of foam, sprayed green. And my father made one for us. And so you put the trains on there but we didn't incorporate it with all the buildings he had because we went and bought the buildings. But look I mean, they're absolutely amazing. He made a film about it. Well, he's very clever. I mean, he must be absolutely. That's something good. But they should open it up to the public so we can all go and see it. It's 100 foot. 100 foot. I wonder why he became obsessed with railways. But it's certainly something to go and play with, isn't it? You know, you go up to sort of, you know, people. If you've got a big house and a loft, and he has got a big house and a loft, then you put it up there and you have it all lit, and you sit in the middle and you just. I mean, I don't know what I can't quite get what the excitement is about it, but it's a big railway. Do you think he just sits there and watch the train and he goes woo woo like that? You know, as the trains are going round, you know, or beep beep. I'm thinking, I don't know. I bet he can sit up there for hours with it. Very good, though. Steve, I agree with you. Read these disruptive people who want anarchy in society, upheaval and unrest. Yes, I agree, Anne. I agree. That's what they were looking for. They're totally anti the police. Yet they'd be the first ones. If they got burgled or their car was burnt, they'd be the first ones to go, hello, that the police. Can you come round and help me? I'd be going, no. Sorry, bye. I'd be very mean about the whole thing, I think. Very mean. Steve, I've taken today off work. My final day's holiday carried over from last year's entitlement. Holidays. Oh, dear me, honestly. Happy days. Not that I ever did holidays. I was never bothered about holidays. What can you do on holiday that you can't do? You know, I've had loads of time off. I don't want any more time off. Thank you very much indeed. So, Stacey Solomon droning on about her wedding frock like anybody cares. She's marrying Joe Swash. I wonder what they're going to put on his head. Do you think he'll have it dyed again or something, the candy floss? Do you think he'll have a flat cap on? Also funny. It's a bit like Dave Beckham, isn't it? What are you wearing, Dave, love? Flat cap. Why? Because it's not my hair. Whose hair is it? That's what I want to know. I don't know why people get so funny about their hair. But Joe Swash, he wears a cap indoors. Have you seen him? Sometimes they have a picture taken of him and Stacey in bed, again, nearly sick, and on Gogglebox, and he's wearing his flat cap all the time. How peculiar. Nobody wears hats indoors unless you're wearing somebody else's hair on your head. In bed. In bed. Pictures of Joe Swash in bed with Stacey and his flat cap on. And I'm sure that every time they put him on a television programme, they have instructions, don't go too close with the cameras. Because the hair on his head is the most peculiar colour you've ever seen. I'm not even sure. Why can't people be honest about it? There's an MP, isn't there, who has a very bad toupee. And he doesn't agree that he's wearing a toupee. Which is even more bizarre. Even more bizarre. But let's say, you know, if you wear something that looks so ridiculous, what can you do about it? Pete Waterman is the largest O-gauge model railway layout in England, 120 foot. And somebody says, I've been planning a model railway for 45 years, still waiting for a child to move out, so I have a spare room, says Kevin the Milkman, and waiting and waiting. Oh, I'd love something like that. I always wanted one in the garden. You know, if you had a big enough garden, a little gauge railway that you could sit on and go round. I like that idea. Yeah, look at the size engine. Sorry, I'm talking to myself here. The size engines that Pete Waterman's got. He's very good. They're lovely. I've been on a couple of these sort of engines. Really lovely. He sold it. He sold it for £600,000. Wow. Oh, I'd love to do that. That'd be nice, isn't it? Steve. Somebody else says they've taken the day off work, which is very nice. People do take days off work. I'm not one of them. Not intentionally, anyway. 20 to 6, just to let you know where we are. And British families planning to escape the drudgery of lockdown by turning Easter into a second Christmas this year. There's a surge in sales of Easter products like rabbit-themed chocolate and candles that smell like hot cross buns. Really? Where'd you get those? Candles that smell like... I mean, you know me and my scented candles, but where'd you get candles that smell like hot cross buns? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? That'd be very nice. Eating processed meat like sausages, bacon and burgers could increase your dementia risk. So I'm cutting that back. And Denise Van Outen has claimed she wanted to headbutt the Dancing on Ice judges who showed no sympathy after she dislocated her shoulder. How old are you, dear? You're 46. I mean, do people have to come and pat you on the head and go, there? I mean, goodness sake. Come on, I'm sure you can get over it. She was told, up your game for next week. She says, I don't know how I skated, but I had 3 fractures. Well, you didn't really for very much longer, so, everybody's loss, our gain. She said they weren't to know I'd broken bones, but they knew I was injured. I wanted to headbutt them. Lovely. Still hasn't lost that class, has she? She's still got it. I wanted to headbutt them. How fantastic. Working at the Savoy, says Dave, in the 60s was great as staff got privileged to stay in-house Christmas time due to transport not in operation. Had room service for breakfast. Nice, nice. There you go. That's the way it works. I'd love to live there. I could live at the Savoy. You imagine waking up every morning and somebody's cooked your breakfast for you and they go, what would you like, Steve? And I go, do you know, this morning I'm going to have 1 sausage, 2 bacon, beans, hash brown and a piece of fried bread. And a pot of tea for 2, plus some toast as well. That'd suit me down to the ground. I could be very happy with something like that. So you don't have to cook it yourself. We can all do it. But I'm really not that bothered about cooking food every day. It's terribly tedious. So let's get somebody else to do it. Thank goodness for parents, eh? Boys and girls listening, going to school, going, my mum does my breakfast every day. Every day. You can't unsee this. Coco asked Britons not to strip off and show their hair chest like MP Johnny Mercer whilst being jabbed. Who's taking their clothes off? Actually, didn't Ian Dale take his shirt off or something like that? I'm sure he did. Just for my benefit. Bless his heart. And Queen to hire diversity czar. So it's going to be a man. Okay. And the government is set to take control of the day-to-day running of Liverpool following the mayor's arrest as part of a bribery probe. They've not had a lot of luck in Liverpool, have they? So whether that's going to work, I've got no idea. And how much a bunch of bananas? Come on, how much would you pay? Quid? £1.50? Yeah, 1,600 quid. This is what a woman paid. She didn't know. No, she went to M&S in Greenwich. She said she was charged $1,599 for bananas. I did a double take when I saw the screen, but my receipt was being printed. Well, no, I don't believe you. Because when you use the self machines, it goes, do you want a receipt at the end? That's after you've paid. You would look. So I think Fibby Poo's here. Fibby Poos, because I've used the self-service machines. You pay for all your stuff. It says if you had a bag, because I always swipe in the bag first of all. And then as you've paid for the thing, on how are you paying, cash or, paying on credit card, and then it says, would you like a receipt? So you'd have seen it long before, darling, long before. M&S blamed an isolated error and offered a compensation. Oh, for God's sake, honestly. Did we pat her on the head as well and go, oh, there? Just to make sure nobody sort of falls asleep, I suppose. Vile criminal gangs are said to be using the hit video game Fortnite to groom kids as young as 12 to become their drug mules. So it goes on. The game uses virtual currency. I've heard of it, but I don't do video games. I've got no idea how these things work. And here's another dieter. Wait a minute, which one's he using? Doesn't say, actually. Normally it sort of says, people who have lost a lot of weight, they tell you the company they've lost it through. That encourages more people to sort of join up and then sort of lose the weight, I suppose, or not.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, 10 to 6. I know, dreadful, isn't it? Dreadful. Awful. Another one here says, Steph McGovern cannot look at the Co-op logo after being sick in the store when pregnant. That's how desperate they are for publicity for Steph McGovern. Her name was mooted as taking over on GMB from Piers Morgan. I mean, as if. Never going to happen. And it's gone to Ben Shepherd, and they're going to try him. Why they're trying him, I've got no idea. Seriously, I mean, he's been doing it for ages and ages. And then all of a sudden they go, better reapply for your own job. So they've said you can do it for 3 days a week. And then at the end of the 3 days, they'll see how... Well, he's not going to resurrect the ratings. I'm sorry. Lovely though he is, the ratings go with Piers Morgan. In fact, how many people complained about it? Was it 57,000 or something? Whatever it was a record amount of people. But then more than 400,000 people wanted him reinstated. So, who do you believe? Answer the people who want him reinstated. He won't go back. Well, I don't think so, unless they're going to offer a huge amount of money. But he's not going to apologise. He's already said that. So it makes no difference what Ofcom come up with, because he's just not going to, because he doesn't work there anymore. So what are they going to do? Stop him working for the rest of his life? Hope not. A former accountant travelled 200 miles by train to upskirt a girl. Now, I would have thought, I mean, I don't want to sort of point the accusing finger, but this bloke crouched on the carriage floor and pretended to look in a bag so he could snap. And you think to yourself, but you're going to be caught. Have you seen trains nowadays? You cannot sit in a train anywhere without there being at least 2 cameras in the ceiling on you. Anyway, he was arrested after CCTV caught him targeting her on a train from Ewell to Ashton in Surrey. He previously worked for a well-known accountancy firm. He was arrested in Sheffield, and they jailed him for 1 year and 8 months. I mean, you're going to be caught. Why is it people do it? It's like the people who caused all that trouble the other day down in Bristol. They're going to be caught because there are CCTV images. They'll be in the papers this week. They'll be saying, do you know this? But we've seen it before. And then you get them arrested, and then they appear in court. And then the court go, well, you will pay for this. If you haven't got any money, you'll go to prison. It's as simple as that. There's no deterrent for these sort of people. It's like I'm hoping to see some sort of deterrent for a site that's got 83 dogs which have been kidnapped. 83 dogs. Really disgusting. Really disgusting. Plus, Christy Brinkley, full of the joys of spring. She's a supermodel. How old do you think Christy Brinkley is? I think, didn't they write Uptown Girl for her? I'm pretty certain. I'm pretty certain. But anyway, she's 67. I mean, Jane Seymour's 70. 70. Unbelievable, isn't it, really? Also, this pet theft task force being set up to dish out some rough justice. Well, let's see it then. Let's see some evidence, opposed to the mamby-pamby way we've been dealing with it up until now, which isn't good enough, I'm afraid. Lots of pictures of Vladimir Putin. And also, waste experts have blamed Royal Mail posties for littering streets with millions of rubber bands. Good Lord, I love the rubber bands. We save the rubber bands. Yeah, go and pick them up. Rubber bands are quite expensive. Bonnie Tyler has become a huge star with hits such as Total Eclipse of the Heart, and that was it. They sort of go, she's got a huge hit with hits such as Total Eclipse of the Heart. She's got a new album out, actually. Got a new album out. And this is, I don't know how old she is now, actually. How old is Bonnie Tyler? She must be getting on a little bit, mustn't she? Is it funny? Most people, they always put their sort of age down. 69, is she? Good Lord. Well, she doesn't look 69. Mind you, I don't. Anyway. And it's amazing, isn't it? Some people look their age, other people don't. Ulrika Johnson. How old's Ulrika Johnson? Go on. I think she's about 53. She looks older. Much, much older than 53. And yet, Bonnie Tyler, she's 53. Bonnie Tyler, 67, looks sensational. I wonder why. Do you think it's Ulrika Johnson who's about to write a bonk buster? That's what they call them now, which is a business, a book which is full of sex. Sorry to mention it on a Monday morning. If you're a builder, it must be a nightmare. You probably just turned the white van round, haven't you? Gone home. I knew there was something I'd forgotten. And The Guardian, Line of Duty. They're obsessed with this Line of Duty programme. Was it on last night? Yeah, well, I know it was on last night, but I mean, is it any... I've never seen it. I've never seen it. I have no idea what it's all about. Members of the English National Opera taking part in rehearsal for Handel's Messiah shows you how big the stage is at the Colosseum. It is enormous. Enormous. They've actually got them playing, socially distancing, going to the back of the stage. It's vast. It's like the Vienna State Opera. The stage is so big at the Vienna State Opera that they can have one set on stage, which they can then move to either the left or the right, or up, or straight down into the basement. It's that big. So they can have, technically, a set on stage, another one up in the gods, another one to the right, another one to the left, and another one underneath. It's absolutely huge. And when you see the picture on the front of The Guardian this morning, you'll go, good Lord, that stage is enormous. They really are. It's, I mean, absolutely vast. Longest lockdown in Leicester. Longest lockdown in Leicester. Everybody wearing masks? Yeah, good. That's what we like to see. You know, don't wear a mask. Don't get served. Go to YouTube. Watch them getting very angry in America. Oh, I'm not wearing a mask. It says you're breaching my human rights and all the rest. But we're not serving you. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Stand there all blooming day. You're not serving. Oh, what was that? Was that me? Good Lord. That was my can. Good Lord above. It's not on the... It is. It's empty. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Nothing better, is there, really? Government accused of failing to ensure value for money with private contractors. And we've smashed the vaccine record. Well done. Listen, if you're due it, get it. Get it, please. Steve, surely Piers Morgan will be back on TV, says Mike. Well, I mean, I'm assuming, of course he will. Of course he will. I see no reason why he shouldn't be. Depends where he goes to. But, you know. Pet detectives arrest 6 and fined 83 dogs amid owners fearing rise in thefts. And... They raided... I mean, how would they know on a traveller site that there were 83 dogs? I mean, this is like a lot of... That's even bigger than kennels. It's enormous, isn't it? 83 dogs of various breeds and ages were recovered. They arrested 3 women, 35, 41 and 46, 2 34-year-old men and a 38-year-old man, all from Ipswich. Good Lord above. I mean, breeding? I don't know. But thieving dogs, I think we have to... Well, they've said we're going to come down hard and fast on these people, which is good. Anila, good morning. Welcome to Monday, I wrote. The biggest early breakfast show kicks off at 4. No. Mind you, of course, now we're coming up 6 o'clock. Practically halfway through the day, aren't we, really? Also, people in Bristol taking part. These people look fairly normal. I always worry when somebody's so covered up you can't identify them at all. You know they're there for nasty things, which is not so good. Also, lovely picture of the paper of Roman Kemp with Joe Lyons, who took his own life, who worked here, and you'd never have known. I could honestly say, I said yesterday or the day before, you would never have known, having worked with Joe Lyons and seen him every single day, you would never have known what was going on, really. Which only goes to prove we need to talk to each other. Steve, on one of those storage wars, there's a man mountain called Bubba. Have you ever seen a chap that big? No. Is this the British one or the American version? Bubba. Are you sure it's Bubba? Wait a minute, we're going to have a picture of him. Oh, he is big, isn't he? Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Oh, it's Texas. Yeah, nothing to do with us. Listen, everybody's big in America. Everybody's big in America. They're all sort of enormous because they eat bigger portions. But we had the one over here. Our one's full of the oddballs of society. Some really peculiar people. A couple of them are so dim, it's almost embarrassing. And they go on there and they buy items that are sort of locked up in a lockup. I don't know where this stuff is. It people who put stuff in a lockup and then they just ignore it or leave it there. I don't know where or die or something like that. Because it seems to be covered up so they could sort of get little hints of what they think might be in there. And then they bid for it. I mean, some of them are mad as fruitcakes. They really are. It's very bad. And they all argue. They all hate each other, which would be quite nice. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Connie says, listening to your show helps to forget for a while that we're living with that awful pandemic amongst us. So when you've got Steve Allen on the radio, it's worth living for. Always worth living, Connie. Listen, always worth living. We've always said that. That's our motto on the programme. So we'll take a short break for the news at 6 o'clock. And then what else? Bottled water, not working. Heston Blumenthal revealing how to make the tastiest rice. Get a rice cooker. Just put it in there, put a bit of water in and let it steam itself away. Boiled rice, very good for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. It's Monday the 22nd of March. Did I hear on the news that they've just opened garden centres in Wales? It's funny, ours have been opened all the time. We haven't had a garden centre that's closed down. All of ours are open. And, yeah, obviously different in Wales where they weren't. I don't know why. They still socially distance, and they've got a way of going round our garden centre, so you go round this way. But, yeah, you can go there. I mean, this is the time of year we all start getting the gardens ready for the summer. That's how it's supposed to be. So well done to everybody in Wales. You finally got there, which is good news. And Vince, good morning. Thank you very much indeed. Somebody else saying, do you seriously think that Piers Morgan will be back on television? Of course I do. Of course I do. Why not? For goodness sake. I mean, he's a ratings winner. 400,000 people, I think, 200,000 to 400,000, want him back on the television. I mean, I've never sort of subscribed to, campaigns to bring people back to do anything like that. But, if 57,000 didn't want him, but 400,000 want him, it's obviously the want hims, and they've already proved that he is responsible for their ratings. Now, whether or not 57,000 people have turned off, I've got no idea. I don't see it actually makes any difference. It makes a difference who you're watching or listening to, does it, on the radio? Well, I don't think so. Also, the thug story on every front page of every paper. And let's see the courts clamp down on these people. Let's see some actual action this time round. How on earth can you exist in a country like this where you've got people throwing fireworks? Who goes to a demonstration with fireworks? Answer, troublemakers. And those are the ones we've got to find as quickly as possible. Celebrity chef Heston Blumenthal has revealed how to make the tastiest rice. You pay it compliments. He says he gives love and gratitude to a jar of rice every day. It gives it a fragrance. Oh, he says, I've got 3 jars of rice in water. I've done this about 15 times each morning. I give 1 jar love and gratitude. The other one, you're an idiot and useless. And the third one, I ignore. Oh. Perhaps he is mad. Perhaps he is mad. He believes that transferring positive energy to food makes it taste better. Oh, well, there you go. I do like rice, so he talks to them, which is good, isn't it? Which is lovely. Hailey Bieber, and she's got a hubby, and the hubby is Justin Bieber, which is great. I wonder what living with him must be like. Stressful, eccentric, yeah, stressful and eccentric. And poor old Katie Price's boyfriend, Carl Wood, spent the night in A&E. How do you spend the night in A&E? They are providing a bed service or something now. He shattered his right hand in a gym accident. Oh, pop it. The former car dealer dropped a heavy dumbbell on himself, breaking 3 bones. Katie Price, of course, has limited mobility after breaking both her feet, but it didn't manage to stop her driving the other day. I don't know how that works out. Must be some miracle. Apparently it's the worst possible situation for these 2 people, says an expert. Carl's had to have his arm put in plaster and is facing an operation to get it fixed. So you won't be driving, will you? But you can always get her to drive. She seems to totally ignore, if you believe the Sun from the other day, that being banned from driving doesn't make any difference at all. You just carry on, hope nobody notices. Police are hunting... I hate the word cops. Why do I hate the word cops? I don't know. They're hunting a real-life Willy Wonka who left 100 candy canes hanging from trees. They were dangling from parking. So who buys 100? One cop wrote on social media, we thought we'd walked into Santa's grotto. This was in Burnley in Lancashire. In reply, Daniel Irwin posted a meme of Willy Wonka grinning while Taffy Parsons shared a picture of the Elf movie character Buddy, played by Will Ferrell. You wouldn't want to eat them, though, would you? You don't want to eat these things. Definitely not. If something's hanging on a tree, food hanging on a tree, don't touch it. Don't know where it's been. Dreadful. Sherry Hewson flashing the Sun's Jab Army badge as she volunteers at a vaccination centre. She's 70. She's had her 2nd Oxford AstraZeneca dose. I need my second one. Thank you very much indeed. Definitely. And a husband and wife are to get their first kiss immortalised on a rugby stadium seat where they met for the first time as childhood sweethearts. Oh, that's nice. This is Tom Pook and Carly, they sat next to each other to watch Wales take on Samoa 21 years ago, and a sign will be put on the seat at the Principality Stadium in Cardiff as part of an Every Seat Has a Story contest. Tom comes from Abergavenny. Used to be a song, actually, and I can't remember who did it. It was taking a trip up to Abergavenny, hoping the weather is fine. Might be Lonnie Donegan, actually. Lonnie Donegan fans, I apologise for my appalling singing. Another story on Paul Gascoigne. And this I'm a Celebrity version in Italy. Who cares? Who cares? Seriously, I'm really not remotely interested. And here she is, Ruby Blackburn. She's smiling. She's only little. She's 4 years old, and she takes a lamb out walking. They were so cute. When we used to play on farms years ago when I was a little person, lambs are absolutely gorgeous. They look so lovely in the fields. They really do. They're absolutely amazing. Steve, I highly recommend that you watch Line of Duty. I really am not remotely interested. I'll tell you what I did like on the telly, Prime Suspect. There you go, Marty. Oh, it was Marty Wilde. Taking a trip up to Abergavenny, hoping the weather is fine. If you should see a red dog running free, well, you know it's mine. Do. Chasing the hills up to Abergavenny. So it sounds lovely, doesn't it, Abergavenny? What a nice sounding place. I want to go there. I want to go to Abergavenny. I shall have to go there today, definitely. So pages and pages and pages on Line of Duty, but as I'm not watching it, I couldn't care less. I really don't care. And also Premier League star Dele Alli is seeking love on celebrity dating app Raya. What is it with these people? They have to join dating apps to go and sort of find somebody to go out with. Is it a popular dating app? Have you been on it then? Do you know all about it? No. But you know all about it. Is it dating or is it X? Oh, it depends which app. Oh, right. It was different apps. He's hoping to move on weeks after he was dumped by model Ruby May. Isn't that really the most chaviest name you can have? What's your name, love? Ruby May. What are you? Model. I love it. But apparently a pal says Dele's still gutted about the breakup with Ruby, but knows he's got to look to the future. And the only thing he can do is join a dating app. They're obviously very popular, aren't they? I've never been on a dating app, as you can well imagine. Don't need to. More than happy with everything. I'm too busy. Far too busy to join a dating app. Hello, would you like to come and meet me? No. I'm sorry, do you own a fish and chip shop? Do you own a KFC? That'll be the stipulation. That will be the stipulation. Households are going big on Easter decorations for the make-up of lockdown during the Christmas lack of cheer. I didn't know we did Easter decorations. What's an Easter decoration? I don't know. Wreaths are being put on front doors and baubles hanging on trees. Oh. What, for Easter? Who are these people? Waitrose decorations purchases are double those of last year, and the big door wreath company in Chester has reported a tenfold increase in sales. Well, there you go. 75% of 18 to 24-year-olds now use dating apps. What's the point of having pubs? I thought pubs were dating apps. They're all shut. Oh, that's why. Are people that desperate that they'll join a dating app? Oh, dear. That's like speed dating. Do you remember speed dating when that came in? That was very popular. You have 2 minutes sitting at a table talking to somebody you can't stand. Going, yeah, my name's Steve. What do you do for a living, love? Model. Lovely, thank you. Moving on. It's amazing, isn't it, really, that dating apps have become so popular? I mean, I've heard of some of them, Grindr and Tinder and things like that, but they seem to be for and stuff like that. I'm amazed. Tinder's all right, is it? Oh, okay. I don't know. I've heard of some very strange ones. There's some. No, I'm not going to name them because I can't remember what their names are. But some of them are very odd indeed. And I thought, but they're all doing roughly the same thing. It's for people who can't find anybody. You know, when you look at a picture of them, you know why. That's why they can't find anybody. The whole idea. Yes, swipe left. What's that mean? Swipe left. Oh, if you like them, you swipe right. If you don't swipe, oh God, you're going to get a torrent of abuse, aren't you? I'm sorry, I've just sort of chatted to this person, now I've been swiped left. Steve, I've had to switch off Line of Duty. Over-dramatisation of cops. Right. Well, as I say, I've not seen it, I don't know. Oh, apparently if you both swipe right on each other, you can chat to each other. Oh, right. What a depressing night you'd have, isn't it? I suppose it's like CB radio. Break a break for a copy. CB radio used to sort of make, people would sort of chat, crank it up to 27 or whatever it happened to be. And then you talk to somebody. Of course, everybody else would listen in. But I've never thought about it, actually. I think you must get to... There must be one for pensioners, mustn't there, as well? You know, for older people. I remember when they used to do on Blind Date with Scylla, she'd do a pensioner version. And you find three women sitting there, and then they'd bring on some old man, and he'd sort of decide which one he wanted to go out with, based on what they sounded like. So it's somebody's voice. But I'm assuming on all these other dating sites, you can see what somebody looks like. I mean, do they have to be honest, or can they cheat and put up an early pictures? They have to be honest. Right. Is it very easy to cheat then and put up an early picture of yourself or a picture of somebody else to sort of, you know... Well, I know you shouldn't, obviously, but I mean, some people can't help it. They are unattractive, and they're never likely to meet anybody, so they might have to put up a picture of somebody else. It's odd, isn't it, really? When you think about it, that's how we date nowadays. Do you date in masks? I suppose you'd have to, wouldn't you, if you're meeting somebody? You can't just go and meet somebody. Meet you outside the KFC on the Balls Pond Road. It's hardly the biggest chat-up line I've ever heard. Grammy Awards, Dua Lipa. Oh, she's got security. Oh, look, here's Mylene Klass walking into the building again. Marvellous, isn't it? This time she's wearing a red trouser suit. I've never seen the red trouser suit, but she was very sharp, in a sharp-tailored suit. Every time she walks in, she gets her picture taken every day. I get nothing. I'll walk out this building, nothing at all. Never any, unless there's sort of a group appearing in the building, which of course they're not now because we're all in sort of, you know, socially distancing. Lana Del Rey has released her 7th album. I don't think I've ever bought an album from... No, never at all from Lana Del Rey. Also, The Sound of Wedding Bells in the air once again for Katie Tunstall. See, I don't know anything about these sort of people. And Kyle Jenner has come under fire from fans for calling on them to donate to a pal's GoFundMe after... Kylie Jenner. Oh, right. Is there a Kyle Jenner as well? Oh, right, Kylie Jenner. She only donated $3,600. She's a multimillionaire, reputedly worth $650 million. She was called out by somebody. Who was it the other day? There was some man. He'd complained, him and his family, him especially. He's, you know, a former soldier from Afghanistan, over there, complained about yobbos in his area. His house caught on fire. And the whole family had to be evacuated. They're questioning people. Do you know they did a GoFundMe page? They've raised £200,000 already. £200,000. He said he cannot believe the generosity of people. I think that's amazing, that people will sort of do it. I mean, some people don't need to do it. He did. They lost their house, and so £200,000 can help quite a lot where he comes from. And as I say, he was amazed. But you know, people do it for all sorts of things now, don't they? For the GoFundMe. Perhaps I'll start one myself, actually. I never thought about it.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Steve. You have to meet people on dating sites nowadays. If you approach them in a pub, you're accused of being a predator. Well, that's what they say. They say meet people, but tell your friends where you're going. We used to do a dating programme on LBC some years ago, and people would phone up, and they'd say, I'm 5'6", blonde-haired, ride a motorbike, and I'm 22 and all the rest of it. And people would then phone up and say, oh, I'd like to be put in contact with this person. And we would put people in contact, but we'd say the hard and fast rule was that if you're going to meet somebody, meet them in a public place. And do you know the most popular place? You won't believe this. The clock at Victoria Station. Underneath the clock. It was a very popular meeting place for couples. No, definitely Victoria. Definitely Victoria. And so, and also you tell your friends that you've got. I mean, if you're clever enough, then you take a friend with you, but they sort of hold back so they can see that you've met somebody and, you know, take a picture, because that's what you could do nowadays. So at least you've got some sort of. The producer had the audacity to say to me a moment ago. He said, "Have you ever done that?" Well, are you mad? Of course not. I'm Steve Allen. I don't do dating apps or anything like that. I can't think of anything. Imagine you pick somebody up and they go, I thought I recognised your voice. It was bad enough when I had my operation in the hospital. I'm lying there, legs akimbo, just about to have my heart surgery, and they go, we listened to you. Thanks a bunch. Robin Williams made an X-rated version of Mrs. Doubtfire. He would go into territory that was PG rated. We do miss Robin Williams, but again, he was another troubled soul. He also had an awful lot of trouble with sort of finding films that worked for him and trying to pay all these, you know, all the people he owed money to and stuff like that. That was the problem. People get to that terrible state where they don't know what to do. Amanda Holden was on Blind Date. She absolutely was. She was a Blind Date recipient. I can't remember how she did, actually. The events of last night, Steve, in Bristol are horrendous. When you take away people's rights, their dignity, their freedom and their future, however, there will always be a reaction. Yeah, but not that. Not that. Absolutely not. People throwing fireworks. People, setting fire to vehicles. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We clamp down on it as quick as possible. We get them arrested. We'll find out who they are. Don't worry. There will be ringleaders. They will be found. Amanda was on Blind Date in 1991. I remember her being on there, actually. And there's quite a few people who are working on radio who've been on Blind Date. Dee-dum, 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 dum-dum. And our Graham's here to tell you. Do you remember that? I used to love Blind Date. Mind you, my favourite was Surprise, Surprise. I loved that. I absolutely loved it. I thought it was, actually brilliant. It was. Although the only bit that I disagreed with was they'd always have a bit they go, is there a Marjorie in the audience? Marjorie, come and join me. And Marjorie would sort of totter down the stairs and say, Marjorie's got a story. Marjorie had a son years ago, and so they would sort of drag out this story. And your son went to Australia. It was always Australia. They never went anywhere else apart from Australia. And she'd say, your son went to Australia, and you've been trying to find them for the last 35 years. Well, you don't need to wait any longer, Margaret. Surprise, surprise, because he's here. He's here. And so, Marjorie. And on would come, there was no real Marjorie, and on would come the son. And I thought, well, wait a minute. You've been searching for 35 years. The researchers at Blind Date, at Surprise, Surprise, found him in about 5 minutes. And it was, you know what it was? It was a way of getting your relatives over here for free because they paid for it all. My favourite was one where they said, listen, I know it's Christmas. Sorry, the accent will vary. And here we are. We've got a link to Australia. Here's the family. Hello, Grandma. Hello. And all the kids would wave and all the rest of it. And they've done it on loads of other shows. They did it on Ellen DeGeneres, where they had soldiers who were overseas, and they had a thing. And she said, I've got a link up. And you had the soldier's wife. They were always glamorous. Always glamorous. I can't begin to tell you how glam they were. And they said, well, we've got a link up. And then halfway through the link up, it would go, and she'd go, oh dear, we appear to have lost the line. And so she'd go, oh, and she'd go, but don't worry. He's here. And the curtains would part. Well, I was in flooded tears. I was in a terrible state. I was thinking, that's so good. There was one, they had a little boy in a school. He was only about 10. And he was called up on stage to be given an award. And his teachers were all there. They were all in on it. And they said, and we'd like to give an award. And he's standing on stage with his mum, and she's sort of hanging on to him. He doesn't know what's going to happen. And they go, we'd like to give an award to so-and-so, one of our pupils whose father's been overseas. And then the camera cuts this little boy's face at 10. Seriously. And he's like, and his eyes open wider and wider. And then, an income staff sergeant, whatever he is. And this little boy leaps off the stage, runs all the way up the hall and throws himself at his father. It's so brilliant. So brilliant. But of course, Cilla Black did it years ago. And she'd bring all these people back. And it was lovely, except one person. I won't tell you who it is, but it was a famous celebrity, and they brought her boyfriend back from Australia. She hated him. She hated him. Seriously, she hated him. She couldn't believe it when they brought him back. And they went, oh, look, surprise, surprise, we brought him back again. And she went, hello. Maybe not. Anne in Blackburn says, I know what I'd do with any rioter, but I can't say. I know, you and me together. Steve, it was the clock at Waterloo. No, not for us, Tricia. It was at Victoria Station. Very famous. People did meet under the clock at Waterloo, but you're in the middle of a station. The clock at Victoria is just outside the station, and that's why it was easier. All these people going to get trains and everything else. People might have met under Waterloo, but our one was Victoria. And I'm never wrong. I am unanimous. 1 in 3 people believe, wait for this, here we go, that extraterrestrials are living amongst us. Well, that explains the producer, doesn't it, really? You often wonder where they come from. Nearly as many reckon the government's withholding secret UFO statistics. Oh, how stupid. What for? What were the point? Are you scared? No. You're mad as a broomstick, aren't you, really? And they say 1 in 7 think aliens like E.T. in the movie will take over the planet by 2040. Good God, there's that many mad people. What do we... E.T. will take over and do... My nose is running now. I've got all sniffy nose. But a third of people, extraterrestrials, living amongst us. Do you remember seeing V? V was very interesting. It was a TV series, and it was people. They looked like people, but when they went to their homes, they peeled off their human skin, and there was a creature underneath it. They were very scary. They had human skin over the top. Isn't it David Icke who believes that the royal family are all lizards? He's mad as a fruitcake. Absolutely mad as a fruitcake. There are no such things as E.T., no such things as extraterrestrials, no such things as flying saucers, no such things as ghosts or ghoulies or poltergeist or anything else like that, OK? It's for mad people, OK? People who need to get to life and need to stop drinking, OK? It's as simple as that. Guess what Sainsbury's have got? I don't know how big somebody will go on this one today. They've been branded utterly offensive. This is Sainsbury's, for selling strip club-style T-shirts for girls as young as 7. These T-shirts have the words girls, girls, girls in the style of neon signs used outside seedy bars. It's described as perfect for little trendsetters. But the black top, which is aimed at girls aged 7 to 13, has outraged shoppers. One said, "Are you seriously selling this? The design has obvious associations, so to put it on a top for a 7-year-old is utterly offensive." Sainsbury's have not responded to a request. Take it off sale. Take it off sale. One shopper wrote, "It's the kind you see in films outside the strip clubs to portray a seedy area of a city." Why on earth would... I mean, somebody obviously at Sainsbury's went, "Oh, that's good, let's get that one. That'll sell well to our clientele." No, girls, girls, girls. It looks like it's a strip thing. Take it off sale, Sainsbury's. This is only going to backfire very badly, and I'm unanimous in that.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Somebody said the clock outside Victoria Station is called Little Ben. No, it's not. That's outside the theatre down there, which is not next to Victoria Station. I mean, it's within shouting dip, but that's not the clock. No, people stood under the big clock. It's outside. You can't miss it, for God's sake. Ridiculous. Somebody says, extraterrestrials, you're entitled to your opinion. Of course I am. Of course I am. So mind your own business. It's only mad people like you that go, "I believe in things like that." Steve, so we're the only living beings out of an endless space and countless planets. Yes. Yes, we are. And you can't prove any differently, so that's why I win. Da, 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 da. There is nothing out there, unless your name's Yvette Fielding. You know, she's the only one who can find something. What was that? Where did that come from? Was there something in the studio? Who was that? Hello, wait a minute. Is there anybody there? Mad as a broomstick. Oh, lovely. There is somebody there. Have you seen all these things? They're even worse in America. Biggest part of rubbish you've ever seen, actually. And so I love the only living beings. No, there are other living beings, but they're basically water droplets. There's nobody living on another planet going on, E.T., E.T., E.T. It doesn't happen. I'm terribly sorry, and you can't prove any differently. So again, I win. Madness. Absolute madness. Somebody's saying, "Hey, did you see the musical show with stars on Sunday night? Judge Rinder won the singing competition." No. Somebody says, "I find you very offensive. Why are broomsticks mad?" Well, you should know. You should know. Water cannon would help. I don't think we have water cannon anymore, do we? Do we have water cannon, or do we get rid of things like that? Dawn Neeson, good morning. What's that? All-Star Musicals Judge Rinder breaks down in tears after Beauty and the Beast performance. Do you think he was playing the Beast? Age as old as time. I didn't know Judge Rinder sang, actually. He performed as Lumiere, the least known character from the entire... Isn't that the Candlestick or something? And Elaine Page says, "You brought so much joy. You took on the character of Lumiere." Oh, God. She said, "I believed you were Lumiere." Don't make me say it. She says, "I think you'd be very good." Rob says, "I'm moved and touched." Probably both. And he ended up winning the show. I didn't see it. But as you know, we love Elaine Page. We absolutely love Elaine Page. But I'm liking the water cannon. And Steve, here we go. Somebody else talking about the wait a minute. The soundbite of the day for Eddie Mayers. I'm Steve Allen. I don't do dating apps. Yeah, but there's loads of people who don't do dating apps. I mean, round here, I've got no idea how many of them have been on dating apps. I don't even like to. Well, in fact, I know for a fact one of them has, and I suspect probably the other has as well. But they're not going to tell me about it. Little Ben's opposite the press. It's on a little island. I know where it is. Hello, I live in London. I've lived in London for 50 years. I know exactly where things are. I'm an expert on London. I saw Anne Widdecombe there. You sure she wasn't playing the part of Little Ben? There it is. It's very pretty, but it's not the clock you meet under. See, I know these things. It's there. Happy Monday, says Dawn. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. I like Monday. So I must be the only one who does. Everybody else hates it. Everybody else, they go, oh, Steve, we had such a nice weekend. And then everybody always asks you at work, you know, when you come back to work and they always say the same thing. They go, so, have a nice weekend. And, of course, I'm so bored with that question after 45 years. I always go, yeah, all right. They go, what'd you do? And then you have to start inventing things. Well, I flew to the moon, you know. I dated somebody, and then we went and had a whole family of 13 children. And then I had a bucket of KFC. And they go, no, you didn't. I go, no, I didn't. But you had to ask the question. Why does Judge Rinder want to be a celebrity? He's a judge. Well, he's not a judge. That's the thing. He's only a judge on the programme. He's not a judge in real life. OK, but, you know, he seems to enjoy it. Why not arm the police with water pistols filled with dye? Well, they've all got cameras. They're all cameraed up. They've got pictures of all of these people. And, Steve, why are police in Britain called the Old Bill? There you go. Now, there is a question for James O'Brien. I'm sure he would love to answer that one for you this week on why the police are called Old Bill. I mean, we will find out. We will find out. And Steve, another one here, which says, have you seen the documentary about the 4th of July, Independence Day, and the world-known historian Will Smith? Of course there are aliens, says Ian in Somerset. I just love the way that people want to believe it. You know what they're like? They're like train spotters. You don't see train spotters anymore. At one time, you go onto the station. You know why? Because you could walk onto a station platform. Now you've got to put your ticket through the machine. You'd walk onto the platform, go and sit at the end. Loads of kids did it, and adults, and they'd write down the number of trains. They don't do it anymore. You know, and you don't really find people, because we've already poo-pooed the crop circles, which we did so many times over the years. It's students. That's what it is. I mean, failing that, people talking about a spacecraft coming down, making these pretty patterns. Why? What would be the point of that? What would be the point of that? Definitely not. There is no point in that at all. Also, what do you call an angry bunny sitting in the sun? A hot cross bunny. Thank you. Yes, the old Joe. Are you buying Easter eggs? They're definitely smaller. Definitely smaller. I bought 2 for Joe because he's looking after his figure, and one for Jake because he just eats chocolate. That's it. He has no control over his chocolate eating, whereas in fact I'm very good. But now they've got Chupa Chups as well, and that's some, just to balance it, some Pink Lady apples. Do you know they do those in Marks and Spencer's now, already cut? It's cut into slices. I bought one the other day. It was so much easier, which I quite liked, actually. Steve, Boris Johnson bought the water cannon when he was Mayor of London. What's he done with it? I thought we sold them or something like that. The Old Bill, by the way, just in case, because I was going to tell you this before. I'll tell you now, actually. It referred to King William IV, who came to the throne in 1830, which was a year, if you remember, after the Met Police were founded. Robert Peel was the government minister, which is why they're also known as bobbies. Okay? Or peelers. We called them peelers as well. Did you know that? Yeah, they were called peelers. And, of course, they didn't have telephones. They used to blow a whistle. Imagine, you go to a disco and a rave nowadays, you wouldn't know if they were the police and the place was being raided, or, you had no idea, or it was just somebody blowing a whistle. They used to say, whenever I flew on aeroplanes in the early days of flying, with Orville Wright and the rest of them, you sort of get on the plane and they go, and everybody would ignore it except me. And I would sit there transfixed, watching the stewardess at the front, showing you how to do your seatbelt up. like nobody's ever flown a plane before. And they go, and there are 2 doors to the front, 2 doors to the middle, and 2 doors here. In the event of an accident, please God not, lights will come on. I thought, oh, lovely. And she said, and oxygen will fall from the ceiling, and you put the mask to your nose. The action of doing that will give you oxygen. And there's a whistle as well in case we have to abort. I thought, oh, good, we're going to a disco as well. It was so exciting. They're going to give you a whistle and there'll be an inflatable boat. And I'm thinking, this is the ideal thing. Not only do you get the flight in an aeroplane, but you get to float around in the ocean at the same time. The whistle I never understood. And it came with a light on it as well. There was a light on the end of the whistle. Thank God we never had to have anything like that. I loved flying on aeroplanes. I loved it. I thought it was absolutely fantastic, actually. Do you like orange marmalade? No. No, thank you. No, I don't do marmalade. It's all sugar. Can't do sugar. I'm diabetic. And so we don't do that at all. Also, somebody else talking about Boris Johnson buying the water cannon. And Steve, I saw a Milky Bar Easter egg in Waitrose the other day. That's got to be worth buying. They're doing all sorts of deals on Easter eggs. 4 for a tenner in some supermarkets, 2 for £6 in Iceland. They're all over the place. And they're trying to cut down on the packaging. Steve, how dare you say aliens don't exist? I grew up thinking E.T. was a true story. Yeah, hate to tell you. Easter is a week on Sunday. Don't forget, next weekend, Sunday morning, clocks will have gone forward. So you get less sleep. Yeah. So when you wake up and you think it's 2 o'clock, it will in fact be 3 o'clock. That's nearer my show. I know. I used to hate doing the overnight programme on LBC years ago. When the clocks went backwards, you got an extra hour on the programme. But the good news was, when they went forward, you didn't seem to gain anything on it. It's the way it goes, isn't it? Steve, my daughter had a pink lady apple with peanut butter, says Sarah in Welland. Oh, pink lady apples, they're delicious. Mind you, I think apples are very good for you. I've suddenly got into apples. Aren't I good?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice. Small apples for kids. They do little apples. Actually, I bought those in M&S, little tiny apples. Absolutely ideal for kids for putting in their lunch boxes if they don't do school meals, which is lovely. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says about the train spotters. They're not around anymore, but plane spotters are apparently scattered around the Heathrow perimeter. The trouble is it's difficult to get up there for people who don't. And they sit there with their radios. They're very near Hatton Cross. I know. I've seen them up there. Steve, the yobs that set fire to the police station fail to realise it's actually public property. They're damaging their own police station. Idiots. They are idiots, of course. Josh says, I like dipping my chips in a mix of mayonnaise and Marmite, but I'm not a chav. Of course you are. You're called Josh. Hello, I don't need to explain this any more to you. Look through list of chav names. Josh is up there with all the best of them. I should imagine. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one, you get they're quite balmy, the extraterrestrial believers. They really are. They're mad as broomsticks, I'm afraid. And somebody says there is intelligent life outside of Earth. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. There's nothing at all. They've been out there. They've had a look. I mean, it's so far away, you're never going to see it in your entire lifetime. There's nothing that's coming round, And somebody says, you say there's no such thing as ghosts, but weren't you recently asking us to believe you saw your late parents in a cloud? I didn't say they were ghosts. I just saw an image. They weren't ghosts. Ghosts are these things that moan. They carry their head under their arm and they walk through walls. Very useful. And they go, oh, they're trapped spirits. No, they're not. They just don't exist. It keeps people going. People love that kind of thing. They like to believe in the doolally. In the mad as a fruitcake world, where these sort of they sit there absorbing all this stuff on the television. And yet nobody's ever thought that the Titanic could be full of ghosts. All the people who died on it, where are their ghosts? Perhaps they drowned. They were on the Titanic. But nobody's ever said there were ghosts on that and we've seen them floating ethereally through the water because it doesn't exist. You know, all these people who... I mean, look at Yvette. She's made a fortune, Yvette Fielding, out of convincing you in pitch darkness that there are things that are moving around and talking. Have you heard the talking? And that apparently said, hello, I'm here. How are you? Can you help me escape? Load of old rubbish. It really is. But there again, some people want to believe that. Some people want to believe that, which is great. You know, if you want to believe stuff like that, you believe it. But don't bore people with it, because that makes you really mad, really, really mad. And then people become quite nasty because they want to believe that there are little green men living on other planets. You know, you find two old biddies in Arkansas, you know, and they say, and this aircraft came down and it took Minnie up there. And when she came back, she was a different woman. And you think, oh, grow up, for goodness sake. Why don't they land in the middle of London? You know, if they're so cleverly and they can do a nice little crop shape out in the middle of Wiltshire, why don't they come and land in Trafalgar Square? There's loads of room. Leicester Square, we can squeeze a few little spacecraft in there. But all the mad people, you know, I like believing in things like this because I have studied it as an art form. And you think to yourself, there's never anybody else around. Nobody ever sees these things until they bring out a camera, and then you see all these people who've got these things, and it's a couple of tape machines with flashing green lights or something like that, and then it changes, into a red light, and all of a sudden they go, that means there's an alien presence here. And you go, you are so barking mad. Somebody sent a text. Not for very much longer, I am afraid. You know, makes you a sad individual. But because I take the mickey out of other people. Grow up, get over yourself. You see, your classic example. Your, do-wah, diddy. Oh, you've gone. Do you believe in God? No. Why would somebody say that? Do you believe in God? Where is your existence that God exists? It's no different to people. Well, what are you talking about that for? Who mentioned God? We never mentioned God. Talk about little green men. You see, another balmy one. Honestly, that's 3 we found this morning. I didn't realise there were so many of you. God, blimey, they must be scary to live next door to. I bet they've got spacecraft hanging by thread from the ceiling of their bedroom going, I think you'll find... Yeah, and they believe in things like Star Trek and Star Wars and all that kind of stuff. They love the idea that, the Starship Enterprise is up there somewhere floating around and that Rothwell really was hidden. Why would the government keep anything hidden? You know, if little green men came down to this country, which of course they won't because they don't exist, the nearest you've got is a water droplet. They say, oh, that's sort of Earth. That's sort of, a signifying fact. But they're not people. They don't have, towns and cities and go around on spacecraft. That's only for mad people. No such thing as all of these. But it's lovely to get them going because they're so easy to get going. They seriously are. They're absolutely brilliant. We love it. We love it. Front page of the Telegraph and the police van. I don't know why. What is the point? Can somebody explain to me why somebody would get a police van and write their moniker on there? These are obviously, when you see people, they do is it a tag or something like that? It's generally written by about 3-year-olds because they can't spell and they can't do anything else. Well, somebody's put their tag onto a police van. And there's lovely pictures that there's a few of them very well identified. Very well identified. So I think this week's going to be your week. Your week, because we're going to be asked to help. And I'm sure that people will. People suddenly realise, wait a minute, I work with this person. And here they are, firebombing the police and setting fire to police stations and smashing windows and everything else. It's like the people who go looting, isn't it? Thieves. It's amazing. Steve, if the aliens had any sense, they wouldn't park their spacecraft anywhere near London. They couldn't afford it. Exactly. But of course, they can fly in invisibly in a cloak of invisibility. But I just love the way that these are perfectly seemingly intelligent people who want to believe in it. They really, they sort of are, and they will stand. Do you remember they had them? I think I found it on YouTube. 2 blokes who said the Earth is not round. They were on Good Morning Britain. They said it's flat, and you think, something the matter with you, isn't there, really? Yeah, flat earthers, they're called. And they believe that the Earth is not round. They think that you could probably go off the edge of it. I remember seeing them being... and it was all you could do to stop laughing and pointing at them and going, something the matter with you, isn't there? Have you ever heard of it? I'd never even heard of these people before. I couldn't believe that they were that stupid that they were going to put themselves up on television so the entire country can laugh at them. Good Lord above. Mind you, we've had people... Wasn't there a woman who married a ghost? They put her up on the... because we put these sort of people up on television. She claimed she married a ghost. She was having relations with a ghost, and they put her up on television. The moment she opened her mouth, you knew she was mad. She was... And I remember thinking, you really need to get some help. Really, this is not normal. She married a ghost of a 300-year-old pirate, and says her beliefs are no different to believing in God. And then you look at the picture of her and you go, no, dear, you didn't marry the ghost of a pirate. I'm really sorry. You know, you might want to think you did, but I promise you, you didn't. But there you go. All for another day, as they say. You can keep it going for donkey's years. People never know. People never know. They like to believe in things like that. They'll all be sort of, reading their little books now, because they like stuff like that. 84850, poor old Kath. Bye, Kath. See you. Apparently, they were tagging the van with a cab, which means all cops are bad. Stupid people. Stupid people. Ridiculous. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk is what you can use tomorrow on the programme when we're back again. But I do have 2 podcasts. I have the whole show and I have my little bit extra. And you can download them both for free. You just need to go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. Download the LBC app, and that will then give you access to thousands of all the podcasts which all the presenters have got. Now, today, on my little bit extra, Mr. Misery's at it again. Prince William, not happy with his brother for claiming he can't escape the royal family. Poor love. I don't know why. He's really turned against the royal family, and I don't know why. What a fantastic life. AJ Pritchard's girlfriend speaks about the horror accident which left her with third-degree burns. Probably time to stop with the demonstrating things with fire on your YouTube page or whatever it is. Ben Shepherd reportedly replacing Piers Morgan on GMB. Yeah. In other news, their ratings are tumbling. They need to try and get them back again. Will he be able to do it? I don't think so. I think they need something a bit stronger. But he's more than adequate. They've used him before. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to the 23rd of March. I trust you are well. It's really freezing in London again this morning. It really is. It's very chilly bon. We need to sort of warm ourselves up a little bit. And Warren says it's hot. It's cold. It's hot. It's cold. Do you think the weather can actually decide what it's going to do? No, absolutely not. Well, we're in the middle of an Arctic, whatever they call it. It's the thermals coming through, and they go, it's going to be very cold. And you think, oh dear, that's just why I slept so badly last night. Clive Myrie is the new host of Mastermind. I worked with him years and years ago on the new BSB. We had the contract at LBC to do the news for it, and he was one of the newsreaders there. Harry and Meghan's chief of staff quits after only 11 months. They can't keep staff, can they? Can somebody explain to me why? Is it her? Is it him? Is it a combination of 2 of them? What on earth is going on? Why can they not keep staff? Should be the best job in the world, eh? Eggheads has been axed. It's going to Channel 5. I quite like Eggheads. I mean, they should select carefully who they're going to take with them. And also, what was the other one? Oh, the police chief saying about all those thugs. They reckon there was about 500 thugs in Bristol the other day. They've started reeling them in. Oh, what a shame. But it's nice to eliminate from inquiries, isn't it? To find out if they were sort of genuine or not genuine. Also, the truth is out there. An American has revealed UFO sightings. Yeah, we've seen a UFO, like it was here, and it was in the sky. And it's fantastic, because we had that the other day, didn't we? It's amazing, actually. We found 3 people yesterday who seriously believe that there's little green men out there. And the old argument being, well, space is so big, there's got to be something out there. Yeah, that's the argument. In other words, you have no proof. There are no photographs. There's no sort of documentation of somebody taking... Every time you see... It's like the Loch Ness Monster, isn't it? Let's keep a good old yarn going. There's no Neanderthal men walking around, the Yeti, the Bigfoot. There's none of that. That's just ridiculous. A man walking around with loads of hair all over him. I don't think so. Otherwise, with all the technology you've got nowadays, you could find somebody quickly. They've never managed to get a picture of the Loch Ness Monster, even though every telephone that you've got nowadays, mobile, has the most perfect camera on it. You can take the most perfect pictures, and yet they've never managed to get one. Why? Because it's a load of old bunkum. UFOs exactly the same. Nobody's ever got a picture of a UFO landing in the middle of a town centre like Guildford or Manchester City. It doesn't matter where it is. The door opening and little green men coming out. Because it's a load of old baloney. But some people like to believe it because their lives are so empty that they go, we want to believe this. They wanted to believe crop circles. They wanted to believe that it wasn't students. Even when students showed themselves doing it, that still didn't convince them. I mean, I don't know. You do get some people whose brain is just sort of atrophied and it's closed off completely. They refuse to accept anything. There are UFOs. They are out there, and Doctor Who is real, and the Daleks are real, and all the Cybermen, they're all real people. You know, that's what they want to believe, and spaceships, and they want to sit there. I mean, they are mad as broomsticks, which is good. Steve, and Jack says, sorry for disappointing you at the beginning of the show, but Darren talked about UFOs and ETs. Of course he did. It's a piece of the paper today. Some balmy madman in America has gone, yes, so we do have evidence of the UFOs. Well, of course, that's just what you want, isn't it? Grist to the mill for the people who want to believe in those kind of things, which yesterday I think we managed to poo-poo. They actually can't prove any way, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that there's anything out there at all. It might go on forever, space. Might be out there, who knows? But there's nothing there. There is nothing. The most you're going to find is a little water droplet, and that would be life on another planet. It ain't going to be things that walk around, have built cities and all. It's just, I'm sorry, it's just not there. It's just not there. It's very sweet, though, and very kind of you to all make a contribution. Because, as I say, we managed to find about 3 yesterday. 3 people who won't be bothering us ever again. Happy birthday to Joan Crawford, obviously not with us anymore. Chaka Khan, and Sir Steve Redgrave, celebrating his birthday today. Not as old as you think. Brooklyn Beckham's taken another photograph. That'll be the second in about 4 years. Fantastic. What a talent. And parrot owner Leslie Herbert took her parrot into the vets because it needed attention. Because parrots, don't ever buy a parrot. They live for about 70 years. They go forever and a day. They'll outlive you. They'll be going to your funeral. And she took it in there, and it was obviously going to be quite expensive. And so she had a scratch card, and she won $2 million on it. And she was able to show them. She said, look, there's no trouble with me paying the bill. I've just won £2 million on a scratch card. And they believed her because she was telling the truth, which is good. Moira Higgins, I love that. Just you wait, Moira Higgins, just you wait. Taken from what? Come on. Taken from? Oh, for God's sake, My Fair Lady. Just you wait, Henry Higgins, just you wait. But now Moira Higgins, poor soul. Flogging fake tan, that's about all they're good for, these people. Apparently it's a dream come true for her. Always wanted to do fake tan. Well, there you go, you've done it, dear. You're setting your sights as low as you possibly can. More on AJ's girlfriend who set herself on fire, rather stupidly. 2 pages in the Sun this morning. Let that be a lesson. Do not film yourself trying to cut a bottle in half with a piece of rope that's on fire. You don't become any more stupid than AJ's girlfriend, who got 3rd-degree burns, if you please. I mean, should that not be a lesson to people saying, do not mess with fire? What do they tell you? Don't mess with fire. Like the people in Bristol throwing fireworks into the crowd. What for? Throwing fireworks. Who has fireworks at the moment? They'll find them. Don't worry. Poem of the day, which is very good. And also, drinking the water after boiling or steaming vegetables helps protect against cancer, so experts say. That's good. I don't fancy drinking it. I mean, I don't know whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. We're just drinking water at the moment. Well, no, it wouldn't be anything at all. It would just be sort of partly green water. That was it, if you were going to boil vegetables up. And then I suppose you pour it into something, let it cool down, and then you can drink it. It's got minerals, I suppose. Yeah, it doesn't really appeal to me. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, well, it might work. I don't know. Also, what was the other one? Stop tweeting and listen to the bird song. Thank you. Oh, fizzy as well. Take your pick. Yeah, well, I will. Don't have to tell me twice, pal. I keep saying to them, still water. I was told that fizzy water is not very good for you, but it is actually quite exciting. I do quite like fizzy water. But, you know, can't have everything, can you? You ask them nicely. And I get one of each. Waitrose have banned plastic toys in kids' magazines. That was the only reason that as children we used to have a magazine. And the answer was that it came with a free toy. We would look at all the cereals, all the different cereals, and if it was, you know, Puffer Rice or Cocoa Pops and it came with a free diver or a parachutist, that's the one we'd go for. So my mother started saying, no, let's go for the cereal we always have. And we said, well, we want Cocoa Pops, because that was the one that had the free gift in it. We used to love free gifts inside things. I used to collect the cards inside PG Tips. You get the packet of PG Tips and there'd be a card down the side. I used to save all of those, put them into an album. People don't do that anymore. It's a picture card. It could be fish or flowers or something like that, or soldiers. Always be down the side. I always think that was quite exciting. It was like a free gift, which was good. 84850. Yes, I mean, did you hear, Steve? Fans of Harry and Meghan have started a GoFundMe page. It's been closed Grand total of $110. Yeah, they're living in a £15 million house. Hello. How stupid would you have to be to put up a GoFundMe page? I think it wasn't put up by them, put up by somebody else. And I do have footage of a UFO in the sky here in London, says Jack. No, you haven't. Okay, lovely. Dave says, evidence for UFOs and aliens. Please see also religion. Controversial or what? Well, you believe what you want to do. Believe what you want to do. The difference is that there's no pictures of Jesus. I was often looking for a photograph of him wandering around Nazareth or places like that, or maybe the barn where he was born. But no cameras. No cameras. And now we've got cameras for UFOs and still no pictures of UFOs. You know, hovering over Trafalgar Square with little lights going round and round. I mean, I've got a UFO. You throw it up in the air and then you can control it with your hands. And you could probably take a photograph of that and go, it's... in fact, actually, a rough indication of how good UFOs are is looking at all the early pictures, cinema pictures of spaceships. You know, where they used to go, here is a spaceship coming in, and then all of a sudden the door would open and this creature would walk out. I mean, it's just, people wanted to believe it. You know, it just doesn't happen, I'm afraid. Morning from sunny Cyprus. Don't be stupid. It's raining in Cyprus. It's absolutely tipping it down. I spoke to a friend of mine there the other day. Steve, to make it interesting, I'm hoping bookmakers allow bets on how many fibs are in the second part of the Oprah interview. I don't think there's a second Oprah interview. There are the out bits that they were going to put in there, but they can't seem to get their stories right. Interesting topic on refreshing drinks. Matthew says Fanta Limon. Fanta Limon. Used to come in glass bottles in Ibiza, but start each day with ice water. Well, I've already had some cans of water, but I'm going to have some fizzy water as well, because water is very good. I keep reminding myself water is very good for me. I wish I could say that. Oh my goodness me! It's like drinking. It's sort of like the bubbles hit the back of your throat, don't they? Like that. Very nice, thank you, Steve. Some folks are wise, and some otherwise. And please, there is no K in Loch. It's Loch, says David at Loch Lomond. Every day is school day. Well, it must be for you. Must be for you. And as far as I'm concerned, you take the high road and I'll take the low road. I had a parrot for 19 years, says Roger. His name was Popeye. Yeah, they live forever. Seriously, I've always quite fancied one, but I thought, no, not really. What are you going to do with the blooming thing? It's not really going to work, is it? But it doesn't matter. Steve, I saw a Starship last year, 15520, and a black Mi-5 helicopter following it. One day your eyes will be opened. Ooh, scary. No, not a Starship. Oh, my goodness me, you are so intelligent. A Starship. You must stop drinking in the early hours of the morning. It's really bad for you. Don't do it, please. I'm saving you from yourself. Also, a lot of other people talk about... I didn't realise how many of you keep parrots. They're obviously very, very popular. We got the papers today, and there's interesting stories and there's not interesting stories. Of course, they're all jumping on the fact that Harry and Meghan have lost another person. That takes the total to about 12 or 13 people who don't want to work with them. Why? Why? I wish I knew. If Line of Duty is baffling you, we've got the answers. Mind you, it won't help because I don't understand it either. And Olympic skater Elise Christie must have a new agent working at Pizza Hut. So the next thing is she'll be used on some programme because up until now she can't get arrested. So what they do is they sort of have them pictured carrying out some pizzas. The next thing somebody goes, oh, let's use Elise Christie. I bet you watch. I'm never wrong on these things. She'll be on Steph's extremely unpacked lunchtime dreary programme on the television. Plus, we've got the kids who want to be as famous as their parents. And what was the other one that I quite liked? No further action over a racial slur heard on the BBC. The newsreader was using an N-word. And Gordon Ramsay is planning on making even more dough by cooking up his own kitchen range. They all do it, don't they? They all do it. Even though he's lost about 57 million. You know, I always suspect that if you want kitchen implements, buy your own. You know, go and get John Lewis ones or something like that. Because I always think there's a premium attached to any celebrity who sells frying pans and stuff like that. I can't wait to go back to John Lewis. I'm very excited about that. Go and buy some implements for the kitchen.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. You know, we had a really stupid person yesterday. Well, actually, we had 3, but it doesn't matter. And one said, you slurped your drink. I'm going to switch channels. Well, blow me down with a feather. Thicko came back again and went, 14 minutes before Farmyard Noises switching channels again. I think you need to go and get some medical help. There's something the matter with you. You're not of the planet, are you, really? So you didn't learn yesterday, and you're even more stupid by coming back today. But don't worry. We've now put you out of your misery, which is good. Steve, what are your gardening plans this year? Well, don't plant anything yet. It's too early and it's too cold. Even Warren says don't put any bedding out till beginning or end of May at the earliest. It's late spring. You don't want to kill everything, do you? I found my rubber gloves the other day. Don't laugh. And I'll be doing some gardening, so it means that you can put them in. I got the daffodils. Yeah, I got about 20 little daffodils, and I just leave them in their pots. But I'm going to clear my pots out and start getting ready for the earth. And then when we have a couple of warm days, I shall go and get the bags of earth, and then we'll start filling up, and then I'll decide what I'm putting in this year. I don't think it's going to be begonias. I think it might be geraniums. I think so. And somebody says the Harry and Meghan story is fake news. The woman who supposedly quit put out a statement she's still working for them. Really? I don't think so. Here we go. Wait a minute. See page 7. Pages and pages of this. It goes on forever and a day. She's quit. Her long-serving agent has also left. There's no fake news at all. This is being run as fact. So they've now 9 staff they've lost. 9 staff. She'd been shifted to a senior advisory role but not expected to stay. Also stepped down as chief executive. So it's not fake news at all. You mustn't tell lies about things. Get yourself into a lot of trouble. Mustn't tell lies. If the papers say it's true, it must be true. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve. When I worked in the Home Office, I used to swap tip cards with a colleague for a joke. I sent off with a book to put them in her name, and she didn't know how many tips that we'd played, says Alison in Clay Hall. I didn't understand a word of that one, actually. But it doesn't matter. And then somebody says, get Gary McKinnon on your show. Oh, here we go. The guy who hacked 92 Pentagon computers and was never prosecuted. Ask him what he found. Don't tell me little green men have infiltrated. Don't tell me Trump was a little green man with a wig on. Come on, stop it. Goodness sake. I love it, the conspiracy theorists. Yeah, he never got prosecuted. He found all sorts of stuff on their computers. You are mad as a fruitcake, aren't you? You really are. Gosh, truth, honestly. Going out for a drink with you must be a nightmare. Kevin says, got my COVID jab and a blood test today. I'm going to be like a pincushion. Oh, listen, please. Matthew says, are you sure Judge Rinder is an actor rather than a judge? Well, he's not a judge. I told you that before. He's a barrister. OK, but they call him Judge Rinder because he knows the law, and it's a made-for-television programme. He's not a judge. They just call him Judge Rinder. OK, it's like I'm called Steve Allen, and the work either, does it? It doesn't really matter. 848. Roger says, for every sad person that switches to another show, you gain more listeners tenfold. I know, but how stupid you are. They must be really dim. You don't listen to something one day and then somebody slurps a drink, which I do on a regular basis, just to wind people like that up. And then they come back the next day and said, you've done it again. And you think, you really are thick. The trouble is you need to see a picture of these people to realise where they're coming from. It's very bizarre. Probably the producer, I should imagine. Shane says, I love you slurping water. Well, God knows water isn't. Do you know, you must have done something really wrong over there. You've had the fires. You've had the flooding. What next? Pestilence? You know, and it's just absolutely a nightmare for you. A nightmare. I've seen the flooding. It really is terrible. Terrible. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We shall put everything in on the programme. Scampi for breakfast? No, definitely not scampi for breakfast. I've done it. Listen, I did it 2 days running. That's enough for me. That's enough for me. Shane says, I love you and the Groovy Gang. Oh, well, we got sort of part of the Groovy Gang today. They're sort of. I've got a little. What do they call it? A pool of presenters, not present. Honestly, cool, Freudian slip there. I've got a little pool of people what can drive the show and do the podcast and stuff like that, and we draw from them depending on who's sort of sober from the night before, which luckily is all of my lot because they don't drink. They're not drinking people. Well, not during the week we're not. No. As you know, what is banned on the programme? Shorts, sandals with socks and booze. We don't do things like that. We are professional people. That's why we've got the biggest audience. Exactly, you can get into a lot of trouble by sort of, having, tiddly-poos the night before. Thank you very much indeed. Tom Daly started crocheting. It's a very old story, this. He's been crocheting for ages and ages. And he made somebody a beautiful... He's very clever. But also, just to annoy the troll, who doesn't like Tom Daly or Lance, his significant other. They've been together 8 years. They celebrate 8 years. So that'll really annoy the trolls, won't it? We don't like people like you. You can see them. I've seen them on the television. They're lovely. Adrian says, I see spaceships normally on a Friday night, early Saturdays. Yes, just after the pub, isn't it, really? And somebody says, I think Judge Rinder is gorgeous. I don't think you'd ever describe him as gorgeous in terms of, I don't know what the criteria is for somebody being gorgeous. I work with very plain people. Very plain people. I think that's necessary. There's no point working with people who think they're attractive or male models or something like that. Thank God for the fact that not one of them could be a male model. No, of course he's not a male model. He just needs a good haircut. Look at him. He needs a good haircut. What sort of clothes could you put him in, apart from a skirt and twin set and pearls and high heels? With his hair that long. How much longer can his hair get? I've never seen anything like it. At least I am sort of upholding everything and keeping my hair suitably trimmed. Thank you. Oh, fizzy water. How exciting. The Sun, Meghan, another aide quits. AJ, my Abby's fireball horror. This was self-inflicted. Nobody did this. They did it themselves. That's how daft they are. Also... what was the other thing I quite like? I'm sick to death of seeing pictures of Paul Gascoigne. I really am sick to death of seeing pictures of Paul Gascoigne. Also, I love the idea that all these brave sightseers, or as I prefer to call them, thickos, are posing with an erupting volcano spewing out all this molten lava. All it's got to do is open up a fissure where they're sitting, or near there, and they all disappear into it. It's as simple as that. This is in Iceland. Many kept to the safety of the opposite hillside, but one daredevil squatted for a snap. What a fool. What a fool. It was spewing out white-hot lava behind. Absolutely unbelievable. It really is amazing. Here's AJ, the Strictly story. The story is, stupid person sets rope on fire, ties round bottle on YouTube, and the thing blows up in her face. And what did you expect? That's like, as I said the other day, sitting in a garage and lighting the petrol pump. Equally stupid. He says, I watched the love of my life go up in flames. What in God's name were you doing? Really? Goodness sake. Steve, I watched Towie last night, says Matthew, and bizarrely, Bobby Norris has had a good haircut. Might get Catcher to do mine. Similar in a fortnight, yes. Bobby Cole Norris, though, and his looks have gone completely. He just doesn't know, what he does with his hair or anything else. Somebody says, I know you used to DJ the Hippodrome. No, I only did it on a couple of occasions. Ever thought about a Friday night DJ set with Mr. M? No, he actually, strange enough, I was getting some apples the other day for the boys. And Mr. M FaceTimed me while I was in the shop, bless him. They were terribly impressed in Paul Cooper's shop, which I thought was quite sweet. Quite sweet. So Waitrose is ending the children's magazines, which come with plastic disposable toys. Well, then you might as well get rid of Kinder Eggs, because they come with a little toy inside, don't they? A little plastic toy. So why not? Why not? There was a Roman Kemp story. He paid £9 for one onion as he was missing the ingredient in a meal he was making for a date. Good Lord above, I thought he just ordered pizza. But Roman says, I didn't have an onion, so I got the outfit on. I ordered one, it cost £9. The guy turned up and handed it to me, not even in a bag. I've never heard of anybody paying £9 for an onion. God, you must know some cheaper places than that. Could you just not put some clothes on and go out and get an onion? Does that not make more sense? I would have thought. Imagine being short, or failing that, do another dish. Do another dish. Much, much better. Much, much better. Also, what have we got here? The Yobs targeting key workers. Do you know they torched NHS workers' cars? These thugs. We've got pictures of them. I hope to God they're not on benefits. I really do. I would like to think that, there's something the matter with them. And 9 vehicles used by key workers had windscreens smashed. Isn't that disgusting? And even the person who defecated in front of the police officers, I want to see you in court as fast as possible. I really do. There's something the matter with you. Something the matter with you. It's just not normal behaviour at all. Emma Bunton has admitted she suffers badly with working mum guilt. Do you know her son Beau is 13? She doesn't even look old enough to have children. Seriously. And I've seen her close up, so I know about these things. BBC newsreader Clive Myrie takes over the Mastermind hot seat. He's a good lad. I worked with him years ago on when we had BSB, and LBC had the contract to do the news, and I was one of the newsreaders on there. And Clive was also one of the newsreaders on there. Very clever lad, very clever. Magnolia blooming in Britain as we are bathed in spring sunshine. That was nice, isn't it? Oh, I got you an Easter egg, Corey. Isn't that exciting? I know. Woo, look at you being all posh. And some apples. We've got apples for you as well. Those nice ones you like, the pink ladies. They're very nice. Leave them in the fridge, and then when you bite into them, it's ice cold, and then you can slurp away to your heart's desire, which is fantastic.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
We're closing in on what? 6,200 podcasts. 6,200 podcasts. There you go. UFO lovers, start here. And anybody who wants to believe in the Loch Ness Monster, spelt L-O-C-K. And, that's the British spelling of it. And poor old Shane over in Sydney says, I'm sick of this rain. Well, I've never seen so much. And then somebody goes, why are you always late for the news? I always hit the news exactly on. It's just that you're late. And also, what's it got to do with you? Mind your own business. I mean, I've never heard anything like it. Why was late for the news? Goodness sake, honestly. I'm going to have scampi today for breakfast, and I'm going to slurp all the way through it. All the way through it. Steve, whilst you were not well, I listened to your back catalogue of shows. How many were the thousands? How many thousands? We've got almost 6,200 shows I've got catalogue. That's just me. Imagine the remainder of LBC. Everybody's got all these wonderful podcasts. You must download them. You really must. In fact, the more you download, the happier I become and the happier they become. Steve, says Matthew, talking of Roman Kemp, there's a good programme on ITV tomorrow night with his dad, one of my favourite lads. Yes. Well, it's kind of given him a bit of a resurface. I think they've been on every programme. Catchphrase, and I never understand how that works. Have you ever seen Celebrity Catchphrase with Stephen Mulhern? I don't even understand the clues. I sit there watching and they go, and what is this person doing? I go, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, some of the people they've got on there, apart from the fact you've never heard of them, and you've never even seen them before, and yet they sort of pop them up, don't they? Happy birthday to Joan Crawford. After the film Mummy was known for hitting the children with coat hangers. So people in the audience used to take coat hangers and at the appropriate moment wave them in the air. She was a bit like that, poor old Joan Crawford. Used to make pornographic films. And when her Hollywood career took off, she had to try and get hold of all these pornographic films she'd made. There weren't a huge amount, but so that it didn't kill her career. She tried it on with Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg tells a story of going to her house and she opened the door in a see-through negligee. I mean, to be honest with you, I wear one, but it's got to do with you. And she opened the door and she had to basically sort of seduce all her producers. Didn't work with him, thank goodness. But she really did have a big row with Betty Davis. When they did Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, they really weren't getting on at all well. They really weren't. But I mean, I think that adds to the interest, doesn't it? When you watch people acting. And in fact, there was a book, and it's called The Casting Couch. You must get it. You can still buy it on Amazon, I believe. And I can't remember who it's by. It's got somebody's interesting name on it. But apparently Betty Davis was the only actress in Hollywood who didn't go through the casting couch. The casting couch was, do me a favour, I'll put you in a movie. And after that, you were, because people went through the system. But Betty Davis was not, nobody ever looked at Betty Davis and went, cool, you're a looker. And so she didn't go through the casting couch. Selwyn somebody, I'm pretty certain the book is by The Casting Couch. Selwyn Ford, is it? There you go. You see, I never forget things. And that book came out years ago. Casting Couch. You should do it because it seems that most celebrities you see in movies nowadays went, in those days, back through the casting couch. In fact, there was one particular studio used to have a break in the afternoon, which was for tiffin. And that wasn't a cup of tea and a piece of cake. Steve, £9 for an onion, more like 9p in a corner shop. Yeah, you get some big onions, though, don't you? Very, very big onions. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, you can read the statement from Catherine about Meghan and Harry, the real reason why she left. I'm sure it'll be riveting. It's about 13 people now that have left their employ. Why can't they keep people? I don't understand that. I mean, I'd thought that they would have been, sort of people. I mean, it's very interesting to go on a journey, but so far their journey has gone nowhere, which is a bit disappointing. Ryan Giggs in the papers today. Okay, very interesting. And Formula One driver Dumfries. This is John Crichton Stewart, who's the Marquis of Bute and a distant cousin of the Queen, passed away following a short illness. He was best known as the Formula One driver who raced as Johnny Dumfries. He won Le Mans in 1988. It's good, isn't it? But he didn't live very long, which I always think is such a shame in this day and age. People don't live as long as they should do. What else have we got? People talk about holiday. Don't book a holiday. Oh my God! If you go on holiday and they find out you've gone there and you're not supposed to be going, could be a £5,000 fine. That's how good it gets. Plus, a care worker has been struck off for biting a police officer at an illegal lockdown party. Stupid person. Nerys Williams left Jamie Aston needing hospital treatment after cops tried to disperse 30 revellers. She also butted one cop and kicked another. And that's a care worker. You're a charming piece of work, aren't you? And a couple who spent hundreds of pounds on pink gear for their first daughter was shocked to find out it was a boy. Well, you can give boys pink clothing, can't you? I see no reason why. We had that argument, well, not an argument, we had a discussion some time ago on why it was always blue for boys, pink for girls. Lots of boys like the colour pink. Like Michael Portillo practically lives in it. Every time you see him on his train, he's in pinks, pale blues, blush, all sorts of colours. He looks like a walking paint palette. I mean, seriously, he goes to some of these northern towns, where it's grim up north, and he walks around in these brightly coloured clothes. They must look at him like, what the heck is that? Ecky thump, what is that? What's he wearing? Because down here we think it's quite normal to wear stuff like that. You go to certain places. In fact, there is a shirt manufacturer, I think, called Pink, and they do pink shirts, pale blues and stuff like that. So, you don't have to give clothes back because you've got the wrong colour. I see no Put it this way, I think people think that if you put a boy in pink, he's going to turn out to be gay. That's what I think. Otherwise, why would you worry about it? There's nothing, if I was buying clothes for the boys next door, that'd be the colour I'd dress them in. Pink, with little, tutus and things like that, and ballet shoes. I'd like to see them joining the English National Ballet. That'd be quite amusing for me. Very amusing. Yes, doing your jetés, your pliés and all that. Yeah, why not? So you don't need to worry about that. They say it wouldn't be fair on the child. And the doctor suddenly say, did you say you were having a girl? At the same time, Carl shouted, Lauren, our baby's got spherical objects. So that's how they knew. Bless, isn't it, really? That's quite sweet. Also, an eco-warrior gran strips the plastic packaging off her food in supermarkets and dumps it in the aisles. Well, you're a bit stupid, aren't you? Goodness sake, honestly. She said it's killing us. Yeah, well, don't do things like that. If I was running a supermarket, I'd have you out the door straight away. Don't litter it and make it dirty for somebody else to go and pick up unless you're going to pick it up yourself. Really, that would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it? Also, the famous and their children, their offspring, how are they doing? They're doing very well. Celia Imrie's got a son, and his name is Angus. Imagine having Celia Imrie as your mum. How fab would that be? Celia Imrie, honestly, that's the happiest thing I could ever hear. This is your mum. Who is it? Celia Imrie. Wow! This is your mum, Katie Price. Is it? Could we go back to the Celia Imrie? So much easier. Catchphrase clue. J-O-B Anne. James O'Brien. Anne. What's the Anne bit? The Anne is inside the... What does that mean? Oh, it's an inside job. Oh, right. Very clever. That's why I don't do catchphrase. So, an inside job. Right. I shall mention that to Stephen Mulhern. I'm sure he'll be delighted to use it. It's an odd one, isn't it? Because I thought it's J-O-B. So it's an inside job. Oh, I hope they use it on the programme when I'm on there. I'm not on there. And this is Top Aid. Top Aid. It's not the second aid or the third aid. It's the first aid. First aid. Oh, right. I'm getting better. If you're playing along at home, I tell you, you must be feeling as sort of smug as I am. I got 2 right, and I'm playing with nobody. Nobody at all. Steve, you seem to know your ballet moves. Well, because I lived with ballet dancers. I mean, honestly, where are you coming from? Are you from another planet? Oh, no, you can't be, because there's no life on other planets. Kevin says, I have to disagree with you on Betty Davis. I thought she was stunning. Kevin, go to Specsavers. I thought she was a great actress. Great actress. But I never thought she was tiny. When she came over here, a friend of mine, his mother was a makeup artist on Wogan and had to do her makeup, and she had little pillbox hats, but her wigs were sewn into the hat. So the wig was put on and the hat was already there on the head. And she at one point, because the BBC were very funny about doing plugs. Of course, now they have no such shame whatsoever. You've only got to watch Ready, Steady, Cook to realise what the word promotion is. And at one point, she picked up her book and she said, are we going to talk about my book? And of course, Terry Wogan didn't quite know what to do. People saying, put the book down. But that's the only reason you got people on there. She was on there to talk about her book. But of course, he couldn't hold it up to the camera. In the end, they kind of gave up with things like that, which was so much easier. So much easier. But they always had a thing. All the Americans came over and they'd been told, touch his knee. Because somebody had done it before and it became like a standard thing. The old Wogan, touch my knee, don't be shy. And they used to put all sorts of things on there. But the funniest thing was watching Selena Scott being outrageous with Prince Andrew. They sat there and flirted. It was the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. I couldn't quite get to grips with it at all. But because I'd never do anything like that. Goodness, can you imagine how dreary that would be? Flirting with people on the programme. So, J-O-B, inside job, very funny.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, do you know Ringo Starr still gets stage fright? Still gets stage fright, which I was always told years and years ago is very good to have. Because there's no point in going on stage being super confident. The idea is you've got to be slightly nervous about going on. Otherwise, you come over as a little bit cocky. Steve, blue is the colour for dressing girls and pink was for boys up until Victorian times. Oh, Caroline Quentin. I've never met Caroline Quentin. She was married to Paul Merton, wasn't she, at one point? She really was. We like Paul Merton. He's very good. I like it. I still enjoy the that news thing that they do. What's it? Have I got news for you? I still enjoy that, actually. I think that's very good. Sometimes they put people on there who are a bit dreary. But no, I've seen some very good people. Helen says Kinder Eggs will never go out of style. The quality of the toys has gotten worse, though. It is chocolate, isn't it? It's a chocolate egg, the Kinder Egg, and then inside is something that you put together. In my day, and for many of you listening, because we're all of the same age, 43, it was a lucky bag. And a lucky bag was threepence. old money, and inside was a toffee, a rather sort of crumpled old toffee, some cashews. You like cashews, Jake? Those little Parma Violet things. They had some of those in there, and a little plastic bag with a toy in it. And you would try and assemble it and try and make something out of it. I mean, to be honest with you, we thought that was brilliant. I don't know what... Isn't it funny? Years and years ago, and, you know, you hear elderly people saying it. Oh, that woman was getting her freebies on the bus the other day. Do you remember? Oh, so can I use my freedom pass? No! And the bus drivers are letting her on. They let her on again the other day, and then she committed the cardinal sin. She went and sat down next to some school child. Well, you're not supposed to do that. You know, it's supposed to be nobody next to you on the thing. She's quite a rude person. And then started talking to people. And I'm thinking, you don't even pay to be on this bus. You know, I've got a freedom pass, love. I don't cheat the system like you do. But the bus drivers out of Richmond seem to all allow her on there. No, it doesn't come in till 9 o'clock. 8 o'clock, they're allowing her to use it. But and then school kids sitting in seats reserved for elderly people. Do they give up the seat? Do they, Buffalo? No, they don't. You feel like saying to them, oi, out! Where's your manners? You see that little sign on the wall? Do you realise what that says? That's for people who are not able to stand. So rude yesterday. So rude. I got quite angry, actually. But that's good. I like things like that. I've never had a Kinder Egg. So I know lots of people have had them before. We couldn't afford stuff like that. I used to... When we were in Hong Kong, we used to have chiclets. And I think you can still get them. It's like square little chewing gum things that came in sort of an oblong kind of package. And they were really nice. And then we had juicy fruit. Juicy fruit was fab. You can still buy juicy fruit, can you? Does it come in the long strips as it used to? Wow. Amazing. You can still get the stuff that I used to have because we didn't really do many sweets as children. It was the Black Jacks, 4 for a penny, fruit salads, 4 for a penny, or if you really wanted to push the boat out, an aniseed ball. And an aniseed ball, you could make it last for a week. Actually, talking of making things last, I have, wait for this one, so many podcasts that if you listen to one every day, out of all my podcasts that are available, guess how many years it would be? How many years would it be? You know how many years. You've already told me. It's just that I can't remember. That's why I'm looking at you pleading. Oh, is it on the screen? Oh, right. How many years would it be if you listened to a Steve Allen podcast every single day? They would last... Wait for this one. This is so exciting. 18 and a half years. I've got that many podcasts. 18 and a half years you'd be listening to one every single day. I think that's a fascinating fact. You can use that fact. Steve Allen, 18 and a half years of podcasts. One a day. That's how many... But of course, by the time you got to the end, we'd have even more lined up. That's only what we've got at the moment. 18 and a half... How many thousands of podcasts was it? It was coming up about 6,721 as of today podcasts available. Look at that. Small wonder everybody wants to listen to this programme. Brilliant. Well done, you. Please download them as quick as possible. Steve, I remember Lucky Bags. We thought they were sucker sweet too, yes. Memories of those Black Jacks, they were called. And you got 4 for a penny. It was quite... I mean, I don't know what was in them, but your tongue went black afterwards, which actually didn't bother us too much. I thought it was quite good, actually. Anything that had the word toffee in it or Frutella. Frutellas were very popular. Please don't write in with your favourite sweets. There's all these people pictured by this exploding volcano near Reykjavik. And I'm thinking, it's very sweet. They're all sitting there and they're all dressing up. And Ulva Kari Johansson says it was absolutely breathtaking, but says it smelt pretty bad. Well, it's coming from the centre of the earth, isn't it? And if this thing opened up where they were, you'd lose the best part of 200 or 300 people. Because these fissures, it's like when you're climbing very high mountains. I remember somebody telling me that if you fall into ravines, they can go down nearly 2 miles. You'd never get out, they'd never get you out again. You just die a very, very slow death, which is ghastly, absolutely ghastly. Kirsty Gallagher used to hit back at sexists who hate women talking about football by giving them the silent treatment. God, have we not got over that one yet? Blimey, honestly. You girls, honestly, all these things that are quite normal out there and still people go... I can remember I did a programme once on UK Living. years and years ago. And it was jobs that would traditionally be done by women, but are now being done by men, and vice versa. And so we had a nanny who was a man, and people go, "Oh, you're a nanny." Well, yeah, Norland nannies can be male or female. And we also had a pilot who was a woman. And in fact, they ended up doing it on the television, I think for EasyJet or something like that. And there were all the lads from up north getting on plane. And the pilot came on, and she'd go, "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Lucinda," or whatever it was. Can't remember her name. And they were going, "I think we'll get off." And at the end of it, they went up to her and going, "Oh, we didn't think we'd actually make it all in one piece." And you go, "What do you think? She's just walked in and had a quick go at it. She's been trained." It was ridiculous. Steve, funny talking about fare dodgers as the bloke who boards the R70 regularly, puts his contactless card on the reader, declines, blames it on the bank. Still let on, says Matthew. I know, I've heard those ones before, but I put that at, you know that they're lying. But this old woman, she says, "Can I use my freedom pass?" And the bus driver lets her on. I should have confronted the bus driver because she let on too many people as well. It says 14 people. 32 she had. 32. These bus drivers need taking in hand. And I know bus drivers. But no, you don't let somebody on with a freedom pass before 9 o'clock. That's the whole idea of it. But she's cheating the system. I glared at her. I was like, I'm glared. You know, don't cheat the system. That's how we're keeping buses going. Cheap old people like you. Can you still get sherbet dips? Oh, God, yes, you can. Yeah, you find them on Amazon. I think they're called sherbet. You can get the sherbet fountains made by Barrett's, or there is a thing with a lollipop, which you used to love those. And then you try and shove all the sherbet onto the lollipop. Oh, you used to love those. There you go. Dip dabs. And you can buy those. You get 5 packs of them for £2.47, or a box of 50 for £18.16. You're saving £6. It's good, isn't it? It's good. I like that. We used to love stuff like that. But mind you, I like licorice. Not everybody likes licorice. It's supposed to be very, very good for you. Michael, a friend of mine who's in the business, he says, "I've heard you're doing your favourite sweet. Mine's a toffee crisp with a tube of Rolos on a Friday." Do you remember they brought out, I bet you don't remember this, Michael, they brought out your last Rolo, and it was like gold covered. You can buy it. It's called, Do I Love You Enough to Give You My Last Rolo? And it was a gold Rolo. You couldn't eat it, obviously. It could break your teeth. But that was fairly popular. But we used to spend our money, when we were littler, we used to spend our money very, very carefully. You know, if you had 2 shillings, which isn't really a great deal of money, to go and spend in the sweet shop, you could take forever. You know, you wanted it, so am I going to buy some milk bottles, or should I buy... I don't know. Should I buy some bubble gum? I could buy some Bazooka Joe. Then I could have 1 Bazooka Joe. I mean, we've got a couple of little sweet shops in Twickenham. Mrs. Modi does lots of sweets for little children. And there's another little sweet shop, which is down Church Street. And they do all the stuff as well. They're not cheap, these things. But I think, to be honest with you, adults get the most out of them than anybody else. Little kids don't know, do they? They don't understand, you know, what sweets you had when you were a child. We used to have all sorts... Oh, I used to love anything like that. I was very happy bunny. Very happy bunny. Listen, we'll take a short break, shall we, for the news. Shane says this Aussie's been listening to you for 5 years. See, I've even got podcasts that go even longer than Shane, who's suffering with all the water. In fact, they've all had enough of it over there. But it's going to take quite a few weeks before that disappears down. And I do remember Pez sweets with the different toy holders. And the little tiny Cadbury's bar of chocolates that went in a little machine and you put a penny in and you pulled the drawer out. Remember those? I remember all of that. I'll tell you what we're doing. Let's take a short break for the news at 5 o'clock. And then after that, what are we going to do? Oh, we'll take more of your texts and emails, I think. Definitely. Steve, people with freedom passes, says Alan, they're called twirlies, as in too early. Well, she's cheating the system, but the bus driver is also cheating the system. You're not supposed to let people on the bus. It's the whole idea. If we all got on there and went, "Can I use my freedom pass?" I feel like going on after her. Tomorrow. I can't do it today. I have to do it tomorrow. And then when she goes, "Can I use my freedom pass?" They go, "Yes." And I go, "I've got my freedom pass." And if she says no, you go, "You've just let her on." Oh, yes. Oh, I sense an argument. Let's have the news first, though, shall we?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. I hope you're well. It's a bit nippy out there this morning, a bit chilly. So too early to start planting things that you buy in the garden centres, especially in Wales, where your garden centres have just opened up. Ours have been open all the time down here. We haven't had any problem buying plants. In fact, it's been fairly simple. I should go and get earth soon, but too early to put plants in. The early morning frost could kill them off. So be careful. Steve, wish my mother, Alicia, a happy birthday for yesterday. She listens to your show every day and missed you while you were off, says Saskia. Yes, I missed me as well while I was off. And do you remember Pop Rocks, which exploded in your mouth? Yes, it was called Space Dust. You can still buy it. Still buy it. Did you give her a Paddington Bear stare, says Catherine. I was just annoyed that the bus driver had let her on when you're not supposed to. There are rules. And to let somebody on. And also, why is the bus driver not telling little school children, get out of the disabled people's seats? It's not for you sitting there. Some woman had a dog on the bus as well. There was her daughter, both sitting in the, people less able to stand seats. Very annoying. Let's see bus drivers pulling their finger out a little bit more, thank you. Especially round our way. Perfect in London. Poem for today by Anonymous. And this one's, you'll like this one. Not. The taxation poem. The taxation poem. Very, very apropos. Very apropos. Tax his land, tax his wage, tax the bed in which he lays. Tax his tractor, tax his mule, teach him taxes are the rule. Tax his cow, tax his goat, tax his pants, tax his coat. Tax his ties, tax his shirts, tax his work, tax his dirt. Tax his chew, tax his smoke, teach him taxes are no joke. Tax his car, tax his grass, tax the roads that he must pass. Tax his food, tax his drink, tax him if he tries to think. Tax his sodas, tax his beers, if he cries, tax his tears. Tax his bills, tax his gas, tax his notes, tax his cash. Tax him good and let him know that after taxes he has no dough. If he speaks, tax him more. Tax him until he's good and sore. Tax his coffin, tax his grave, tax the soil in which he lays. Put these words upon his tomb. Taxes drove me to my doom. And when he's gone, we won't relax. We'll still be after the inheritance tax. Cheering thought there, isn't it? That was the cheering thought of the day. Tax. Isn't it funny? Every time somebody used to go on a quiz show years and years ago and they go, oh, what do you do for a living, Kevin? And he'd go, I'm a tax inspector. And all the audience would boo him. You go, boo. But you go, listen, tax people are nice. They're like traffic wardens. They're lovely. They can be your friends. Well, not you in particular. But, they can, traffic wardens are only going to give you a ticket if you've broken the rules. And tax inspectors are there to help you. I used to do a programme on LBC advising people on their tax. We used to have a tax inspector on who was lovely. As it wasn't you they were looking at. Steve, is a Freedom Pass the same as an OAP bus pass? I've just got my OAP one, and the letter says I could use it any time, then only between 9:30 and 5:30 afterwards. Yes, they changed the timings. The Mayor of London changed the timings you could use it. So Freedom Pass is better than the OAP one. Okay. Do you remember Anglo Bubbly Bubble Gum? When we were little, our parents used to buy boxes of it from a cash and carry. That reminds me. And Nick says your staff were probably just toddlers when you recorded your first podcast. No, these are all the amount of podcasts that we've got. Yes, I mean, I don't know what years these go back to. Do we know? First podcast that we've got? Yeah, we'll find out. There's a picture in the thing today, and I was trying to work out how she's managing to do it. Lizzie Cundy, who takes the photographer with her, so they've got a picture of her using a car wash. Well, I don't know where you're using this one, darling. Apparently it was on Monday. On Monday. I didn't think car washes were open. You're not supposed to be using a car wash. The garage who's doing this one is operating illegally. No car washes. You've got to wait for them to open. So, but she obviously took a photographer out with her and started, they say, she hit the car wash in typical glam style. She probably spent about 3 hours trying to get ready to decide what to wear. A car wash? No, dear. We're still in lockdown, but perhaps you haven't realised. God, blimey, honestly. It gets worse and worse and worse, isn't it? Here's a picture of Joss Stone, who said her boobs stopped her completing her world tour after she was booted out of Iran. And an appeal by Stephen Fry to create a new Sherlock Holmes museum has put plans to demolish an historic building on hold. He threw his support behind a bid to open a global attraction because there's that fake one down off Marylebone High Road. where they've got a fake policeman outside and they're trying to go, this was the place. No, it was part of a building society, 221B Baker Street. It's just fake, the whole thing from start to finish. But the tourists love it. It's amazing, isn't it, really? Even in London. I can remember years ago they did a thing with the ice cream sellers, trying to see which ones were bent. Unfortunately, it turned out to be loads of them. What they were doing, they would send in a Japanese couple, I think it was, who didn't understand the money. And they would go to buy an ice cream, and they would they bought 2 ice creams, and they took a £20 note out and held it up. And then the ice cream man would go, thank you very much. And no, that's okay, thank you. And they took the £20 note. These were people outside the tourist attractions. There used to be the ice cream wars years ago, but they were cheating tourists out of the money. And then the tourists were going, how much are your ice creams? They were going, well, that one should be about £1 and that one should be about £1.50. No, they charge £20. So be careful. Always have somebody else with you. Makes it easier. Viagra could make men live longer as well as improve their performance in bed. How much longer do you want to live? Blokes who've survived a heart attack could prolong their life by taking the impotence drug, according to a new study. Wow. So there you go. And Johnny Depp's mansion was broken into by a homeless man who had a shower and a drink. Neighbours witnessed a man by the pool, and so the police turned up. They found him taking a shower in one of the bathrooms. He then refused to come out, forcing the officers to kick down the door. The man got into Depp's booze cupboard and helped himself to a drink. God, even over there with all their security, still somebody breaks in and just carries on. It's ghastly, isn't it, really? Absolutely ghastly. A new documentary about the Krays. God, not another one. What else do we not know about the Krays? An insider said Secret of the Krays will feature revelatory interviews with those who knew the Krays best. Oh, for God's sake, not another one. I mean, what do we not know about them? I thought we knew everything about them. So former gang members, well, they must be about 95 by now, mustn't they? Relatives and family friends, as well as celebrity photographer friend David Bailey, the Krays lawyers and police officers involved in bringing them to justice. Good God in heaven. Looking back at Ronnie and Reggie's life of crime. They used to have all their meetings at home, didn't they? Their mother would bring them up tea and stuff like that. Very interesting. Very interesting. But I mean, I didn't think there was anything else we needed to know, apart from the fact they weren't particularly bright. And, what? 2009 was when we started the podcast. Oh, right, 2009. Were you born in 2009? Yes, oh, thank God for that. Bit of a worry, isn't it? People sort of saying, oh, perhaps your team weren't born. They were all born in 2009. What year were you born? 96. 1996. Oh, right, lovely. What year were you born, Corey? 97. Yeah. I'm 99. So that's great, isn't it? There we go. We're all roughly the same. Steve, the Tesco drive-through car wash at Brent Cross's own. Well, I didn't think they were. She was using the car wash jet spray to wash off the makeup, Steve. Very bitter. Very bitter. Martin in Carlisle, he said, a Drifter is my chocolate bar of choice. But I do like aniseed balls. Oh, right. And in answer to it's this one here, talking about somebody who's got a calm, soothing voice. Is he likely to return? No. Sorry not. No. Oh, well, there you go. There you go. At least we've cheered your day up. Steve says, Sue-Ann, all bikes and scooters off the pavement, please. It's dangerous. Oh, you see it all the time. All the time. Steve, tax people are not all nice. Ask Lorraine Kelly, Kay Adams and Harry Ramsden, says Steve. Well, I like them. I like them. Steve, I'm an ex-taxman, having retired from HMRC on the 31st of the 12th, and the department gives out money as well as just taxing people, like administering the various COVID support packages. Yes, they give money back. They're not all horrid. It's like the parking wardens, the people enforcing the law. They're just doing a job, aren't they? Jeremy Vine has told how the BBC ditched eggheads as it wants to attract a younger audience. But I thought some of the teams on there were fairly young. You know, they'd be the sort of people to go on. But it's moving to Channel 5. First hit the screens in 2003. So we'll wait and see. Now, whether or not it's going to be... Is it Jeremy Vine doing it and following it? They've had their 2000th edition. You're always going to be vulnerable to somebody. Jeremy has described the show as one of the greatest quizzes in British TV history. Do you think so? I mean, it's nice to see very intelligent people on there. You know, people who seem to know the answer to just about everything. But the Chase does the same thing. So it's very good. I didn't even know it was off the television, Eggheads. I had no idea. I just know that we miss Daphne. We miss Daphne. She knew everything. You ask her a pop question, she knew the answer. You ask her, you know, what's this dish in Mongolia called? She knew the answer. She was just one of those people that absorbed absolutely everything. Absolutely amazing. Steve and went into Costa to get a coffee. Asked if they could rinse my cup for me, my reusable cup, as I had a coffee in earlier. The lady without the mask told me that due to COVID, she couldn't touch my cup. Yet she was happy to provide me with coffee in a cup that she would touch. Yes, they don't want to touch your cup. You know, I suppose you should have cleaned it. You should have cleaned it before you went back in there. They're not there to wash cups up for you, as far as I remember. Also, I had a Cadbury machine for the minibars. Occasionally, I'd splash out and buy some Terry's Neapolitans. They were so cute, those, weren't they? So cute. Some people, Steve, were cooking sausages on the edge of the volcano. Yes, I saw somebody was doing that, actually. And, Steve, when I watched the old game shows from the 70s, I noticed how timid the contestants were compared to contestants today. Well, they have professional contestants. Professional contestants. That's all they do. They wander from quiz to quiz to quiz to quiz. You know. See, back in the 60s, I remember the bags with sweets and a toy in called Jamboree bags. Never remember them called Lucky bags. Well, Jamboree bags exactly the same as Lucky bags. And Will in Stockton says penny caramels. Don't remember those. Do not remember them. Oh, I saw a thing the other day. It was on one of these television programmes. 70 quid. And it was a pair of glasses you put on, had little lights in it, and apparently it made you look younger. Are the volcano sausages hot dogs? No, they're not. No. They were very dangerous to go that close. This is molten. You know, it would take your hand off in a. It wasn't funny at all. I get a public apology to volcanologists everywhere now who are thinking about cooking sausages. Sue says, before the pandemic, I saw a young boy in a stationery shop being pounced on by his mum because he chose a pink glittery pencil case. She said it wasn't for boys and his classmates would laugh at him. She made him choose a dull blue one. How awful to be forced to live in a world without glitter just because you're a boy. Oh, I know loads of glitter. Have you seen RuPaul's Drag Race? My God, you can't move for glitter on the boys there. Definitely not. Carolyn Newark says, I spoke to a really nice tax man. Gave me over £2,000 rebate. Oh, that's nice. I just like it. Tax is not paid by the working classes. Taxes pay for their top-up benefits because the wages aren't enough to live on. Are you mad? Are you mad? Everybody's got to pay tax of some sort of way. And much as though we hate paying tax, but, you know, you just get used to it, don't you? That's what we have to do in this day and age.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Nice Matthew says, I've got a craving for fish and chips. Well, go and have it. Have it. I always want to say, I worry about people who go, I've got a craving for it. Well, you can do it. I mean, obviously, you can go and buy fish and chips in a supermarket, and then you can just sort of pop it in the oven, I suppose. Steve, if your first podcast was in 2009, how can you have over 18 years of podcasts? I do 2 a day. I mean, surely you know that, don't you? Good Lord, we have to explain everything to Nick. He said, you do broadcast twice a day. I do 2 podcasts every day. Where are you from? From the planet ignorant? No, I do 2 podcasts every day. Always have done. In fact, at one point, I had 3. Do you remember the tubes, the machines on the tube? Fags, bubblegum, chocolate, says Terry. Yes, I do. And you could never get the thing to open. And your train came in and you had to get on and somebody else would walk up to the machine and just open the drawer. It used to drive me mad. I know it very well. The boss of Deliveroo could net 550 million quid in its planned stock market listing. They say value between £7 and £8.5 billion. That's a lot of money, isn't it? I've never used it. Graffiti being removed. Police vowing to catch the Bristol protest rioters. They've arrested 8 after 24 officers were injured. Good. Let's see what happens, shall we? Let's see what happens. And as I said, the Olympic skater, Elise Christie, working at Pete's Hut. Don't worry, only at the moment, dear, until your agent pushes you for television. You go, oh, look, she was in the paper the other day. She definitely wants to work. So that's it. Lorry drivers, online giants must police scam sharks. You know, it's amazing how people get scammed, isn't it, nowadays? They go out there and they try and, do something, and then somebody in another country will sort of pretend to be either the IRS or it'll be something else, won't it? I've seen so many police officers phoned up and they go, this is the IRS, you owe us money, we're going to send somebody round to take this money. And they go, OK, fine. And they let them go all the way through their spiel. And then in the end, they sort of, they never actually tell them that they're police officers. But they say, oh, right, I'll send you the money then. That's OK, thanks, bye. Put the phone down. It's hilarious. And Steve, you spoke about the Lucasade sign along the M4 flyover. And now it's on the sidewall of a new multi-storey car park opposite Morrison's in Brentford. Didn't know there was a Morrison's in Brentford, Brian. Where's that? Oh, I know where Morrison's is. I know exactly where it is. It's coming up to the traffic lights, isn't it? Bazooka Joe chewing gum. I collected a load of wrappers sent off for something called a 10-in-1 scope. It was a piece of plastic with magnifying glasses. Yeah, but I mean, you got it for free. Terry is the ex-bugle major, thank you. But fancy remembering. I remember when you could smoke on the tube. Do you remember? You could smoke on the tube. God, blimey, I tell you, how we never burnt to pieces, I'll never know. But we did it. We did it, and it was very good indeed. Sir Bradley Wiggins is warning fans that a bicycle being sold for £7,500 on social media is not the one that he won the Tour de France on. He says, it's not my bike, far too treasured piece of history, and that to flog for £7,500. The price tells you everything you need to know. It's from somebody called Train Sharp, so it's not true. They're advertising the historic bike with a host of photos. Not Bradley's. He said it's not his, so don't be fooled. Some people try and rip you off, and it's not good enough. Dogs have soared up to £450,000% in value during the COVID pandemic, with the French Bulldog being the most popular breed of pooch. It's because of their faces, isn't it? That was that Traveller site the other day. 83 stolen dogs. 83 stolen dogs. And also, vets have had to put down this... This is the worst picture you'll see in the paper today. There was somebody out walking their dog. And I don't know what this... This was in Barnes. And we don't know, actually, who the person is who owns this animal. But it's been reported to the police. Because this dog is biting, this seal can't go anywhere. It's stuck. They're not used to being attacked by dogs. This dog inflicted deep lacerations to Freddie's neck and Flipper, clamped its jaws on and didn't let go, very distressed. But I'd love to find out who owns this dog, because there's a choice of about 3 people here. Peasants. Fancy taking a dog out that attacked, and it wasn't on a lead, and it attacked a seal. The seals had to be put down. They put him to sleep. He had a broken bone, dislocation and damage to his joint. What a frightening thing for this poor seal. All of a sudden attacked by this filth of a dog. But it's been reported to the police. Let's find out. I wonder who owns it. You're not a nice person, are you? Obviously you haven't got any control over your dog. They had to literally drag this dog off this poor seal. But that time it was too late. It was severely injured. People like that make me sick, honestly. Absolutely dreadful. And in Barnes as well. In Barnes. Fancy a nice new designer frock? Make it like Tom Daly and knit yourself a knockoff. And he's very clever. There's no end to his talents. He spins a good yarn. He made a Gucci dress here. He lovingly crafted it for his friend Sophie Lee. So she's very delighted. And he's made himself a pair of swim trunks, and he's done all sorts of other things. He could probably make scarves in about an hour and a half. Doesn't take long to do stuff like that nowadays, does it? Used to be a poster on the doctor's waiting room wall showing all the fivers the NHS cost in reality. Besides, that was a few coins the stamp paid in. It was to shut up people who complained, saying, I pay my stamp. Yeah. In my doctor's surgery, they have a thing there saying that people don't bother turning up for their appointments, thus wasting everybody's time. I've just worked out I've been listening to you for 10,368 hours, says Roger, since tuning in 2009. Can you believe, though, it would take, 19 years to actually listen to all of my podcasts that we've got available at the moment. Millie Forster. You don't know who Millie Forster is, but I'll tell you who she is. She's quite something. She was one of the first women to ever drive for the government car service, a secretive agency that provides transport for politicians and other high-profile figures. She had to sign the Official Secrets Act. She's just celebrated her 100th birthday, and she looks amazing. That's it, mate. She comes from North Yorkshire. And she was also a member of the team that transported the Queen in '67 when she opened the Tyne Tunnel. And she's been driving for that long. What a lovely lady. You know, people like that need to be applauded, not those peasants that set fire to police vehicles. You know, the police vehicles that could actually sort of help you. But not anymore. And the people who work for the NHS not getting not actually getting anything at all, I'm afraid. Because they set fire to their cars. I think there was about 8 or 9 cars that they set fire to. Absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. I'm enjoying the artwork on the telly. There was a bloke the other day. He was doing a picture. And it was a picture of, I think it was Tom Jones. Very good. There's so many talented artists in this country. I mean, I'm absolutely staggered that I can't paint for toffee. I can't do it. I can do nothing at all. Absolutely nothing at all. But there's always hope, I suppose. The best I ever got was painting by numbers. You know, and then you get little tiny paint pots with a little tiddly brush, and that was it. And you always ran out of the colour paint that you needed to finish off. The only picture I think I ever finished with was the Laughing Cavalier, which wasn't very good. In fact, actually, to be honest with you, none of my stuff was any good at all because I just wasn't even good at keeping within the lines. That was always the huge problem. But I mean, I did my best. But those were big business, painting by numbers kits. You know, you could get all sorts of things. Of you know, it was like making Airfix models. People did Airfix models. I could never do those either. I used to be absolutely terrible. Steve, I'm going to the fish shop. Who wants what? Says Shane. Okay, sausage and batter and chips for me. What do you want, boys? They'll just have fish. Say. Can of dandelion and burdock. What sort of fish and chip shops do you think they've got in Sydney? Nothing like that. Dandelion and burdock. You have some scraps. Do you know, actually, a lot of places do that now and sell them to you. They sell them to you. In my day, it was all free. It was all free, but not anymore. You pay for the scraps if you were lucky. There was a little bit of fish inside there as well. Tell you. Happy days, ladies and gentlemen. Kate Garraway saying, I've never loved Derek more or feared losing him more. She said if she wanted to leave GMB, she'd leave if she thought it was going to help. So we'll wait and see, shall we?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Good morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. We're racing through, still too early to start putting out the bedding plants. You'll find them in all the garden centres and the nurseries, but there are signs on them saying protect from frost. And we haven't quite got through the frost at the moment, so a little bit early. But you can prepare the ground, you can get everything ready, you can empty last year's pots and start putting the pots, back together again, emptying them, filling them up with sort of new earth and then getting ready to plant out. But little tiny plants you're buying, it's not really worth it. It's false economy. And believe you me, I've done false economy. So last year I did begonias. What am I going to do this year? No idea. I'll get some inspiration from probably television programmes. Roger says, what you lack in painting, you make up in conversation. Yeah, I just wish I could paint. I watched this guy doing Tom Jones the other day. And also the weather forecaster. He's brilliant. And I can't remember what his name is now. Who's the weather forecaster who paints? He's very... Sorry? Schaffernacker. He's very... Have you seen his pictures? They're unbelievably brilliant. What a talent. God, you could just sit there every evening just turning out pictures, couldn't you? I was very impressed. First time I saw a picture of his, I thought, good Lord, is that actually an artist picture or is it a photograph? He was that good. That good. So good for Mr. Schaffernacker. Nice to have a talent, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure I've got another talent apart from this. Not that I think this is a talent. Not at 26 minutes to 6 in the morning, I don't. Here's a picture of Clive Myrie, announced as the new host of Mastermind. He must be very pleased. He's 56. And so he's about the... is he fourth or fifth? Fifth host, I think. He starts filming in Belfast in July. In Belfast? Why on earth would they film it in Belfast? That's an odd one, isn't it? Anyway, Mr. Humphries, 77, announced his departure last month. He's done 750 shows. Clive has got a study, and it'll be fine. It'll be absolutely fine. They were looking for something that took it into the next period, because we do see the same old people popping up time and time again on quiz shows. And so Clive Myrie, who's been pootling me, he's just won a television award. So he's absolutely the ideal person to get it. I used to work with him years and years ago. He won't remember, of course. Oh, I don't know, he might do, actually, because we were in one of our buildings next to Olympia. First-time buyers. Oh, God, what a nightmare for you. Unless you win the lottery tonight. You typically need to find how much for a deposit? £12,000 more than last year. So now they're looking for 60k up front. £60,000. Unbelievable. The bank found in London the average required to get on the property ladder last month was 132,000, 20 grand more than a year before. It is so expensive. It really is. I don't know how young people, if you're earning 15, 20,000 a year, at what possible time do you think you could afford to buy a property? I mean, I was lucky because my parents helped me. My parents helped me with the deposit. They paid all my legal fees. I just had to pay the mortgage at the end of it. I was very lucky. Some parents are not in a position like that at all. Catherine says, is it too soon to mow the grass? Well, actually, I have seen people mowing grass. So might not be. It depends. I mean, if you get some hot days, but you should definitely get pots ready, start trimming back, as they say, and then go there. The reason that Warren said that is because he knows all about that, because he has an award-winning garden, which is lovely. Here we go. Robot wars in the skies. 114 aircraft grounded to make way for drones. The government have decided to spend billions on drones. Army cut by 10,000 troops. That's the smallest size since 1714. And they're looking at all the grounded aircraft, the Typhoon fighter jets, Chinooks, also the payloads, 12 fully equipped troops, Hawker T2 trainer, the Hercules transport aircrafter. Good God. Amazing, isn't it, really? And cuts to the Army infantry battalions to be axed or re-rolled. 6 fewer fighting battalions, 2 Mercian being axed. The soldiers will have to join other battalions. One of Yorkshire Regiment's battalions re-rolled as experimental battalion, trialling new kit. So when you look now, in 1982, 163,000. 91, 147,000. That was for the Gulf War. Gulf War 2, 112,000. 2012, 100,000. 82, and now 72,500. Ridiculous, isn't it? 4 battalions. The 1st Scots, 2nd Prince of Wales Royal Regiment, Duke of Lancashire and the 4th Rifles effectively merged to form Army Ranger Regiment. I don't know how that's going to work. I've really got no idea. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And Steve, says Jonathan Shallett. And I think he says, I'm sure Clive will remember you. Everyone does. Once met, Steve Allen is never forgotten. Belfast makes sense as the BBC is taxpayer funded. Now the plan is more and more production hubs across the UK. So does that mean that he will have to go over to there to film the... I mean, I've never been to Belfast. I've never been anywhere. Thank you, Jonathan Shallett, super agent to the stars. He knows these things. They used to say, actually, funnily enough, once you'd met Dale, you wouldn't forget him. You'd never forget him first time round. Dawn Neeson says, bit nippy outside this morning. Oh, no, I said that. She's retweeted it. Sorry, I couldn't remember what it was. And join me from 4 and we'll shake off the frozen bits together, I said. Wasn't sure if I had any frozen bits by that time. It was definitely very cold this morning, and it's not going to change either. So I put on a slightly thicker shirt this morning. Steve, Freddie the Seal was the one swimming in Teddington Lock that's recently been released. Such a shame people can't control their dog, says Martin. This one gripped onto this seal and did not let go. How is a dog like that allowed to be out there? Seriously, that could have been a child. That's what worries me. You know, as it is, that seal had to be put down, which is it can't have done anything. It didn't know what to do. This dog launched itself at it. I'm sure that by tomorrow the papers will have the owner of the dog, which I'm sure should be put down. You can't have a dog going around attacking seals, which need to be put down. Terribly sad. Steve, have you started presenting your own gardener's question time? I could do. Oh, yes. I used to do. In fact, actually, I've done a couple of gardeners' question time evenings, one at B&Q some years ago and one at Squires Garden Centre, where we invited all people in from the local area. We all had cups of tea and we had a panel of experts and we did a gardening programme on LBC, which I hosted. There have been quite a number of them, actually. And it was a good idea because people like gardening. You don't have to be an old person to do gardening. You know, you just sort of get out there and put the actual action of planting a few bulbs and stuff like that is terribly pleasing when you see it emerging the other end and you go, I grew that. Sometimes you sit there for ages thinking, it's not going anywhere, is it? It's definitely not going anywhere. And then all of a sudden, blow me down, the thing blossomed. I mean, I waited ages for my begonias last year, little tiny dwarf ones, little orange. And then all of a sudden, from going from a few straggly looking things, all of a sudden, bang, out they came. And they lasted for ages and ages. So whether I go for something like that again, I don't know. These were in a peach colour, which were very, very pretty. But all the pots had the same. This year I might do a mix pot. I don't know. The only thing I never use is lobelia. First thing to die off. Goes all crispy. And I don't like it. Enduring this lockdown, Steve, has made me think of some of these simple, great pleasures in life, says Matt. For 23 years, often used to have a morning swim, followed by a lovely fry-up at the Regency Cafe in SW1, and so we get back to our greasy spoons as soon as possible. Marvellous places. Oh, how lovely. Just going out. I spoke to a friend of mine the other day. He said, I can't wait to go to restaurants. Cannot wait. I said, I know. I'm just hoping they can hold on. Because The Lion King could open in July. Well, that will prompt Joe Allen's hopefully to open. You know, once we get something going on at Theatre Royal Drury Lane, hopefully that will insist that, we push Joe Allen's into opening again. Because The Lion King does really well. Very popular with sort of adults and kids, and they'll be looking for a class place within walking distance, and it's only about 2 minutes to go there. Steve, with the defence cutbacks, there won't be enough people for an inter-service tug-of-war. There may also be no rope due to further savings. Do you know, did you ever go and see, what was the thing they used to do at Earl's Court? Royal Tournament. Did you ever go and see the Royal Tournament? That was brilliant. And then they axed it. And it was absolutely fantastic. Story about a childminder. Her name's Hannah Lovelock. She took her daughter and 2-year-old charges to her allotment. She's got an allotment, a very smart allotment it is too. Well, all that fresh air and the chance to look at the plants probably did the children good, whilst neighbouring plot holders in the village loved seeing them during lockdown. But the parish council has decided the visit breaches allotment rules because childminding is a commercial activity. So consequently, she's going to be kicked off her plot if she breaks the rules. She lives with her husband James and 4 daughters. She says they must be the meanest parish councillors in Britain. They say the Allotment Act forbids commercial activity. It's ridiculous. That meant growing produce commercially, not bringing a couple of toddlers to see the plants. She said there was rarely anybody there. She previously had a parking dispute with the parish council, so she's obviously got a bit of a ding-dong going. And she said, and there have been no complaints about her. She said, I've had confirmation from 17 childminders around the UK that they take child-minded kids to their allotments. Chairman of the National Allotment Society, John Irwin, said, we regard children on plots as an educational opportunity, not a business activity. At the allotment, gardener Tom Atkins says the parish council are totally unreasonable dictators. He says, I love seeing Hannah here with the beautiful little kids. They're gorgeous. They love it. It's growing things. Stoke Pogis Parish Council. Here we go. Boo, boo, boo. A registered childminder is operating a commercial venture in breach of the tenancy agreement and would therefore not be covered by council insurance. Councillor Carter said it's strange how one person has so many run-ins with people in the village. Oh, you're not pleasant, are you? I'd be moving out of Stoke Pogis really fast. It's only taking little children to see an allotment. God in heaven, you'd think she was sort of, fueling a World War III bunker or something. It's just little plants. Stoke Pogis, honestly. Oh, Struth. Very disappointing, very disappointing. Honestly, all the misery in this day and age, it is, in fact, against the council rules. We can't... Oh, dear me, honestly. Nothing worse, is there? Nothing worse than one of those sort of people. So Sir Steve Redgrave celebrates birthday today. He's 59. Also, the Beatles smoked a marijuana cigarette in the lavatories at Buckingham Palace in 1965 when they got their MBEs. Joan Crawford was born in 1904. She was born Lucille Fay Lesueur. But Betty Davis said of Joan Crawford, I wouldn't sit on her toilet. So there you go. Plus also the birthday of Chaka Khan. 68, the Queen of Funk was born, Yvette Marie Stevens. Hits including I'm Every Woman, Ain't Nobody and I Feel For You. She also gave Whitney Houston her first break, asking the 15-year-old to sing backing vocals on Khan's first solo album. So there you go. So many happy returns of the day for those that are living and commiserations for those who aren't. But at least we remember you. And we remember you for all the right reasons. All the right reasons. What else have we got in the paper today? I was just having a quick look, actually. Right. Apparently, according to my star sign today from Oscar Kaner, it says, when you're ready to be big, it won't be difficult to resolve. Woo! Whatever that means. I've got no idea. Oh, look, I'm running late now.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 10 to 6. No, it's not. It's 9 minutes to 6. Good Lord above. We nearly missed the bus. Nearly missed the bus. Steve, dogs are banned from the beach at, is it Whitley Bay? Whitley Bay, to protect the seals who come there to have their pups. This one was all by itself. There was a photographer there, and then this dog launched itself and mauled it so badly. Poor thing, honestly. I mean, that's just a dog that is not under control as far as I'm concerned, or a dog that's going to attack something. Have you ever heard of such a thing? In Barnes. They'll find out. You watch. By tomorrow morning, somebody will have to have come forward and admitted it was their dog, which is terrible. Steve, I've mowed the lawn twice this year. Set the mower on higher settings. That stops the grass going yellow. And then I feed it as well, which is nice. It's good. Very good. They do all this stuff now. Richard Jackson is on QVC all the time. He's got his own peat and this lawn stuff and bird food and all the rest of it. It's like a little one-man army going on there. Started on LBC. We used to use Richard Jackson. In fact, most of the people who appear on the television talking about plants have been on LBC at some point. Sweet Williams are nice plants, and they last, says Wendy. Holly Ruth friend, thank you. And Donnie says, I'm off to Holy Mass. Shall I say one for you? Oh, do two. Go on, push the boat out. Go mad. Go mad. Also, another one says, somebody else talking about this seal. And but this dog literally launched into it. What sort of sick person is that who's got a dog that launches into an attack like that? As I say, next time it could be a child. Which is just, it's too dangerous. In fact, there was a 3-year-old who got attacked, I believe, by another dog that they put into the household, because you do get certain dogs that are very territorial. And if they see, they have it on these programs on the television where people go and adopt dogs. And they say, well, listen, this is a lovely dog, but it doesn't work with children. It's not comfortable around children. This is a dog which loves everybody. This is a dog which loves walks and cuddles. And this is a dog that sort of definitely doesn't like other dogs. So you have to be careful with it, but people have to be aware of it. This dog attacks a seal. Poor thing, honestly. It had enough of its life, I should imagine, where it sort of headed up the Thames and got as far as Teddington Lock. Not so good, is it? It's just a baby, isn't it? I know. No mummy, no daddy, and some dog that launches into it. And literally they had to wrestle it away from it. It was that bad, poor thing. Then they had to take the decision the other evening to put it to sleep. That really annoys me, actually. Do you know, that annoys me more than anything else at the moment this morning. It's just so bad. So bad. Plus, Meghan and Harry again. And what's this one? Kate's children. This is Kate Garraway. Opening up about Dad's COVID ordeal. I can't believe how long he's been in hospital. Must be the longest of anybody that I've ever heard of. Quite amazing. Humanity always triumphs. A year of desperate. The political commentator for The Express talking today about people rallying round to help and doing things. And Neil Morrissey, best known as Tony in Men Behaving Badly, has ruffled a few more feathers. He claims TV drama is now being run by Oxbridge people with a massive education and almost zero intelligence who can't sew a hem or boil an egg. In a stinging broadside, the actor also said that working-class actors like him were massively underrepresented in the industry. Good Lord, I never even thought about it, actually. I like him. He's nice. But he was talking to the Radio Times. He was best known, I suppose, for playing opposite Martin Clunes. Took a swipe at those running TV drama, particularly those with old-school connections. I didn't know. I thought people always complain. First of all, women complained that there weren't decent roles for women. Now you've got people saying that it's only posh people that get jobs in these dramas. And people like Neil Morrissey don't. Well, I thought he'd done really well, actually. He said it's hard to sell a bunch of Northerners to an American network when they consider Brits to be slightly James Bondish types, not people who work in a factory. He grew up in a care home, and he said that actors, working class, were always underrepresented. Isn't it funny? I suppose you could you say the same for radio? People always had a very good education. They were talking on the television the other day about people who had qualifications and people who had no qualifications. And it was a case of, does having no qualifications hold you back? Not necessarily. I don't think I've ever been... Well, I've only ever had a few jobs. Nobody's ever asked what my qualifications were, which is just as well because I haven't got any. And yet No, I've got nothing at all. I've got nothing. I left school at 15. I was one of the last group of people who was allowed to leave at 15 under the guise of fibbing to my parents and saying I'd go to college. I did, but we skipped lessons at college. We just went off drinking. We didn't do that either. So I ended up with absolutely nothing at all. I didn't hate school and I didn't hate college. I just didn't see the purpose of it because I could read and I could spell because I went to prep school. So from a young age, I was sort of able to hold my own. I could do, if ever there was reading to be done in the class, I was it. Because I was the one who could read out loud because I learned to read. I didn't think about it. You speak to kids who've had one of those educations and they're way ahead. They're way ahead of people. They can hold their own in a conversation with an adult, which doesn't work all the time for everybody. So, by the time it sort of came to getting a job on and finding something to do, having qualification, it never crossed my mind. Nobody ever asked me at LBC. When I first joined, I just sent in a tape. Seems so old-fashioned, and got a job on the strength of it. But nobody ever said to me, "Oh, before you give you the job, what qualifications do you have?" Nobody ever said that. I suppose it would have been a case of if I hadn't been able to hold my own and hadn't been able to hold a conversation or to hold a programme together, I probably wouldn't have done it. But I did, and nobody ever. I don't remember anybody ever saying it. And yet, mostly the people I work with, the people who produce this programme, they've practically got doctorates. Seriously. They've got all sorts. They've got qualifications. You say to me, "Got any qualifications?" They pull this thing out from underneath their wax jacket, Barber, and they sort of show you this whole list of qualifications. Master of this, master of the house, and all these different things. Me, little old Steve Allen, nothing at all. Very disappointing. But they are. I think actually, what did somebody have? What have you got, Corey? You've got something, haven't you? You've got a BA. He owns his own airline. He's BA. I mean, how cool is that? And he's working on little old my programme. And he owns BA. That's so impressive. But I know my last producer, he had some very good qualifications. I can't remember what Thomas had, but people have had all sorts of qualifications. Have you got anything, Jake, He's another one who owns BA. He's another one. He's got BA. They've probably got an aeroplane each, which is phenomenal. But it doesn't matter, you see. It's only if you can not string two words together that people worry about it. But thank God they didn't. So I feel a bit sorry now for Neil Morrissey, because I don't want him to feel a bit, although he is on the syndicate, which is coming up. So at least he's getting work. That'd be good for him. Steve, guess what I did last weekend, says Tamsin, and in Kingston. Guess what I did last weekend? I don't know. She said, you'd never guess. In 130 years, I am the first lady to become the club captain at the Richmond Golf Club. Is that down in Petersham? Is that the one down there? I think that's is that the Rich? I don't know. We've got a few golf clubs around our way, but is the Richmond Golf Club down in Petersham? Do let me know, because I've been there. I've never actually played there, but I know exactly where it is. It's all very nice. I think they own it, don't they? Don't you own the golf club? Didn't something happen? I'm pretty certain. There's certainly enough land there. Very nice. So we'll find out. We'll find out for the other side of the news. Or failing that, drop me a text quickly. 84850 steve@lbc. Bob says, I'm so glad you're back. UFOs. I see a lot of them here in Cornwall. My wife produces unidentified frying objects. I know. Sounds like butterflies. Poor old Rhea could never cook anything. They go, what is this? And she'd go, it's custard. They go, but it's rock solid. She'd go, I know. She could never make anything at all. The ultimate bad cook. Bit like me, really, actually. But nice to have your company this Tuesday morning, the 23rd of March. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast till 7, when Nick Ferrari will be along. But what we do now is we take the news at 6.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. So well done, actually, to Tamsin in Kingston, Richmond Golf Club, the first lady to become club captain. Whoa! I mean, that is. I have been there. I've never eaten there or had a drink there or anything else like that, but I have been there. Amazing, isn't it? But she said it's fantastic listening to you again in the mornings. We missed you. I missed me as well, actually. I really did. Steve, you're right. The Richmond Golf Club is in Petersham. You'd always be welcome for a glass of Prosecco. Do you know, if I was drinking, Anne, and Tamsin as well, it'd be completely different, but I'm not drinking at the moment. I can't take the drink. I really can't. I feel so ill. A lot of actors play there, and the clubhouse is beautiful. I know. Well, I've driven through the grounds. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I was exactly the same as you, Steve, as were lots of others of our era. I left school at 15 with a swimming certificate for 2 lengths. That was it. But I've never been out of work until now. And this is a nice break whilst on furlough. Well, I'd never been out of work since the age of 15. I started work at 15, and after I left school, and I can't remember if my parents pushed me into getting a job. I don't know if I wanted a job or I didn't want a job. But I ended up with a job working in a department store, and my take-home pay at the end of the first week was £5.19 and sixpence, and we got half day off. So you worked a 5.5 day week, half day Wednesday, closed at 12. You always get a blooming customer in, and I used to sell carpets. I sold carpets for a living for a short while. Then I went to work for John Lewis in Reading, Heeless, selling carpets as well, and then from there I came to London to be a DJ. I don't know how I thought I was ever going to make a living. And in doing to cut a long story and very boring, very short, I met Dale Winton at a gig. He was my relief DJ. So I was the main DJ. He was the relief DJ who did an hour to give you a break. Although he just wiped the floor with me because he knew his music. He loved his music and everything else. And he worked for United Biscuits Network. People keep sending me in things about UBN because I worked there as well. So from 1974 to 1979, I worked at UBN up in Osterley, part of United Biscuits, their own internal radio station, which went to all the factories in Glasgow, Tollcross, Liverpool, Manchester, Harlesden and Osterley. And I did regional programmes and covered for other people as well. And for the princely sum of £400 a month, £100 a week, which I thought was a fortune. Plus, I was gigging in clubs, being a DJ down the road at the Gunnersbury Tavern, or Gunnersbury Fair as it was, in Ealing. And it was there that I then decided because the boss of UBN was working at LBC Newsreading, and he said, "Why don't you apply to LBC to newsread?" And so that's exactly what I did. We cheated. We lifted a news bulletin from LBC, took out the newsreader and substituted my voice, so the people listening at LBC could hear what I sounded like reading their news. I started work immediately. I was that good, very good, because I didn't need to sort of have takes and all the rest of it. It was just a case of, you just went in there and did the programme. And being a good sight reader made a lot of difference. Paul in Lincoln says, "I've had my jab, no side effects, never felt a thing." Strangely enough, a friend of mine lives down in Brighton. She's had exactly the same. She went out walking the following day, no side effects, nothing at all. Steve, dogs, irresponsible, says Anne in Blackburn. They make me sick. They take the dogs out, no leads, you know the type. I approached one once, you can imagine the language. You can't converse with these people. Dogs running all over the place, cars avoiding the dog, drivers having to brake. Government needs to get tough, but I mean, this is disgusting. This is a dog that literally launched into one head. You'll see the pictures in the paper today. You don't want to look, if you're an animal lover, don't look at them, you'll depress yourself. Depress me, but I have to talk about things like that. And I felt really sorry for this seal, because you wish you could help it. But they couldn't do anything. This dog just, as I say, can you imagine if that had been a little child playing by the edge of the water, edge of the Thames? Doesn't even bear thinking about, does it? Margaret says, "Is anyone else struggling with line of duty? We counted 17 abbreviations on Sunday's episode. I've lost the will to live. I didn't see it. I've decided to save myself the problem." I love the idea, sorry, but sort of Anne getting, is it Anne getting it? No, somebody else got a swimming certificate from school. I got some things from prep school. I've got a cup and some medals for running and jumping over the desk, jumping over the teacher. And no, I didn't get. I don't think I ever got a swimming certificate. Stephen completed 2 lengths. Whoopee-doo. I did swim, but I can only swim on my back. Fat lot of blooming use I am. But so they always put me in the relay race. But because I couldn't dive into the water and then go on my back, I had to start off in the pool on my back, waiting for somebody to touch me. They used to have a baton, and then I'd grip it between my teeth like a man possessed, and I'm making so much splashing, nobody ever saw anybody else. And so I was very good at swimming on my back. I haven't changed. I'm still the same in the bath. I just, up and down a couple of lengths. Huge bath I've got, huge bath. And also, a lot of people telling me about that there must be, I don't know whether or not we're getting better at this jab thing, but a lot of people having no side effects, which I think is absolutely brilliant. Because I've heard of people who've had side effects and they've felt a bit yucky, and they haven't sort of felt very well. They've had like flu symptoms, but very, very good. So I'm still trying to get my head around eggheads axed for younger appeal. Well, then you'll have to change all the experts on there, won't you, and put younger people on there. I don't know why it was axed. But that's the same with the BBC, isn't it? They'll either stick with something that's the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever seen, or something that's really good they decide to get rid of. It's very disappointing. Very disappointing. Also, a UK-led mission to show how space debris can be removed safely took to the skies. European Space Agency chiefs estimate there is 9,000 tons of junk circling the Earth. 34,000 objects are bigger than 4 inches, but then there are 128 million pieces smaller than half an inch just floating around up there. Rockets have put satellites into orbit since 1957. Some 6,250 remain, but only 3,700 are active. Imagine going up there and discovering there are people living on them. Oh, hello, we thought nobody'd come and rescue us. What are you doing up here? Well, I'm on a rocket. How lovely. And my friend Charlie Girling says you have to watch Line of Duty. They keep banging on about chizzes. Is that how you pronounce it? Have you heard this? You've heard it. I didn't know what it was, apparently, but I haven't learned. Over the last few days, I've heard so many different words. And apparently it's another word for police informants. Police informants. There you go. You don't have to concentrate now, she says. Police info. You see, anything like that. Are they all individual stories, or is it, a sort of an ongoing thing? It's an ongoing big problem. Oh, it's very. You see, 5-0. Oh God, no. Are you watching it, Corey? Oh, you would be, wouldn't you? Steve, dogs behave. Owners raise. I don't think the owner should be put to sleep. Oh, I think the owner should be put to sleep. Well, I want to know who it is that has a dog that attacks seals. Because that just sounds like a dog out of control as far as I'm concerned. But somebody said it's not the dog to blame. You can't expect the dog to act differently. The owner is the one to blame. Well, if there's a seal on the shore and there's a man taking photographs of it, this dog goes over and launches into the attack of all attacks, biting it. This seal must be thinking, wait a minute, 1 minute I'm having a picture taken. What the hell's going on? Anyway, they had to put it to sleep. It was so bad. Terrible. I mean, I've always said the same thing, actually, if you listen back to any of my programmes. No such thing as a bad dog. There's bad owners. People who don't train their dogs properly. That's what they're supposed to do. So they've had to put it to sleep. He suffered a broken and dislocated flipper. The only option was to euthanize him. Isn't that awful? I think that's so sad. Hope that person goes and gives themselves up to the police and goes, actually, it was me. Go on, do the decent thing. That would be better. Prince William's been appointed by the Queen to represent her at the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland. He's very busy, isn't he, William? He's got lots and lots of things to do. Spring is blossoming, which is lovely. Nothing can mask the beauty of blossoms. Yeah, and then they all fall off the trees and it just looks like a load of twigs, which is a shame. But it's very pretty at the moment, very pretty. Especially one here, which is Britain's tallest magnolia tree, in the pink as it towers over homes in Poole in Dorset. Heavy showers likely by Friday. Oh, God. Why can't I bring you decent weather and sort of say, well, actually today, I mean, I don't want a heat wave. I definitely do not want a heat wave. But what I do want is just a bit of sunshine to make yourself feel a bit better. I'm trying to wean myself off sunglasses, but my eyes get very, very sore. Thousands of homes with care are needed to make sure elderly can live independently for longer. There are housing developments with on-site care providers who've helped support people through the pandemic. So we need to look after... You must look after your neighbours. If you've got elderly neighbours, look after them. Paul says, no side effects from my jab last Saturday, but did get a CSE grade in 4 in maths 45 years ago. See, I did. But does that... I mean, the qualifications that you get nowadays or in the early days, I mean, did it actually secure you a job? Did it secure you a job? Because, I mean, I never thought, I mean, I might be proven wrong, that having qualifications actually got you a better job. If I'm going to be a chemist or work in a bank, then I could understand it. But if I'm going to be a radio presenter, I don't think there's anything. I mean, I could probably go on a course that would teach me how to be a better presenter. I know, difficult to imagine something like that, isn't it, really? But, you know, would qualifications have made any difference? The answer, probably not. Probably not. People won't be in the rockets in space, Steve, says Neil. It'll be little green men. It'd be funny, wouldn't it? If they go up there and somebody goes, yes, what, can I help you? Because you knock on the door of the spacecraft. Oh, dear, honestly, amuse myself.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, I did a placement for a few days at United Biscuits when I was at Isleworth College, shown around the factory, and at the time I was so excited to see the DJ room, beginning of the year. Well, in fact, we had 1, 2, 3 studios and a library, and the boss had an office as well. But he had a sneaky trick. If you were working overnights, and it was 24 hours a day, this station, and he wanted to hear what you were saying in between the records. It was like a training scheme. So what he had a cassette machine in his office, and it was linked up, don't ask me how, to the microphone fader. So every time you put the microphone on, the machine started in his office and it would record your link. When you pulled the fader down, it stopped recording. So when he came in the morning, he could listen to all your links. So, you know, if you were introducing something, then you didn't back announce. You know, and so it goes on. And we would stand on a chair and peer through the window of his office to see whether or not the cassette machine was actually on. And so we would shout down the corridor, the machine's working. And so what we did then, we left the microphone fader up, just a fraction, so it recorded the whole programme, everything, all the music and everything, so he didn't get to hear all the links. Little bit naughty, isn't it? Little bit naughty. Steve, like you, no qualifications whatsoever, never been out of work, wanted to be mortgage-free before 50, which I achieved 3 years before. Happy days. Yes, I mean, it doesn't work for everybody. Alan in Edinburgh got 4 A grades for his A-levels. No employer has ever asked about. They don't. I mean, I don't think I've done a CV in years. It would be a bit boring. Sold carpets for a while. Left school at the age of 15. And, a little bit disappointing, I'm afraid. But Jackie says, would you have been there in April of that year, 74? I can't remember. No. I think I was a bit later than that. But they were all there. They were all there. It was, but I didn't know who these people were. I was just thinking it was a little job and it paid quite well. Steve, I spent yesterday poking limescale out of my shower head. There you go. Which is wonderful, says Mary in Oxford. You've got to do something during lockdown, haven't you? Definitely. And somebody else says, loved your story about education. Exactly the same for me, but nowadays kids won't get away from it. Well, if somebody said to me, would you advise me to leave school without any qualifications? The answer would be no, because there's too many kids out there who are looking for a job and they're obviously going to go. The qualification says something to them. It says that you have achieved a certain standard. Me, I'm way too old for stuff like that. Way too old for stuff like that. Somebody says that poor seal. Yes. And somebody says I was very upset, says Joe. And as the seal has been killed. Well, she wasn't killed. She was badly bitten, so they had to put her down. And people saying how lovely it was it came ashore. Yeah, that'll be the last time it'll be doing that, which is such an awful thing, isn't it? Steve, I'm 26. If I didn't have my degree, I wouldn't be allowed to work in Shanghai and do what I do. There's a lot to be said about education. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But you're 26. At my age, you were able to leave school at 15. Not everybody wanted to. Some people didn't. They wanted to stay on if you were going to be a chemist or a banker. I didn't know what I wanted to do for a living. I just wanted to work. That's all I cared about. I just wanted to get out and work, and that's what I've done for all my life since I was the age of 15. I've never stopped working. I get up, and people say, "What do you do it for?" You go, "Well, apart from that, you get paid for it." But also it's hugely enjoyable. Where else can you have a job where you just basically sit down, somebody gives you a pile of papers, you make yourself a cup of tea, you have a can of water. And you're very happy with everything. I don't kind of see any problems. I always get worried for people who've said, "Oh, I started this job, Steve. I hate it." And I've said, "Well, you must get out of it. Don't ever do a job for the wrong reasons. Do a job because you like doing it and you feel that you're putting out, out there and you're showing people what you can do." I never wanted to do it. I mean, I did work in a shop. I did a few years working in a shop, and I enjoyed doing it. I quite like you didn't need to ask me twice to go up to people to say, "Can I help you, sir or madam?" We were posh. People don't say that now. They go, "Yes." Very rare you find shop assistants. In our day, we had shop assistants, and we were told to sort of sell things. If somebody wants to look at this, well, then you learnt what was in your department, and I learnt about carpets. I went on a carpet course, and I was very happy. I went to go and stay with Brintons in Kidderminster, and I stayed up there. And there was I think they actually took about 6 or 7 people, and every morning we would get up. We were staying in a pub, and we would go to the factory. We'd be picked up, taken to the factory, and they would show you around the factory how they made all their carpets. And I remember thinking, I used to love the smell of carpets and dye and stuff like that. Paula in Warrington says, "Steve, how long is the vaccine syringe needle?" It's not hugely long, but it's a bit bigger than you might expect. I've only got a 32-inch television, but every time I see the whole needle going into someone's arm, it makes me wince. You won't feel a thing. You won't feel a thing. I promise you. You feel nothing at all. They always say you just feel a little scratch, because once the needle is in, it's in. It's only that first little bit, which is the way it goes. Steve, my school taught me how to analyse the Brandenburg Concerto and crop rotation in Zambia. Really helped me in my working life on the milk round, says Kevin the milkman. Yes, I often wondered why, we had to do all these different bits and pieces. Games I was all right at. I didn't mind doing the athletic side of games. I could do high jump, long jump, running, baton things, the relay race. But the rest of the time, I did gaze out of the window. I'm afraid I was a bit bad at things like that. But I love the idea of crop rotation in Zambia. We used to do things where rivers carved out their own. Oh, we did all sorts of strange things. And I remember thinking at the time, since when is this going to feature in my life? Since when is somebody going to say to me, so about crop rotation in Zambia, Steve? And you'll be going, what? Why would that make any difference? Why is that going to make you a better person? I can understand sometimes where things come from, but not really. Not really. Steve, for all the hate of YTS schemes in the 80s, served me well, ended up with my own business. I know. That used to be a joke, didn't it? How'd you end up with a small business? Buy a big one and the government will do the rest for you. Because they're all closing left, right and centre. There was rumour a short while ago, I'm hoping it's not true, that the John Lewis in Kingston, down the road from me, could close together with the one in Sloane Square. This is only one person's opinion, because they're fairly big stores. Fairly big stores, and so they think, well, I thought, my God, what are we going to do that? What's the point of having a big store if you're not going to use it? It's going to sit there just empty and boarded up, is it? That's a bit of a worry. We don't want things like that, because the high street's not looking particularly brilliant as it is at the moment. Mickey says, I left school at 15 with 4 A grades at school. Absent like you. I couldn't wait to start work. Me neither. I loved it. I never looked on work as a hardship. Never looked. Steve, did you have to deal with too many Karens when you were selling carpets? No. Karens didn't exist in my day. And also, we always had a mantra, which is the customer is always right. Even if they weren't, you would say that they were right. Which was quite interesting. So, no, you didn't get Karens in my day. Most people seem to be fairly normal. Well, normal as they could be, I suppose. I sold Johnny Morris a carpet once, which was very nice. And, I didn't need anything. Ollie says, I took 2 paracetamol before I went for my vaccine injection. I'm surprised you didn't feel anything at all. Absolutely nothing. I didn't. Little scratch, and then done. That was it, done. So I was very pleased about it. Still to come, the builder who left a disabled man a prisoner in his home after quitting a job. He put the price up, and it had already been agreed, but it went up, and then, then there were arguments, and then he just walked off the job, and he said, I'm not going back. Simple as that. Leaving this poor disabled man a prisoner in his own home, which is not very good, is it? Oh, lowest deaths since September, 17. 17 deaths from COVID, lowest, which is very good, very, very good.
At Virgin Active, there's something for everybody. Whether you like to work up a sweat in a strength and conditioning class, or tone your limbs in Pilates and then head to the spa, we can help you find your thing. From swimming to boxing to gentle jacuzzi bubbling. Whatever gets you moving, it all counts at Virgin Active. Join now and get your first month free. T's and C's apply. Offer ends October 31st.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 26 and a half minutes to 7. The reason I don't give many time checks is because I don't want to lose you. I don't think you should wander off anywhere. Now, believe it or not, a year ago today, Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced that the UK would enter its first lockdown. The morning after Boris's announcement, I gave my reaction to the lockdown, to the shops opening earlier for pensioners and to those people panic buying and stockpiling food. It is Tuesday, the 24th of March. Doesn't seem possible, does it? What a year. What a year you'll have. You'll be telling people in years to come, 2020, that was a year and a half. Do you remember when that broke? Yeah. Haven't we changed the way we operate? Haven't we changed the way we live our lives? Yes, absolutely. Completely different. But I did discover the other day there is an advantage to being a pensioner. Because somebody had said to me, I've gone past Waitrose. I'd seen people going in and there was a man standing on the door and I thought, perhaps they're opening early from now. I got 10 past 7. And so then I spoke to somebody in Paul Cooper's shop and he said, oh no, they open for pensioners. I said, really? So I thought, well, I'll go and try it. As one who doesn't officially think he is a pensioner, but I am. And so I wandered round there and I went to go in and the guy said, it's for pensioners. I said, I'm very flattered. I said, but I am a pensioner. And so showed him my freedom pass, because you only get that at 65. And so that was brilliant. So I then went in. There was only about 3 or 4 of us in there. There was people queuing to go in, but they were all much younger, of course. So I develop a limp and I go round and I pick up a few little bits and pieces, a couple of bottles of Prosecco, just to keep topped up. And all was fine. Then I just sort of got the bus back and that was it. It was an essential journey because I was weighed down with bags and bottles and things like that. And it was very nice. Very nice indeed. because you can still go out shopping. Everything else is closed in Twickenham, but if it's a food shop, you're all right, because we've got to eat, obviously. So all this sort of stockpiling, but stupid really, because they're going to have loads of food. It's interesting, isn't it? That was a year ago, when who'd have thought it would have gone on this long? Who'd have thought that we would have sort of bought masks from Amazon and everything else, thinking, oh, well, we'll only use these for a little bit and then we'll just throw them away and we'll just go back, life will go back to normal. And then we started seeing shops closing, the high street, all of a sudden. And I forget how many thousands of people have lost their jobs. And I remember thinking, God, this is bad. I mean, the pensioner side of it, and getting out and getting into these So I did, possibly for about a month. And then gradually, more and more shops started closing. I remember going down to Richmond and thinking, oh my God, as opposed to just putting closed temporarily, these shops cleared all their stock out and everything. Even down here in Leicester Square, some of the restaurants, they've gone, I'm sorry, we are closing. We're not coming back. How are they going to get all these things back together again after this year, after all those people who died, and people going, oh, no, don't worry, there's nothing the matter with it. You're going, are you serious? There's families who've been absolutely beside themselves. Our life will never be the same again. Look at all the taxis. You hardly see on the streets of London a black cab with a light on. You hardly see them. There are a few about, but they're very few and far between. I get cars in the morning to come and bring me into work, and I always say the same thing to them: busy, because I know quite a lot of the guys, and they go, no. I think yesterday, was about one of the busiest, where I think Mohammed said I was his fourth job. But he'd started work at 5 o'clock the previous day. And one man, he'd waited 3 hours. I was his first job. And you think you can't make a living like this? And then you look on the high street, and the only places surviving are coffee shops. Have you noticed? Hardly any customers, but yet they've survived. How does that work? The trains, empty, buses still going past, empty, nobody on them. And I remember saying to people, life would... I didn't realise that I wouldn't go and see my godchildren and their parents and go and see my brother and his wife and just go out. I want to go to a restaurant. I don't ask for a lot in life, but I'm not too sure whether or not that's going to be happening anytime soon. I want Little Italy to open again, and I want Joe Allen's. It's as simple as that. Ridiculous. You don't get your freedom pass at 60, John. You really don't. Might be sweet if you do, dear. You get a sort of an early pensioner kind of thing, but you don't get your freedom pass. Definitely not. You've got to wait till you're 65 before you get that one. And that one you only get if you send them your the details of your passport, and they lift the photo off your passport. Did you know that? I know, it's really clever. Really clever. So a year ago today, and everything that's gone on, people who've died, people who've picked up coronavirus, the stupid people who haven't socially distanced, the people who don't want to wear a mask. I mean, I've lost track of how many masks I've bought. Loads. I bought boxes of the throwaway masks. I bought permanent everywhere you go now, you can buy masks. It's become like an everyday occurrence, or every week. You go out there. If I go to Costco, I think, I'll pick up some more masks. So I pick up some more masks and just pop them in the boot of the car just in case. And I've got a box of... Because they went down because people were making a fortune out of them. I remember for a box of masks, I paid 60 quid. 60 quid for the throwaways. And then, I think the last ones, I paid $7.99 or something like that. Because they started to... I mean, some of them weren't very good. They were sort of cheap, imports. But everything's changed. You get a cup of coffee, but you have to queue outside the shop or go in there and be socially distanced. But you can have fish and chips, but again you have to stand outside the shop and be socially distanced. It's sort of getting there, but by God, it's not going to happen this year, is it? We're not going to be going on holiday this year. The only thing that has maintained any sort of stability is radio. That's the only thing. I can remember, saying that you get these different things now, and it makes your life a bit better. And I thought, I don't know, actually. I don't know. What age do you get freedom pass? Have you got it? Get it up on the thing. Because I didn't get mine till 65. Don't know why you'd get it at 60. Not even a pensioner. Why would that be? I am a pensioner. I'm just having a look actually on it. Let's have a little look. Here we go. This is Freedom Pass. It just says concessionary travel. Mine expires in 2024. It says here... there you go. If you were aged 60 or over on the 6th of April 2010, then you automatically qualify for a Freedom Pass. However, as the pension age moves from 60 to 65, the eligibility for a Freedom Pass will gradually increase to 65 until the 5th of April 2020. No. There you go. And lovely. But the picture is lifted from your passport. I didn't know how they did it, actually. I suppose they had to sort of check that you were the right age. And so here I am, getting me got my little wallet. So on one side I've got the Oyster card, on the other side I've got the Freedom Pass, because we're not supposed to use it before 9 o'clock in the morning or 9:30, apart from that fiddling old woman down in Richmond who just says to them, can I use my Freedom Pass? And the bus drivers, obviously not being intelligent enough, have said, oh yeah. Because you're supposed to use it up against... She's never even produced it. Never even produced it. You can't miss her. Can't miss it. You don't have to pay for prescriptions from 60. I'm exempt from prescriptions anyway. I've never paid for a prescription. Never paid. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So here's a disabled man who says he feels like a prisoner at his home because builders left a vital conversion unfinished. Steve Jones, 60... needed an annex to have dialysis at home rather than having to make a 48-mile round trip to hospital 3 times a week for the treatment. But his wife Karen says the building is uninhabitable, whilst the garden is unsafe even to walk on. He's got kidney failure. He sleeps in a hospital bed in the dining room. And they were awarded, the couple, £30,000 disabled facilities grant to convert a workshop and claim Tenants Trades Limited quoted $26,400 and started last August. But the family alleged the builders left after receiving $20,000 and then demanding another $14,000. Karen says we don't have that much left in our grant. Silas Tennant, owner of Tenants Trades Limited, claims that he worked for several weeks for free until he ran out of money and had to stop. He said, I've been damaged by that family. I've ended up with serious anxiety. I don't want to talk about it. So that's it. I don't want to talk about it. But he's taken £20,000 and then demanded another 14, taking it to 34, but they were quoted 26,400. It's the trouble with builders. Once you lose builders, never get them back again. You know, if they go, I'll come back and do your door frame next week, that's the last you see of them. You might as well do it yourself. It makes it so much easier. Lots of things that they've found. People have recorded fines. The British Museum has been looking to see what these amateur metal detectorists find out there. And people find all sorts of things. Things from the Iron Age. A medieval belt badge. A rapier. Tweezers. Vessel fragments. All sorts of stuff. It's all there. Just got to find it. I like the people who go along the side of the Thames. And they start, because it's tidal, it sort of washes up all sorts of exciting things there. And it's good. It's good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. As a bus driver, I could tell you when you're 60, you qualify for the 60-plus Oyster. Yeah, it's not the Freedom Pass anymore. They've moved it up to 65. It was only before that they did that. So, and Steve, you're right. Got to wait another 5. I'm 55 now. Yeah. You get your free travel pass at 60, then at 65 changes its name to the Freedom Pass. Boris brought that in for all people, but then they've changed it again to 65. And you can't use it before 9:30. I think it was 9 o'clock, actually. But this woman in Richmond, she's not even showing it. She's using it at 8 o'clock in the morning. That's called fiddling. Somebody else says, I've been enjoying the show. I got a school award presented to me by the actress Patricia Hayes. Oh, love Patricia Hayes. Love her. And Steve, have you ever been part of the Twirly Club when you're on the bus? No, absolutely not. I do try it just occasionally to see if it works, because it works the weekend for free. You get the weekend for free. But I don't need to worry about it because I've got freedom passes which I keep topped up. It becomes quite expensive. I can't even tell you how much a single journey is. That's how bad it is.
At Virgin Active, there's something for everybody. Whether you like to work up a sweat in a strength and conditioning class, or tone your limbs in Pilates and then head to the spa, we can help you find your thing. From swimming to boxing to gentle jacuzzi bubbling. Whatever gets you moving, it all counts at Virgin Active. Join now and get your first month free. T's and C's apply. Offer ends October 31st.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, 10 to 7 is the time. Do you know, I think we've achieved the impossible today. We've read out every single text and email. Did we do the emails today? Did we do the emails? Oh, right, okay. Steve, whilst Harrods and all these other people get COVID handouts, all these recently unemployed approaching pensionable age, we were previously told to save. Nobody saves. The reason I say that is because I think James O'Brien did something about saving, and I think he found out there was a survey done that most people haven't got £100 worth of savings. And that probably would have applied to me years and years ago. I probably would have been one of those sort of people going, yeah, saving? No, good God. I want to go out there and enjoy myself. I want to eat, drink and be merry and go on holiday and do all this stuff. Well, actually, never on holiday. That was never the thing that affected me. And nowadays, people have started thinking a little bit more about we need to start saving. What are we saving for? It doesn't matter. Just save. Just save. Much, much easier. Steve, can you go free on the underground? Yep, free on the underground, free on the buses after 9 o'clock and the overground trains as well. Out as far as Twickenham, I think, which is good, which is ideal because that's where I live. Steve, it's crazy to think it's been a year since this madness started. You're right, radio's been the saviour, and thanks for the efforts. Yes, I mean, it's the thing that's been consistent. And TV, I've only just got used to watching on TV programmes like Pip and Holly Willoughby. They've got screens. They are socially distanced, but then the two cameras puts them together. So it makes it look as though they are together, except for one time when you see her hand go and it vanishes, which is always quite funny. Steve, I bought a metal detector many years ago and decided to try it out in the garden, only to discover a gold ring and a coin, which had the date on it, which my father was born. I always wanted a metal detector, but I never got one. Never got one. Oh, by the way, you can't go on from tomorrow. You can't go on holiday. There's going to be a £5,000 fine. That'll be nice, won't it? Can't wait to see them bringing that one in. £5,000 if you can't prove there's a very good reason why you need to go abroad. We don't want to go down again with this blooming thing, do we? 17 deaths, the lowest we've ever had for the last month. We don't want to go back into that again. Thank you very much indeed. The twirly club is when you go on a bus before your time and you get turned away, says Jackie. Oh, right. Well, you see, but I've got my Oyster card as well. So I can always get on. Always. I feel anxious if I don't save first. I never used to, though. I used an app that automatically takes money out of my account and invests it, says Chris. Not that there's anything to spend it on. No, there isn't. Yes, I've got my sort of investments and stuff like that, and it's there for what they say is a rainy day. Sometimes it pours. It's going to pour on Friday this week, which is not very good. But I can understand how people get anxious because you don't know, how many more shops are going to close on the high street. I'm just amazed that we haven't had any of the coffee shops closing. What have they got that the other shops haven't got? They can't be making a fortune on serving the pitiful amount of sort of coffees that they are selling at the moment. So from Monday, it's Monday, it's not tomorrow, do beg your pardon, £5,000 fines for breaching rules on the holidays. So non-essential international travel will be explicitly banned under new coronavirus laws, which won't expire until June 30th. So for all of you going, I've got a holiday booked. No, that lasts until the end of June. It was already banned in most circumstances, I think, under the lockdown rules. But the law's being tweaked for when the stay-at-home order lifts on March 29th. So a government task force is looking at when foreign travel could resume, expected to report to Boris Johnson by April the 12th. The lockdown roadmap says holidays abroad will not be allowed until May 17th at the earliest, but the new legislation is likely to dampen hopes of an earlier reopening. MPs are going to vote on Thursday about the new coronavirus laws. We have to do it. It's the only way that we're going to save ourselves. We don't want this going again. And so travellers will have to fill out a declaration form before going abroad to prove they have a reasonable excuse. You know, there are a number of exemptions, including travel for work, study, legal obligations or personal reasons, such as to visit a dying relative or attend a funeral. I wonder how many people will lie. They lie at the moment, don't they? I remember seeing all the people on the EasyJet programme years ago on the television. They go, I need to get on this flight. I'm going to a funeral. You think, no, you're not. No, you're not. We know you're not. And then they start being really rude about EasyJet. And I'm thinking, you've booked a budget airline. I mean, why didn't you book something else? You know, get what you pay for. People did moan about it. I mean, I thought it was quite funny, actually. Apparently, a single bus journey cost $1.55 on Oyster. And that's from Meat and Deep Newsagents, Hampton Road, Twickenham. The bus stops just outside their place, actually. Is there a ban, Steve, on people coming into the country on holiday? Well, I've never seen anybody coming into the country on holiday. Have you seen anybody? Got a brand new hotel opening, literally. Spit and a wave just out of the window here. Well, there's no tourist coming in, otherwise all the black cabs would be pouring in from the airport in the early hours of the morning for the first flight in. But there's nobody on them. Trains, there's people, but mostly they're builders. They don't look like office workers. They really don't. And if they're going to close more John Lewis shops, I mean, you know, was it last year they didn't get a bonus? First year in goodness knows how long. Whereas when I worked for them, for one, even I got a bonus. That's 75 quid, I think, which I was absolutely amazed. Absolutely amazed. 84850. Steve at lbc.co.uk. A lot of people talking about saving. Somebody says, so a holiday abroad is fine if you're wealthy. No. You've got to sign this form. If they catch you out, it's a £5,000 fine. Whether they can actually apply for it, I've got no idea. I don't think any holiday is worth paying a £5,000 fine on. But some people just need their holidays. It drives them mad that they don't have a holiday to go on. I spoke to a friend of mine. She loves her holidays. She's going to retire this year, and she can't wait for holidays. But I have a feeling it won't be this year. It'll probably be next year. But if they're going to start opening the theatres, you know, then the restaurants will open, and then people will be going out to the restaurants, and we'll all be having a whale of a time. But we don't want any more stupid people, do we? Petrol bombing and fire bombing and throwing fireworks into crowds of people and setting fire to police cars. Stupid people. Don't worry, your days are... Oh, is that a knock on your front door? Yes, I think it is. Oh, I wonder what we can do with you. I'm sure they'll find something. Lindsay says, sitting having a cuppa in my garden, listening to the birds. It's like a holiday. It is. They do lots of things. Actually, there was a paper that was talking about bird chorus and stuff like that. There's nothing nicer, isn't there, than sort of hearing bird song in the garden. And they're trying to encourage people to log, you know, all the birds that appear in your garden. There's always birds. Look at that. Uncanny, isn't it? It's almost like one flew in the studio. Government to ban lead shotgun pellets. And Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak holding crunch talks over the future of Britain's railways. Oh, God. Not so good, is it? And a lovely picture on the front of the Telegraph this morning of Canon Andrew at Winchester doing remembrance for those who've died of COVID on the first anniversary. And that's it for this morning. Bless your hearts, for being there. Thank you very much indeed.